right, peace and black power family. Y'all already know what it is. I got my man up in the building, my homeboy that's here again from last week. Jamel Saladin is in the building. And family, we're going to finish off from where we left off. I'm going to pass the mic to my brother, Jamel Saladin. What up, brother Jamel?
They are driving around with driver's licenses. And just so you know, if I find you out here driving around with no license, I am snitching you out. That's a fact. So knock it off is what I'm trying to say. You understand? Oh, he said I'm muted. Oh, okay. He unmuted me. Yeah. I said, nah, they're not sovereign. They're not sovereign. But this is the type of rhetoric that I joke around, but this is the type of rhetoric that actually hurt us. I say us as a people. You understand? The division. Obviously I'm initiated up here, so this is y'all first time. Some of y'all first time really seeing me. It's okay. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? So some of the main elders done signed off on me. So we allow you to kick it up here. And I find that as a blessing. Shout out to Brother Reggie. I caught some of his episodes this week. Good stuff. I'm going to talk about some of that too. But it's funny that one of the comments was asking, joking, like, "Are they sovereign citizens?" And these are some of the questions and what I had observed that really led to me deepening my research on a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? When you come from New York, and I know New York is very particular because they're going to be like, "Yo, the five boroughs is the five boroughs." I come from Mount Vernon, New York. Literally, I walk across the street. I'm in the Bronx, right? So I grew up around everybody. NOI, Hebrew Israelites, Rastafarians. I'm brought up in a Christian household. There's a lot of different theologies going on through my brain. I'm really absorbing all of them, though. That's the thing about me. I'm not really deflecting none of them, because I'm finding a lot of interesting things within them. However, as I get older, I start to look into a lot of these religions. We'll get there. First and foremost, hit the like button when you come in. Shout out to sa.neter, House of Consciousness. Shout out to the elders that I do know so far. Elders, I think it's Sultan, Ankh, of course, Brother Jabari, and Brother Reggie. And I'm pretty sure there's more, you understand? But I will get to know everybody soon, but I just want to give respect. And shout out to the whole House of Consciousness family, community that's already here. Y'all been here, holding it down. Shout out to society, past, present, and future, because I did share this live with my audience as well. So you're going to see them come over. Brother sa.neter said we're going to pick up where we left off. I wish that was true. I wish that was true. I'd be going off the vibes. So as I started reading, and I started reading the great Dr. Benjamin Yochanan, I think it's Benjamin Yusuf Yochanan to be exact. As I started reading him this morning, and shout out to, I don't want to butcher your name, bro, so we're going to call you Amen. Shout out to Amen for hitting side with that 1999 Cash App. Yes. Not too many accolades. You may not like me. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Don't give me too many accolades. You know, nobody knows what's going to come out of my mouth, bro. But I do appreciate it's always love, no matter what. I got 5% brothers to this day that call me, yo, peace to the gods and the earth. And I reply, peace to the gods and the earth. You know what I'm saying? So they know me. They just say that's Mel, and he gonna do what he do. So let me share this as we get busy. Share my screen. Share that. Share that. Share that. Put the audio on and share. Okay, cool. And then there we go. So I'm sharing with you. I'm getting ready for the show. I feel like I don't have enough time. You understand? Work 5 days in a row, 12-hour days, 11-hour days. And then I came home yesterday and I did not hit the books. I'm going to be honest with you. And on top of that, we had a shower leak. So when I got up this morning, I had to go address the shower leak. I gave up around 12 o'clock. I told my daughter, that's it. I got a show at 5. I got to get ready. I'm not even close to getting ready, to be honest with you. Laid down, got up, came to the computer, and Dr. Ben was on my mind. Dr. Ben was on my mind because I wanted to get some quotes and evidence from his direct text about the breakdown from the names of Africa. You understand? And we're going to go into some of those names today. However, I did not get them. I got caught up on something else. I understand what I read from him, but it is true sometimes. You got to remember, I went to an educational institution, 2 of them. So these people done taught me how to write down my sources and all of that. So it's not like I just get over here and meet Unc and he starts yelling out pseudoscience and then I'm on my dean. No, I gotta come in the door like that because that's what I was taught. Although there is some agility there. We'll go over that later. So I'm looking for, Dr. Ben, help me out. I want to be able to articulate how we go from Ethiopia, Nubia, Egypt. And I crack open one of his books and I want to show you these sources for anybody that's really looking for a lot of these older books. This book here is called Africa, Mother of Western Civilization. You can find them on the Internet Archive. Like they say in the hood, you got the same 24 hours in a day as somebody else, right? You let somebody else do all of this studying, and then by the time he speaks to you, you think he's the Christ. You understand? But you didn't know that you had, or maybe you did know you had that same ability. It's just how you divide up your time. Now, granted, maybe you got a job to go to and he's out on 125th Street BSing around. You understand? Reading books all day, getting off eighths, whatever. We don't want to hear the excuses, even if you educate yourself in increments. Get busy is what I'm saying. Now, I'm looking for this research and I stumble across this. It says New York, 1924. Reprinted 1930, 1968. I love older books. I'm not worried about you saying, yo, that's outdated, because you find riches in the older books. You'll find language and words that they no longer use. How are you going to know if something is outdated if you didn't even know that they used to use another word for it? So I really do appreciate the Internet Archive. Do not underestimate it, right? I start reading this. It says, apart from, I'm going to skip all of this up here because we're just going to skip that. And I guess this right here is a quote from somebody else because I see it indented. So It's this guy named Seligman. I looked him up. He was supposed to be some type of Hebrew historian or writer. He said, apart from relatively late Shemitic influence, the civilizations of Africa are the civilizations of Hamites. Its history, well, he didn't write this because this is too modern of a language. Its history, the record of these people and their interaction with the two other African stocks, the Negro and the Bushman. This is all crazy. That I'm reading this, but this is crazy. And this is why I love the older books. Because you really get a feel for how, like, yo, wait, that's how y'all was talking in 1924, the Negro and the Bushman? Yo, wild in blood. But let us continue. Its history, the record of these peoples and their interaction with the two other African stocks, the Negro and the Bushman, whether this influence was exerted by highly civilized Egyptians or by wider pastoralists, as are represented at the present day by the Beja and the Somali. The incoming Hamites were pastoral Europeans, arriving wave after wave, better armed as well as quicker witted than the dark agricultural Negroes. It's crazy. I started to read this, and I'm not going to lie to you. My blood really started to boil because I am no bigamist. I am no racist. I know how to compartmentalize one thing from the other. So I don't have to meet another human being because that person is Caucasian. I'm about to take out all my anger on that person. I don't do that. There are evil in every nationality and categorization of humanity that I've seen thus so far down here on this planet. However, my group that I'm in classified with, I hate that I have to watch you steal and lie. Oh, it burns it burns when you tell my people. Not only my people, you're telling your people too. That we was just dumb-witted beings wearing grass skirts. Oh man. Because someone like Chud the Builder is going to listen to this rhetoric and actually believe this. We're not done, as KRS once said. We're not done. He goes on to say something. The Shemitic racism displayed by Seligman was in no sense original by Jews with regards to their African brothers. It followed much worse pronouncements by such Benjamin of Toluda, who wrote the following. That's what I looked up. Benjamin of Toluda. That's the old historian, Jewish historian. The Benjamin of Toluda wrote this. There is a people who, like animals, eat of the herbs that grow on the banks of the Nile, and in their fields they go about naked and have not the intelligence of ordinary men. It's cold-blooded, but sometimes it's funny. It's like people snapping out in front of your building, right? Even if they snap on your brother and the joke is funny, you spit out a little laugh like that. Yeah, that was funny. But that's my brother. Watch your mouth. You understand? That was funny right there. He said they don't have the intelligence of ordinary men. That's crazy, Lord. They cohabit with their sisters and anyone they can find. They are taken slaves and sold in Egypt and neighboring countries. These sons of Ham are black slaves. I seen a rapper. There's an older rapper on Instagram. I forgot his name, and it's no disrespect because he's one of the most fire rappers that I heard. I invited him over here today. When he's not rapping on Instagram, he's usually spreading, knowledge about the black man, this, that, and the third. I had to comment because he posted something And he said, yo, they be telling lies. The black man never gave away our own. Yes, we did. He said, we never gave our own women away. Oh, we gave our own women away. I taught you that last week. I didn't tell you that last week. I taught you that last week. And I'm going to tell you and teach you that again this week. I said, look up the Bach Treaty, black man. That is incorrect. We definitely gave our own away. And we sold our women. But that's neither here or there. Shout out to that man. It says, these sons of Ham are black slaves. HOK family and society family, I come today to learn. You understand? At first, all week, I was getting ready to teach all week. Let me get busy. And then the split of a whole half an hour. I said, no. Now I want to learn. I see sa.neter opened up the panel last week. And by the way, he said I got more time this week, family, so we're gonna get busy. I didn't even cook. I was on a 2 when he cut me off last week. We didn't even get to 5. He said we got more time this week. But rather than teach, I said I want to learn. I want to learn, why do they listen? Why are they obsessed with these religious texts? Why do you regard them as history? You know, that part is rhetorical right now. But write down your questions as I go through some things today. And as the panel opens up, whether you be Hebrew, whether you be Moor or Christian, Muslims, you can relax for today. You could just kick back, go get yourself a wine cooler, you understand, and chill out. You, at least for this portion of the show, I'm not going to say anything that you need to come up with answers with. However, Hebrews could come to the front of the class. Christians, you could sit right next to them. And I want to learn from you. Never mind you learning from me. I'll ask some questions and then you can answer me. Because when we speak about Ham, I notice, because you must learn. That was a dope joint. Knock it off. And I do believe KRS spoke about Ham and the sons of Noah. That was a phenomenal song, by the way. He rocked. He killed that. He went into Carl Linnaeus. He went into Johann Blumenbach. He got busy in that joint. But those are more or less historians that are objectively we can count, we could check and see if these people existed, right? It's just not off the word of like one group, like, oh, Carl Linnaeus never existed. So when it comes to Ham and the sons of Noah, given who the authors are, that's where my skepticism comes in. Because there are other cultures who have the same story. If you have never read the 7 tablets of creation, well then, maybe you talk to Brother Reggie nicely, maybe, and maybe he brings you to the museum. Maybe. You understand? I don't go over there. Yo, Saladin said, I didn't say nothing. I don't even know if you scholarship material. I don't know if you're out here doing barbershop talk or not. You heard me. But we are living in the year 2026 of your Lord, and the translations they it's easy to get. When this is not like before 1930 when you gotta, yeah. This is 2026. You could get the translation for things. You could find out way easier. That story has been told before in the Epic of Gilgamesh is a good story. The Epic of Ashtaheges is a good story. Those are the main two stories. One is in Akkadian and one is, I believe, the translation. And I say I believe, you know, you got the pseudo hunters in this joint waiting for the first wrong thing. I say, yo, son is kicking false knowledge. Easy. Hold up. I got a lot of stuff up here. I can't hold everything around like luggage all the time. But I do believe one of the stories were told by the Akkadians and the other ones by the Babylonians. However, and I'm saying that because the character that we know as Noah, it changes from Ibnishbastan or something like that. If I'm butchering that name, like his name changes. However, if I'm looking at dates, right? If I'm looking at the dates, and I'm looking at the story, of the Hebrews, then they had the story before you, is what I'm getting at. But in your story, the guy's name is Noah. That's cool. Noah had what? Few sons, three sons? Ham, Japheth. You guys help me out. I'm here to talk about Ham anyway. Because then Ham has some sons. We'll get into that in a second. Shem, thank you. Ham, Shem, Japheth. His lineage, that lineage is interesting, right? And it gives us, it kind of like, I mean, if we basically going off that story, it's kind of, it's difficult just to go off that story alone. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why. Never mind ad hominem attacks and all that. I'll show you why. But it's hard just to go off their story. For one, for reasons I already mentioned. This story was already told. And so being that you was captured by the Assyrians, the Persians, the Babylonians, being that you was in your own story captured by these other empires, hundreds of years at a time, 700 here, 200 here. Me personally, if I'm allowed to speak freely, y'all just a flim-flammy people though. On God. On your God, not please, on your God. flimsy. And if this story was true, I would strongly believe that y'all would go along to get along, as they say. Hear different stories, right? Because all these stories are going on orally. And remind you under the captivity of these people for hundreds of years, beloved. There's a cap on our life, according to the scientists, somewhere around 120 years.
Peace, Brother Saladin.
Yeah.
I got my man Dr. Reggie here. I'm going to have to be out, but Reggie going to continue. He got it moving.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Reggie, you good?
Yes, sir. I just got in from my son's commencement for his PhD. I am dead tired, but I will do this for you and Brother Saladin.
All right. Thank you, Brother Reggie.
Peace, family. Go ahead.
Peace. Thank you so much, Brother Reggie. If you need to nod off for a little bit.
No. I would just I'm just here just to moderate, especially when you open up the lines, because
Got you. That's not gonna come to later. If you could do me a favor, Brother Reggie, and put my what I'm presenting back on the screen for me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. You could go ahead and mute yourself. Thank you, Brother Reggie. Shout out to Brother Reggie stepping in so we can get this done. All right. Trying to figure out where we was at. Because what my man would say is, yo, you dog walking them, right? Oh, yeah, I'm going to walk you to where I need you to go. I don't like to talk too fast because you might be listening slow. And then some people listening too fast. You understand? So I like to keep it at a moderate speed. Help you fully understand. By the time we get to where we got, you can't say you don't understand. Cool. Now, I forgot where I was at, but it don't even matter because check this out. This is Dr. Ben's work. So as I was telling you, I was reading this. The first part got me tight. My skin started to bubble, and I kept on reading. It says the above extract was taken from the English translation and the R. Hess Travels of Benjamin Toluta. Although there are ample reasons for further examine the racist and bigoted remarks of this man, who himself was suffering from all sorts of religious and racial persecutions, there is one point in this presentation which should be specially observed. He spoke of Africans as these sons of Ham are black slaves. Ooh! Now, I remember exactly where I was at. I was at cultural assimilations, cultural blending. That's where I was at. That's why I left off before sa.neter had to step out. Yeah, cultural blending. Let me ask you a question. How do you think your culture would have upheld the tradition and the histories if you was under the captivity 700 years at one time, 200 years another time? How do you think? Then these are separate tribes that's captured separately, right? You got 10 captured over here. You got 2 captured over here, the tribes. Then they are released and saying, all right, y'all could go together now. By the way, just a little history for the people who call themselves Hebrews today. Those same people that released you and told you go back to Jerusalem, those same people are the same people you beefing with today. But that's neither here nor there. This is not my channel. Let me not get too crazy. You understand? Because I don't want to cause any ruffle, any feathers and all that. It says, Here, the uses of the word Ham and Hamite are used with relationship to the identity of those who are now called Negroes, Bantus, Africans south of the Sahara. But the Shemitic procrastinators did not begin with Benjamin of Tudela. As early as the 6th century AD, rabbinical scholars of the Babylonian Talmud produced the following. It says, now I cannot beget the fourth son whose children I would have ordered to serve you and your brothers. Therefore, it must be Canaan, your firstborn, whom they enslave. And since you have disabled me, doing ugly things in the blackness of night, Canaan's children shall be born ugly and black. That's crazy talk. Moreover, because you twisted your head around to see my nakedness, your grandfather's hair shall be twisted into kinks. Maybe that's what Dr. York was talking about in the Ninth Ether. But I digress. And their eyes red. Again, because your lips jested at my misfortune, theirs shall swell. Oh. And it sounds like you're describing Africans. And because you neglected my nakedness, they shall go naked, and their male members shall be shamefully elongated. Oh, this is crazy. It's like somebody trying to prank you, but they big you up. Oh, I'm going to make your manhood wild, big son. Wait. All right, you think this is a joke? They're going to clown you. They're not going to clown us. You're bugging. And they like the thick lips. Yeah. Men of this race are called Negroes. Therefore, Canaan them to love theft and fornication. They might have been spot on right there. I don't even know. Theft and fornication. Somebody say theft and fornication? Yeah, I'm here. Men of this race are called Negroes. Their forefather Canaan them to love theft and fornication, to be banded together in hatred. Oh, and of their masters, and never to tell the truth. It sounds like hate. That sounds like hate, right? I don't even believe, I would not. This is part of something that's called the myth of the Talmud, right? I don't know why these people wrote this, but it sounds like it is rabbinical hate. The above abstract is taken from R. Graves in the Hebrew Myths, page 121, New York, 1964. And again, my thing is this. It is rhetoric, dangerous rhetoric, that it harms. You don't have to teach it to my people. My people may not listen to this at all, but you're teaching it to your people and you're scaring them, and it's misinformation, disinformation. Jewish attempt at correcting their fellow Europeans' myth that centered around the Calvinists. Okay, he has his own thing there. All right. Was there any more to this? I think there was one more thing I read before I go. It says, Seligman wrote in the same work, it would be very wide of the mark to say that the history of Africa south of the Sahara is no more than the story of permeation through the ages and different degrees and at various times of the Negro and Bushman aboriginals by the Hamitic blood and culture. So when I finished reading that, and the reason I said I came to learn today is because, again, I said, why do they care about these religions? What is it about these religions that makes them think this is history? I think that's where we're fouling up big time by taking these sentimental religions, because they are sentimental. They mean a lot to us. I say us, but I don't have religion, but you know what I'm saying. Us as a people, as a group. I'm empathetic, so I can see, okay, you care a lot about your religion. Who knows what that religion did for your family, right? It may have saved your father when he was locked up on an 8-year bid. You understand? Got your moms mentally and emotionally through some hard economic times. Who knows? However, there must be ma'at. There must be balance. And in that balance, I just assumed that you wouldn't be so extreme that you would not even dare look up the thing that you say that you are into. You say you are into these things. You say this is, oh, that's my everything. You ring my bell. Ask me, can you spread the good word of Jesus Christ to me? I say, before we do that, brother, let me ask you something. Jesus was a Jew? You say, yes, Jesus was a Jew. I said, what type of Jew is Jesus? You say, I don't understand the question. I say, thank you and good day, sir. You start to open your mouth. I said, good day, sir. And I banged the door on you. You don't know why I banged the door on you. Well, if you love this thing that you say you love so much, it's okay to love it, but I don't think it's okay to love it and then come out to ask me if I want to be a part of something that you know the simplest thing about. I didn't ask you to recite the whole Genesis for me. I asked you, you want to tell me about a man in history, in your history, by the name of Yeshua ben Yusuf. Okay, what do you know about him? I know he died for my sins. What else you know about him? What community was he a part of? He was king of the Jews. Which type of Jew? Sadducees, Pharisees, which type of Jew we talking? And in fact, he was of the Essene community, so that you know. He was of the Essene community, so that you know. But they don't tell you that because you might have to go look up the Essene community, and then you got to find out what they about, and then you find out all types of things about the Essenes. Let's get into this a little bit. The legacy of Ham: 4 sons, 4 lands. So Ham had 4 sons. Noah had 3, correct? Shem, Japheth, and Ham. Now, according to the biblical accounts, he had 4 sons: Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Cush is what we know as Egypt, Lower Egypt, well, South Egypt, known as Nubia, historically linked to Ethiopia. Mizraim, Upper Egypt. Egypt was broken up into 2 lands. We'll get there later. But that's what Mizraim actually means. Is means two Egypts, upper and lower. Put, which is Libya. So as I'm reading all of these things, and again, family, some of the things is just I'm using logic and reason. It's not that I needed to read every last thing in the book. As I could see it in my mind how things are playing out, and I'm like, oh, they already kind of like divided the north of Africa up because they named Libya, right? Which is Put. And then Canaan. Canaan went through several manifestations. At one point, it was named as Judea. I think after Judea, it became Canaan. And then after Canaan, it was renamed to Palestine. But I got people in the chat that will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Now, what I would like to help everybody out with today, because here's the thing. I don't do these shows so I could talk to people that know this already. I actually do this show for the people that don't know, to give them some type of understanding. I don't do it to grandstand. I don't do it, yo, I know this, you don't. I don't do it. That's not why I'm doing it. The 5% nation of the gods and earth, peace to the gods and the earth that's in the building. Their founder, Father Allah, Clarence 13th, he came up with a saying, but I never agreed with it. He said, knowledge, wisdom, understanding. I never agreed with that saying. Why didn't I agree with that saying? And I asked the gods, yo, why you say knowledge, wisdom, understanding? And he said, well, when you get the knowledge, right? Then if you use the knowledge, you have the wisdom to use the knowledge. And then that will bring about understanding. I didn't agree with that. And I said, nah, I think it's knowledge, understanding, wisdom. However, that flows off the tongue very poorly. It's not as fly. It's not as, The other way sound better. But never mind what the other way sound like. Logically and reasonably, if I get the knowledge and I understand the knowledge, then it will give me wisdom. If I get the knowledge and interpret it wrongly, misread what knowledge I am getting, what I have right before me, it could be a totally different outcome. You say, why you do that? Because I answer it, because he didn't understand what the text said. Now, I watch people argue day after day over these religions. And what never makes sense to me is that people wouldn't go deeper with their research to find out if you even reading the right text. We talking about, it's 2026. What is you watching cat videos for on Instagram? Oh, that's what you got time to do? You got time to BS around and watch dog videos and then try to jump in the house of consciousness and get busy? Not on my watch. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. Don't worry, we're going to open up the panel after these messages. We'll be right back. Who remember that? Rhetorical question. Let's get to the Masoretic text versus the original reading. I told you it is the year 2026. If you wanted to know what the original reading was, you could do that. Nothing's holding you back except you. I watched a bunch of debates this week, and there was a number of people jumping up on the panel with people they was not qualified to even be on the panel with. And then they was getting emotional. And let me tell you, Nature Boy has some mean rhetoric, some of the best in the game, which led him to prison. Yeah. Some of the best. That boy got the silver tongue. Oh, it's a lot of them that got the silver tongue. But thank God I can't say thank God, because maybe if he did have the knowledge and the understanding of the knowledge, he wouldn't end up, he might not have been there where he at right now. He had some information, but it's a difference when you're just hearing it from other people, hearing it in the barbershop, read a couple of books, you don't really get what's going. Your thinking is polarized. We'll get to that in a second. We'll get some science in today. We'll get some mathematics in today. We'll get it all in today. At the same time, we got to remember Brother Reggie is tired. You understand? So I'll try to keep it within a reasonable frame of mind of time. To understand the fundamental difference between the Masoretic text and the original reading, represented primarily by the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint, we have to look at two entirely different eras of history. The division isn't just about different words on the page. It is defined by the centuries that separate their editors and the drastically changing needs of their intended audiences. See, you have to become, you don't have to become a historian. You don't have to. I don't want to say that. Because if I say that, you got to become a historian. Immediately, you like, yo, I work 40 hours a week. I don't want to become a historian. You don't have to become a historian. But I do expect maybe on your 2 days off, you could spend a little 2 hours on one group of people, just one group of people. And you'd be amazed how much that pays off. But these people went through different cultural shifts. That's what you need to understand. I don't be knowing why y'all argue so much about something. Y'all don't be getting to the point. Like, scrap all what y'all talking about. Y'all all, it's like, do you even know what the text say? The editors were the Masoretes, meaning tradition keepers, specifically elite schools of Jewish scribes working in cities like Tiberias and Jerusalem, centuries after the destruction of the temple. The most famous family among them was Ben Ashelon. Their primary goal was not to interpret or adapt, but to lock down, standardize, and preserve. They added a vowel system and punctuation marks to ensure the exact pronunciation and chanting of Hebrew stayed identical forever. That's another thing. I started teaching myself a few different languages, but within studying these subjects, you're not only going to study history, but you have to start studying the linguistics. Not only the current linguistic, things change over time. You'll be amazed. So, the Old Testament, the Torah, the Pentateuch, it was intended for the global Jewish diaspora, if it really existed. I don't, you understand? Of the medieval period. Let's keep on going. All right. I want to point out some things. I don't know who this is going to help today, but it definitely helped me out. So I said I shared with you. When you look at the original untranslated Hebrew text, it points directly to the sons of God or the sons of Elohim. By the way, Brother Reggie, I listened to your content this week, and I was like, when is he going to let them know? Right? Because you guys were right there in Genesis, first chapter. Let's see. I got my Bible right here. Y'all was right there. And it said in the first verse, and I'm talking about the first verse of the Bible, when you crack this joint open, you could close it. Put this joint to bed right then and there. Or you know how to take it from here on out. After reading the first verse, you know how to read it. Now, I still read the Bible, don't get me wrong. But I read it for the wisdoms that's in here. But I'm not reading it for history. Because if you can't tell me the truth in the first verse, then we got a problem, family. And I'm a Cancer, so I may never tell you we got a problem. You understand? You're just gonna figure it out. I don't got time. I'm a Cancer. I don't got time to be doing all of that. You'll figure it out. So in the first verse, it says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now, if they was being truthful with you, family, it didn't say God. If they were being truthful with you, family, it said in the beginning, the Elohim created the heaven and the earth. If they was being truthful with you. Now, if they was also being truthful with you, they would have let you know that those Hebrew words that ended in I am are plural. They would have let you know that. They would have let you know that. But they didn't. They just kept on going like nothing was wrong. Yo, bro, this how you starting off the whole book? Yeah, all right. Wait till I get to the house of consciousness. I bet I tell them. You heard me. Now, this ain't about emotions or when I get up there, when you open up the panel, son, knock it off. Were the Hebrew words that ended with I am plural or not? That's all I need to know. Just knock all that other stuff, knock it off. So it says the sons of God, the Elohim. The phrasing in the oldest surviving Hebrew manuscript fragments, we'll get to Deuteronomy. Not yet. Bene Elohim is actually sons of God. Bene Elohim. That's in Deuteronomy. But the Elohim that's a plural word. And that's why, if you don't believe me, it's a plural word. I don't know who filed this up. I don't don't even know why they allowed this edit to go out like this. But if you go to Genesis 1:26, then it makes sense, right? Never mind what your pastor told you. He's who is he? He has to say what the diocese tells him to say. He has to go along with the plan. You understand? You can't be out here preaching something different than Christianity. Otherwise, name your religion something else, bro. So don't expect him to say something different. I'm going to tell you the truth. He's going to tell you whatever he's supposed to say, as he should. When you get to Genesis 26, it says, in God, in the Elohim, you understand? Because right now, you read it the way this book tell you, it don't make no sense at all, right? And one God said, let us make man. And then you say, yo, why do it say God said there's only one God, right? Yeah, it's only one God. So why he's saying let us? Oh, brother, you got to understand the Trinity, the Father. Yo, shut up, bro. Shut your face. Why are you lying to these people, bro? Don't you think we in enough turmoil as it is? It says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. And you're going to get up here and tell these people this? You're going to tell them that because you don't even know. You're not qualified. You have not done it. You don't even know. You have not taken the time out on your Saturdays or the rest of the week. You're doing absolutely nothing, Pastor man, to go and do some research into what it is you say you are a representation of. How about that? It's saying God said, let us make man in our image. Okay, well, that's lights out. Put that to bed. Saladin is right. It is a plural word. He wasn't lying, son. Facts, right? I don't got time to be going back and forth. We're not doing that. Not on things I know. Ha! Let's keep going. Now, when you read Deuteronomy, this is an interesting book. And by the way, I said don't big me up too fast because Yahweh is a farce. Yahweh is a farce. I don't know who need to hear this, but Yahweh is a farce. Yeah. I was looking for Yahweh. Looking for him. Look, where are you, Yahweh? You got to be somewhere. You got to be somewhere. I'm looking for him all through history. Farce. Don't debate me on this. I'm not going to show you tonight. But if you do debate me, I'm going to crack your skull open. Because I wouldn't say this with that much confidence if I didn't know what I was talking about. And I don't really do barbershop talk that much. So I have not found Yahweh in any of the pantheons. I went to go looking for him. You got to be part of these pantheons, baby. Huh? The number one reason you should be part of the pantheons is because Elohim is a plural word. That's the number one reason you should be part of a pantheon. So before you even say, yo, he wasn't part of no pantheon, could have fooled me. Should have been. That don't make sense. Then he's a rogue agent. Where'd he come from? It's rhetorical. I know the answer already. I'm not telling you right now. How about those apples? Because we will get to it. But he wasn't part of the Assyrian pantheon, Sumerian pantheon, Babylonian pantheon, Akkadian pantheon, Egyptian pantheon, Canaanite pantheon. He wasn't part of no pantheon. But yet, when you read Deuteronomy, it says the Most High God. Oh, I see somebody in here. Now, I don't usually look at the chat when I'm teaching, but I give it a shot. I'm going to look for 2 minutes. I give you 2 minutes. Does anybody mind telling me who the Most High God was? No. L is half of the name. Continue on. Not L. L is the Most High in the Canaanite pantheon. And second is Baal. Keep going. No. Not El Shaddai. Good guess, though. I love that guess. I told you our men don't big me up too fast. I knew you was going to be the first one to be tight at me, bro. I know. I knew that already, yo. I thank God you gave that to $20 to sa.neter and not me. I knew already. Say he gonna be tight. Don't give me nothing. Yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about. Guess what? I don't got one answer yet. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Elohim? No, not Elohim. So I give it 30 more seconds, and then I just give you the answer. He said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Why would I be talking if I don't know what I'm talking about? And Keon, you're going to owe me an apology too. And I want it from you. It don't got to be today, Keon. It could be next week. It could be next year. Okay. Yes. Immortal. El Elyon. You guys have been taught, and I'm going to explain it to you so that you understand. The way you've been taught, the way we've been taught, it's not you. You wasn't the only one. That I've learned all these names, the El Shaddai. I've learned these names, and it made it seem like it was the same name of the same God. So if you're listening, if you're picking up what I'm putting down, and some of you may not pick it up because you're polarized, and we're going to get into that science in a second. And that's okay. Some of us call it cognitive dissonance. It doesn't matter what I present to you because you have been so invested in it, time-wise, money-wise, right? You running around with a whole Hebrew kit on, the regalia, the silver chains, steel-toe boots, and all that. You got the whole giddy up. Good for you. It won't change the fact that when you go research what I'm saying, I'm going to be right. And that's okay. Now, what I want you to do, I don't know how you're going to do it. Maybe you're going to do it like I did it. But I didn't read these words in English because in the English translation, they wasn't giving me what I wanted to know. So somehow I had to get these words in the original Hebraic format. Then I started to realize, oh, you are talking about multiple gods here. You're not talking about one. You're not talking about one being. You talk about something else, and they all got different names. A pantheon. And the Most High God's name was El Elyon, just like that guy, that brother there said. But the Bene Elohim, meaning they had more than one name. And dig this, when you go to read in Deuteronomy, that's when you're going to figure out that they was all given a nation. They was given a nation. You go read it, though. What am I telling you everything for? Those are the sons of, yeah. Oh, immortal. The reason I said not just L, all right. I wanted to save this for another show. And it's too much for me to get into right now. But let's just say this. Akhenaten Amenhotep IV was exiled, right? He had to leave Egypt, allegedly. Because he tried to institute monotheism. I think we all know that part. I have a theory. It is only a theory. This is not to be taken around and say, yo, Saladin said this. No. But I'm going to tell you my theory, Immortal. Here's my theory. Because we know from the Amarna letters that the Canaanites did have a relationship with the Egyptians and they relied on them for certain resources. We know this. Can anybody tell me from the Amarna letters who the Canaanites said they had a problem with and they reached out to Amenhotep IV? Don't worry about where anybody at right now, Amen. We got to wait until the end of the panel. I told you I came to learn today, but not yet. You see, that'd be the problem. sa.neter be he be opening up the panel too soon, and then y'all be arguing. Not today. You're going to take what I say, and then you're going to write it down, and then you're going to come back and say, brother, this is where you're wrong. This is where I disagree with you. And that's how we learn. Because I told you I came to learn today. Nah, it ain't going to be that show today where we sit up here and argue for an hour and a half and nobody learns nothing. We're not doing that. The Amarna letters, the Canaanites reached out to the Egyptians in the Amarna letters and said, we're having a problem with these people out here, the Hebrew people. We need the resources. That's there. However, some scholars, and here's the thing with me, if I know it to be true, I'm going to stand on it with confidence. Once I start saying, once it becomes conspiracy, you were going to hear me say, yo, in my theories, in my opinion, I will say that with the quickness. However, in my opinion, the Hyksos kings had already been kicked out of Egypt. And they said they was running wild around the Levant around that time. I think these are the same Hebrew people. And this is still my opinion. This is still a theory. I think when Amenhotep IV was exiled, there's stories that he died. They killed him. But I don't think he died. I think he went to the one place that he had a good relationship with. And that was Canaan. However, when he gets to Canaan, in my theory, you still got to deal with these wild shepherds running wild out here, bro. They've been running wild. You got to do something with them. All of a sudden, Yahweh springs up. You get the Hebrew people. You guys know the rest of the story. They cross over. Abraham's father, Terah, he's from Ur, the Chaldees. He crosses over. You guys know that story. We'll get there later. Let me continue on because my man Reggie got to get some sleep, and I can't play around with you guys all day long. However, in the Masoretic reading, implies God divided the nations of the earth based on the future of the population of the tribes of Israel. Geographically and historically, this creates confusing timeline, as Israel did not exist as a nation when humanity was scattered. That's another thing. Israel was a people. It was never a nation. That's why they were wilding out since up until 1948. They was wilding. These are the same alleged people, because the Ashkenaz, bro, y'all, identity theft is a crime. That's all I'm going to say there. Identity theft is a crime. However, yeah, they didn't have a land. They did not have a land. And if you ever read Deuteronomy and understand Deuteronomy, Yahweh is wilding. He is wilding, telling these people crazy stuff to do, the craziest stuff to do, to get land, That is not and he's giving them the right, like, yo, these women, when you run in there, if you find any women, kids, yo, take all that. And that is what's happening today. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, I digress. But just remember, Israel was a people. There was never a nation to begin with. How you going to be a nation with no borders? That's not rhetorical. Anyway, somebody could jump up and say, yo, how you going to be a nation with no people, with no borders? They just renamed a guy and said, yo, this is your new name, after they was wrestling all night. All right. The original reading aligns perfectly with the Near Eastern ancient literature and the broader biblical narrative of a cosmic hierarchy. It explicitly states that the Most High, El Elyon, we went over that already, partitioned humanity among the members of his divine assembly, right? And they said the only thing that Israel will get, Jacob, or in this case, Yahweh, or only thing he's going to get is Jacob's seed. That's the only thing he's going to get is Jacob's seed, which is disgusting. I don't want that on my fingers or my hands. What I want is my land. That's what I came for, bro. Now, why are you giving all these other people land and you didn't give me no land? That's what y'all need to be asking yourself. That's what y'all need to be going back and studying. But this is also questions I told you I came to learn today that you will enlighten me. I came to learn from y'all. I didn't came to bang out with you. You're going to teach me. Now, Deuteronomy is actually the Bible itself is just it is a good story. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. If you believe it, even better. But it's a good story. Genesis 46 to 50, the family relocates to Egypt. Exodus 1 to 14, enslavement and the Exodus, right? Exodus 19 to 24, contract at Mount Sinai. Rather than proceeding directly to Canaan, Yahweh guides the Israelites to Mount Sinai. Does anybody know what Mount Sinai is? Yeah, Dr. Inky. They not ready. They don't understand, Dr. Inky. They think I don't know what I'm talking about, but they're gonna be devastated. I'm really just making jokes so that it doesn't hurt their cognitive dissonance too much. However, does anybody, never mind that, does anybody know what Mount Sinai means? I'm not going to tell you today. Today's not the day for that. But that is that's one for you. That's one I'm gonna just give you, Hebrews. This way, when you do, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could do that right now, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to let you figure out what I'm talking about. This way, you got some ammunition to blast me when you see me, when you finally get next to me. Yo. What's that all you was saying? Because you think I'm really going hard right now, and I'm not. I'm really not. But I do want you to look up Mount Sinai. Anyway, let us carry on. During this period, Yahweh bestows upon them the 10 commandments, which we all know is 10 of the 42 laws of Ma'at. Let's continue on. Then in Numbers, Moses, he sent some spies in to go check out Canaan. The spies come back and say they seen giants in there. It's crazy. This is in the text. Numbers 14, Yahweh gets furious, right? So what happens is the spies come back and we're like, yo, check this out. There's giants in there, bro, like literal giants. It's crazy. These are powerful men. The Israelites, they start to panicking, breaking down, crying, yo, what we gonna do? We gotta go back to Egypt, bro. Why'd you take us? Nobody asked you to do this. Flips on Moses. Yahweh gets tight. Yo, everybody chill out. First of all, by the way, Yahweh never know nothing. He never know nothing, bro. This is why I be tight with Yahweh. Never know nothing. He's always like out the loop. And you reading it and you thinking it's rhetorical, right? So when he asked Adam and Eve, yo, we up been at? He really don't know, bro. Y'all thinking like, nah, he testing to see if Adam gonna tell him the truth, if they gonna tell him the truth. No, he's out the loop, blood. He's out the loop. Genesis 11, he's out the loop. He didn't even know they built a whole city. Read the text, bro. Built a whole city, almost reached the heavens and all that. He comes down flabbergasted. Yo, what's all of this? He goes back. He goes back to who? He goes back to the other Elohim and says what? Don't worry about it. I got my Bible right here. Wait for y'all. I don't know why y'all would even refute me and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about in the comments. It's going to look crazy because I'm going to demand an apology later on. And it's going to look nuts. All right. Genesis 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said to one another, go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down. The Lord is very vague, so I'm going to assume he's talking about Yahweh. Let's just assume he's talking about Yahweh. Fine. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. All right, get this part right here. Y'all, when I open up the panel, y'all can explain, nah, brother, this is what happened. Explain this to me. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Explain this part to me. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand. First of all, Yahweh, why you didn't know they was doing this already, blood? Are you using the omniscient powers I gave you? Yo, I don't really got time for all of that all the time. Yo, this is why you out the loop. This is why those humans was going to run all over you, because why you didn't notice? They almost finished the tower, birdhead. Now you want us to what? Nah, I'm just saying let us go down. No, how about you go down there and you deal with that? Because I'm going to keep it 1,000. I already knew what they was doing. I was checking on them because I knew you wasn't going to check on them. How about those apples? You always out the loop. You right. Saladine's right. You always out the loop. Keep playing, see if I don't replace you. Yeah. So he gets furious that the people are panicking, as they should panic, because he's a bad leader. He the one who led him here, right? Then Yahweh gets furious at the lack of trust. Oh, you upset that you was a bozo. Now you gonna punish them because you don't got the answers, Sway. You don't got the answers, Sway, and Yahweh. As punishment, he sentences the entire adult population to wander. Word, that's your God? They hate that I'm trolling. But in my trolling, I'm actually telling you the truth was reading from the Bible. I'm not, you act like I'm saying something that I wrote down. I'm reading this from the Bible. Oh, I hate that. Anyway, defeating the border kingdoms. 40 years past, the old generation is dead, and the kids are now adults. As they march backwards to Canaan, they have to pass through territories on the east side of the Jordan River, 2 local kings, Sihon and the Amorites, and Og of Bashan, and refuse to let Israel pass and attack them. All right. Let's move on. I'm going to stop this presentation here. Remove this from the stage. And let us move on from last week. Let us move on from last week. All right. Oh, I gotta ask I don't know if he's asleep, Brother Reggie, to put this back on the stage now, Brother Reggie. Thank you, Brother Reggie. Now, before last week, we were somewhere around here. Then we had to stop because Brother Reggie had a show. I think I was somewhere around here. Find out where I was at exactly, or where I want to start from. I think that we could start from right here, because this is kind of like why I got set off by Dr. Ben in the first place. All of that I just went through is totally Dr. Ben's fault. So you could blame it all on him. I started studying. He set me off on that tangent, but it was still a tangent that I was going to get to at some point in my time up here. So we might as well get who I am out the way off the rip. This way, when you come for me now, you know how to come at me. I gave you some stuff. So you got mad different angles to come at me. But remember, I came at you. I want to learn. I don't want to hear nothing, because everything I gave you was from the Bible, right? Or things that I could prove as far as language. And the rest was just my old ad hominem trolling. I was just trolling. And you could come back trolling, but you got to come back with some facts too when you do. Or disprove me and say, nah, El Elyon is not the Most High, and there was no sons. It's just El Elyon. You got to say something, though. Now, in this slide here, I talk about assimilation. North African formula assimilation, and the rule is if you have mixed blood, you are automatically classified with the ruling class, white Arab. as I'm talking, I want you to just logically kind of think like I said, could you be in captivity of another empire for 700 years and you think orally you're going to keep that tradition like nothing is going to change? You don't think in 700 years your kids are going to start within 700 years of being under the captivity of these other people? You don't think that stories might change a little bit from what you hear? Your kids playing with these people, they're being raised with these people, they have their religious beliefs. Anyway, let's get back to this. The strategic goal to absorb the indigenous population's power by calling the mixed race descendants of West Africans white or Arab, the Asian imperialists could claim that the great civilization of North Africa and Egypt weren't built by black people. I'm doing this show because there's a group of people out here, some of them are my brothers, that call themselves Moors. And even though I'm trolling, I'm not trolling. What I'm really saying is, why you call yourself a Moor, something that, a label. It's a label. Let me come out of this and let me go here. Let me grab this. Let me grab this. And let me grab. You got another color for me, bro? Let me grab that. All right, cool. So in mathematics, we have something called a variable, right? So A or B could be a variable. This is also known as an expression. But it hasn't been assigned anything yet. We know it's assigned when it has an equal, right? And this could be 1, and this could be 2. So now A plus B equals 3. And I'm explaining this for reasons. I'm not doing this with you for no reason at all, obviously. Next week I'm coming back. It's already been approved and I'm teaching another video. So what I'm doing is priming you for next week. However, I can also use this opportunity to get this done. Now, as far as the Moors, it's a label given to you by Europeans. It was a label given to you by Europeans. And it swept over America. And me doing the knowledge is what got me up here today, wanting to straighten some things out. And I said, why would you call yourself Moors? You say that's what who we were, brother. But you was something before that you were not acknowledging. Furthermore, the Moors they were never assigned a land. When you were called Ethiopian, that was an assignment to a territory, a nation with borders. When they called you Nubian, that was an assignment with a nation, a territory. These Europeans called you Moor. You popularized it in the United States to the nth degree, and we'll find out why later on in my presentation, but I find it very exploitive, and you're not helping nobody. You're helping yourself, because my people perish for lack of knowledge. Let's get back here. Now, if you didn't, I really don't want to go over this. the whole thing, but last week we discussed that they called the territory underneath the Saharan desert Balad al-Sudan, right? So the entire Africa went through several name changes. But I think, without going all over the place, because I can sit up here and say a bunch of scholars said this, that, and the third, but I want to kind of focus on what they did agree on, right? And what they did agree on is the Balad al-Sudan, which was sub-Saharan, the land of the blacks. And what I know about this title is it was primarily used by the Arabs. So my question last week was, why would the Arabs, the Asians, if we are the same people, why would you have to have a separate description for me? Like, wouldn't we, it would be our land, right? Let's keep going. But before we go, you might not have been here last week. The book was John Hunwick, Timbuktu and the Songhai Empire. They're called the Timbuktu Chronicles. They're two books by two different scholars. One is Al-Sadi and the other one is Maki, I believe. Hold on. Let's see if I can get it right now. But the book goes over both the Tariq al-Sudan and the Tariq Fatash. You can find the English translations. And this book are documentation, one from first person and one from just going over he wasn't with the emperor every day. He wasn't with the ruler, the Songhai Empire every day. One author was the author who wrote the Tariq al-Fatash. That author was with Askia Muhammad. So he's writing as Askia Muhammad is alive and during that time period. The Tariq al-Sudan, that author is pretty much summarizing history for us. So this is how we know that these scholars that wrote in Arabic tell us that these Berbers, North Africans, and these Arabs, they viewed the sub-Saharan as the Balad al-Sudan. Let's keep on going. All right. I did speak about some of the worries we had. And then Ankh came on last week and he did mention the stonemasons we had. We have a history. It's hard to find, but it's out there. Anyway, the Nubians had these archers called the Eye Smashers. And we spoke about how the Egyptian rulers, who were Arabs at this point in time, wanted to push their way into Nubia. Because again, if you could breach the border into Nubia, that's where the heart of everything is at. right? Now we can get to the gold. Now we can get to the diamonds, the ivory, everything that they got. We could take it over. The first time they tried this, it didn't work, and the Nubians outfoxed them. And they did this technique called the scare technique, where the Nubians, they ran out there, exposed themselves, and then it was like, oh, snap! And then they ran like they were scared. And the Egyptians got a little bit too carried away, followed them, and then the Nubians turned around and was like, yeah, all right, you bugging. You thought you bugging on my thugging. You thought I was scared of you. You bleed like me. You're bugging blood. Let's get it on. And they wasted, like, I think the records say like over 100,000 Egyptians. I don't know if that number is embellished or not. They came back some years later, 652 AD. At this time, Nubia has been Christianized. So we already know that Constantine, we can look at the date and just see that that's about a good 300 years where Constantine has already, the Council of Nicaea has already taken place. And we know that Muslims are not only trying to expand their influence, but Christians are doing the same. But they had already got to the Nubians. So, unable to conquer the Christian Nubian military, Arab Muslim forces employed this intricate contract to profound. Well, before we get there, 652, they tried again. When they tried again, from reading the history, I'm going to keep it real with you. I don't know who was really winning. I don't know who was winning, right? It says that the Egyptians didn't fall for the same trick again. But at the same time, it didn't say they was winning. It seemed like they was about to get it on, but the Nubians were fighting back fiercely. So it was almost a stalemate. Before they totally lost, the Arabs, Egyptians pulled a fast one and was like, yo, peace, my brother, peace. I don't want no smoke. Peace. How about we do it like this? So this is what they presented. Framed as a gift exchange to preserve Nubian sovereignty, this clause orchestrated a vast trade network. Nubians supplied Egypt with 360 to 365 healthy adult slaves annually. This is a bozo trade. This is crazy work right here. I don't know why, but it sets a precedent that it just sets a precedent. So now you have Nubian slaves going to Arab Muslims, Egyptians every year, annually. We're going to see later on where, and again, I want the same question I asked you before. Do you think you could stay 700 years somewhere and the game of telephone remains the same? Well, imagine having this contract and 300 years later, do you think the contract is going to be bend a little bit? Or do you think you would have some ruffians or just somebody go rogue out here and be like, yo, check this out? Let's just start kidnapping these, you know what I'm saying? Like, but we'll get there. We'll get there. But what I'm saying is people might have broken some rules, but the precedent was already set that Nubians will give us our women for wine and wheat. Because that was what we gave them. In exchange, we was to give them gold ivory, wild animals, and our women and slaves. It wasn't only women. I'm just mentioning women because this is part of the amalgamation, right? So years later, then they could tell you about the Asiatic black man. I'm only doing this show because that don't make sense. What do you talk about the Asiatic black man? How about the black man? Let's do things in logical order. Why would you tell me about the Asiatic black man before you told me about the black man? Oh, because you don't know about him. Okay, boom. Let me do a show on sa.neter then. And help you understand before they teach you that the original man was Asiatic black man. That don't even make sense, bro. And I know you look up to whoever told you that. I get that part. And I got room for you to hate on me because right now the Hebrews is over here hating my guts. But we ain't even done yet. So don't worry. You can hate my guts. The Hebrews can hate my guts. And I had also asked the Christians to come to the front of the class. So we still got room for them. You heard me. But what ain't none of y'all going to say is y'all just not going to keep on yapping without bringing some evidence to the front of the classroom. That's what you're not going to do. So you can get mad. You can throw a temper tantrum and yo, shut up. You could do all of that. That's what's up. But when that panel open, you better have on your scholarly hat. That's what I do know. Never mind all that, this, that, and the third. Anyway, this is a bozo trade, and it really hurt black people to this day. To this day. Because they get that extra melanated energy in their DNA. And Africans were matriarchal, where the bloodlines carry on to the mother. But in these Arabs, civilizations and cultures, it is passed down through the father, through the men. I guess that will have some context later on. Functioning as an early international border security pact, the Bach Treaty included stringent surveillance and extradition clauses. The Nubian king was legally bound to arrest and return any Muslim outlaw or escaped slave fleeing from Egypt. Merchants and diplomats enjoyed safe passage and market access, but strict terms prohibited permanent settlement, effectively preventing any demographic encroachment into Nubian territories. Yeah, that's what they say. However, that's a farce, because the one thing that the Egyptian ruler said that there was a deal breaker was he wanted a mosque built. This clause symbolized the physical imposition of political and religious influence. The treaty compelled Christian Nubians to construct and maintain a central mosque in their capital, Dongola, exclusively for visiting Muslim dignitaries. Furthermore, Nubians were bugging for this contract is trash. Trash. Dongola exclusively for visiting only. Okay. Furthermore, Nubians were forbidden from preaching Christianity within the mosque or interfering with Islamic calls to prayer. I understand that, because that's how the Second Kingdom temple got, you know what I'm saying, destroyed. The Romans was kind of bugging going into the Hebrew. No, the Romans wasn't kind of bugging. They was bugging all the way out. Like, they was using the Second Temple for their sacrifices, and they was wilding. They was definitely wilding. And I never understood that. It's like, yo, why give me a temple if I got to share it with your God? Like this should be exclusively for my God. So that whole thing with the Romans wasn't going to work out from the giddy up. So I understood why the Muslims threw this clause in the contract. However, the contract is garbage and it shouldn't have been. I know I'm not building you no mosque in my cabin. You bug out. Yo, we can scrap give me 5 minutes just for asking, just for implying that I would do that. You think I'm a sucker? Nah, Mel, you bug, yo, you play too much. But I'm not playing. Run the clock, 30 seconds. Let's go. You're bugging. Why'd you ask me that? Now that they already did that, right? So that set a precedent, like I said, and that was 7th century AD. So let's go another 600 years later, and I got this saying: if you don't do it, another black man will. Another black man will sell us out every time. Every time. And until you put in that position, like, I don't know if y'all know who I am over here. So let me explain something to you just to give you an idea. I come from the dirty section. Some of y'all might have seen me before. Some of y'all may not have seen me before. But if you heard of Hassan Campbell, if you heard of 050, the movement, if you heard of China Brim, if you heard of Harlem Legend, then you've seen me. Because I'm one of the people who started 050 is the movement. Now, these people have gone on to internet fame. I fell back. Don't ever let a story get questioned about, yo, he was kicked out. No, I fell back because I felt like what we were doing were poisoning our people. I felt like there was an agenda to keep us distracted and our minds on brain rot, right? And they, just like they did with rap music, where remember we went through the mumble rap phase? That was crazy. Like they was really releasing songs with no words out here. That's nuts. Right? I didn't want to be a part of that. And so I fell back. And then they went on to get internet fame. Like I said, I don't know if they're getting any money. But the last thing I want on my conscience is to feel like, yeah, you was the one that helped us get enslaved mentally. I'm like, nah, we can use this opportunity as, but again, that's a big, I was trying to create something, but it's easier to just take the offer to sell your people out. And that's what they chose to do. And they sleeping fine at night, I think. But guess what? It took some time. I'm over here in the house of consciousness, and I am happy. So I sleep just as good. Now, as far as this dude that you see in the picture right here, he's a sucker. His name is Shan Kandu. And no, not Shan Kandu that you was locked up with in Elmira. That's the wrong Shan Kandu. This is another Shan Kandu, bro. No, okay, because when I son had the phones, this ain't the same Shan Kandu, bro. This ain't the same Kandu. He didn't have the phones. There was a Nubian king in the 13th century named King David of Makuria. Now, this, I'm going to give it to this king. He's somebody that this is something I would do. He resisted the Arab occupation of Egypt and even reneged on the Bach Treaty. So this is like 600 years later, and he's like, yo, we're not doing this no more. Now, first of all, you got to think, 600 years of giving you 360 slaves a year? Nah, bro, what are we doing? So he wakes up and he's like, I'm not doing it no more. I can't do it. Not to my people. His nephew is like, word, it's always going to be one, bro. It's always going to be one to sell us out. His nephew, Shan Kandu, he goes to the Sultan of Egypt and makes his own deal. It's funny because I know how all of this feels, right? I came up with a plan for the dirty section for us to have our own network, right? These people listened to the idea, they ran, and then they took it to the other man. Yeah. They ran and they took it to Aiden Ross. Shout out to Aiden Ross. I don't have no problems with Ashkenazis that don't got problems with me. And I will do business with the Ashkenaz. Don't get my rhetoric twisted. But what's for my people is for my people, and what's for your people is for your people. And if we do business together, we do business together. But when you have a sucker or suckers that don't understand that, yo, we could do this. We are the people who, we had laws. We had a bunch of stuff. I'm going to go down. I'm going to show y'all. But these people don't believe in themselves. So they ran and took it, and they didn't say nothing to me. They think I don't know. It's okay. I don't care no more. I got something else that I'm going to bring over here to the House of Consciousness that I'm going to give my ideas to the sa.neter and you guys. However, in 1272, King David's nephew, Shan Kandu, seeking to usurp the throne, allied himself with the Sultan of Egypt. This betrayal led to a planned invasion of Mercuria. The Sultan and Shan Kandu combined forces swiftly and overthrew the empire, dismembering multiple Nubian kingdoms. How do you sleep at night? How did he sleep at night, bro? Damn, that's cold-blooded. The Sultan claimed the northern regions of Nubia as his personal feast, effectively establishing a last precedent for Islamic rule in the Sudan. This strategic maneuver pushed the indigenous Nubians further inland. And as I am talking and teaching, from what I have learned from Chancellor William, from what I have learned from Dr. Ben Yochanan, these people kept on getting pushed further and further south, inland. And then some, to avoid any problems, they just went off into the jungles and everywhere. They're like, yo, we don't want no smoke. We're out. Totally, we're out. We don't want your religion. We don't want any beef. But with suckers like this right here, you know who King David remind me of? Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso. He remind me of him. He's here for it. He's here for it. But that's another story at another time. Let's keep on going. All right. The Bilal al-Sudan literally translates to the land of blacks and was used by medieval Arab geographers and historians to describe the vast stretch of territory south of the Sahara Desert. Do me a favor, everybody that's coming in. Make sure you hit the like button. You understand? And subscribe to the channel. By any chance you never been over here before, do hit the subscribe button. This region extended from the Atlantic coast of West Africa across the Sahel to the Nile Valley, encompassing the powerful indigenous empires of Ghana, Mali, Songhai. Historically, the term served as a geopolitical distinction between white north, which was they call them the Berber Arab lands, and the black south, highlighting a region that remained a sovereign stronghold of African culture and trade for centuries. The creation of the Afro-Asian, forced migration, the continuous invasion of foreign Asian forces physically pushed the indigenous unmixed Black populations out of North Africa and down into the interior. So as I'm giving you guys information and I have notes, but mainly these notes are meant for me to keep track of the sequential steps I want the conversation to go into. I just want to convey to my Moorish brothers, I don't understand why you take that label. One, it was given by Europeans. Knock it off with, yo, they called us the Maori before. That's not what you're... Never mind the etymology, because the etymology takes several different turns, from Greek to French, right? So it takes several. I'm not interested in some reasoning that you're going to come up with to satisfy yourself on why you're calling yourself these names, where you were a people. You had a name before they started calling you the Moors. And furthermore, Black man of America, I'm giving this history to show you are a Moor by one, jihad. That was part of it. That wasn't the only part, right? Amalgamation, blending of cultures. And guess what? I guess if you are familiar with the history and you acknowledge it and you say, yeah, but you know what happened, and all right, cool. And you could trace your bloodline back to these regions, and then I could say, yeah, I get it, right? That's part of your history. Not so much for me, because I have my blood work. So my bloodline does not go back to North Africa and all of these other places. So there's no reason for me to call myself an Asiatic Black man. And I wonder, how many of y'all did y'all blood work to even find out where your people go back to? This dominant system rewarded the Asian identity and pushed the African identity and punished the African identity. Excuse me. This new breed fiercely rejected their mother's bloodline. They identified completely with the conqueror to secure their own status. You can find that in Chancellor Williams' page, his book, Destruction of a Black Civilization, page 50. And that's the other thing. If you don't know the history of, now I done gave you a lot of history of not only of us selling our own women to Egypt and Arabs. It wasn't really a sell. It was actually a trade, which is worse. All right. I mentioned this guy here before, Sadati. However, when I went to go look him up, and I'm giving you guys this because I was kind of nothing, it didn't make sense to me. And I wanted to know, okay, if I'm looking up Rahman al-Sadi, why is there two guys? Like, y'all both can't be the same person. So in Wikipedia, it says this guy on the right was born in 1889 and he died in 1957. That is not the guy that was the author of the Tariq al-Sudan. The Tariq al-Sudan was written around 1655. I'm telling you this because I want you to be aware. If you know, again, I don't do these shows so just to come up here and talk. I could have came up here 2 years ago for that. I come up because my people perish for lack of knowledge. So what I'm expecting you, I don't always give you the answer either. I always expect you to go and look up what I'm saying. This is what the challenge is today. Come back and say, nah, Saladin, you a liar, you a bold-faced liar, because. And you better have a strong because behind that. Doesn't happen a lot. And in this case, I said, nah, they trying to make me look crazy. Why they got two al-Sadatis up there? But do check out the Tariq al-Sudan. The book covers the history of the Songhai Empire in the middle of the 15th century to the Moroccan invasion, 1591, and then the history of Timbuktu under Moroccan rule up to 1655. Now, we'll see later about the whole Morocco business. The suppressed wonders of the West Sudan Empire. Now, this is what I wanted to get at. Al-Sadati writes in the Tariq al-Sudan that 14 kings ruled over Songhai before the first ruler even became Muslim. This is not a slight to anybody in Islam. This is not a slight to Islam. I am just letting people know these people had their own culture before Islam pushed itself. Well, that's not totally fair either. It wasn't totally pushed. But at the same time, I did give an example of how they pushed their way into Balad al-Sudan. However, there's a second part of that, which is some members of this land, they did want to trade, and it made sense to them to convert to Islam, to accept the culture of Islam. It made trade better. It made status better. So then it became a thing for some people. They were willing to do it. My thing is, I'm not here to judge that. That's really none of my business. What is my business is letting my people know, okay, don't let the story be like, yo, there was always Africans was Muslims from day one, and then you don't know why. That's my thing. So Chancellor Williams says that there were 40 kings who ruled over Ghana Empire before the Christian era. The Ghanaian Empire was the predecessor to the Malian Empire. So first it was Ghana, then Mali took over Ghana, whose history can be traced back to Paleolithic times, spanning from about 3.3 million years ago, roughly to 11,650 years ago. I don't know. Ankh might push back on that. So if he puts the pseudo in the comment section, I might not say anything because I'm also giving you who said it. That's why I said who said it. It's not like I'm coming up here saying this. It went back to Paleolithic times. This is what the scholars that I read, they're saying, right? And the Malian Empire was the predecessor to the Songhai Empire, which was the last West African empire before sacked by Moroccan white Arabs. Now I keep saying Morocco with emphasis because there was one Noble Drew Ali who was wilding. He was wilding. And I had to see where all the rhetoric came from. I ain't going to hold you. We got the nation of the 5%, the 5% nation of the gods and earths, piece of the gods and earths, right? So we got the 5% nation of the gods and earth that spawned out of NOI. We got NOI who spawned out of who? the Scientific Moorish Temple of America. Now, this don't got nothing to do with if whether good things came out of these communities and organizations, because that is ridiculous. Of course, good things came out of it. However, if information is wrong, information is wrong. That's what I'm about. I'm not here to say whether good things or bad things came out. There's many things I could run down that I appreciate out of both communities. However, a house that is built on shaky ground uneven will fall someday. And Noble Drew Ali was pushing bad dope. There's no other way to say that. He was pushing bad dope, but we'll get to that in a second. He made these black people feel like, yo, Morocco, we are the children of Morocco. What? I am the children of West Africans who the Moroccans oppressed. I don't know what you talking about, but guess what? They didn't know that. Because at the time, he was selling something that needed to be heard. And I don't even think he knew that. Let's keep it 1,000. We'll get there when we get there. Where am I at right here? It says Mali was a predecessor to the Songhai Empire, which was the last of the West African empires before being sacked by Morocco. That's a fact. And the true Nubians of the land were ultimately kidnapped and sold into slavery. That is a whole fact. The Arab el-Burki visited Ghana sometime after 960 AD and described a vast country of fertile fields with rivers, lakes, woods, and green plains of busy villages and towns and cities of stone. Right? So this is the Arab el-Burki is his name. He wrote of cities of stone in Ghana, West Africa. Williams says the three of the principal centers of learning was Djenné, Gao, and Timbuktu. The world-famous university was in Timbuktu and drew students from all West Africa and scholars from different countries. The university structure consisted of, check this out, faculty of law. Oh, when I started to read this, my blood started to boil because y'all really made it seem like, yo, these black people don't have no type of decency, no type of etiquette, no type of nothing. And then I said, oh, that's why you blew off the nose of the Sphinx. I get it now. I understand now. Y'all really stole the history and then, like Ghostface said, flipped it and bounced it on some, first of all, not sounding like first of all. Ghostface is wild for that. Okay, I get it. They had universities with curriculum, people. With curriculum. Oh, I was tight. I said the West, they had curriculum? Yeah. What was in their curriculum? Faculty of law? I said, shut your mouth. Faculty of law. Hold up, I ain't done. Medicine and surgery, letters, grammar, geography, manufacturing. I said, man, you got to be kidding me. I know you lying. Water diviners? A water diviner is something that finds water underground. Yeah, I didn't know that. I learned that by studying. William writes, page 198, it was a mixed economy of agriculture. Wheat, millet, cotton, corn, yams, and cattle, cows, horses, goats, camels, and sheep. The iron industry, mining, and numerous crafts were organized as guilds of blacksmiths. Dig this, people. Where my black Nubians at? Don't call yourself no more or more. And when I really get into Noble War Drew Ali, you really gonna be pissed. I'm telling you from right now. Join my movement. It ain't my movement, but I'm just educating you. I'm telling you to get off the nonsense right now. Trust me. I'm at a 7. We not even at a 10 yet. But this started to blow my mind. I said, wait, this is how you know Ankh wasn't lying last week. The iron industry, they had the iron industry, right? So I said they had iron, and they was blacksmith, goldsmiths, coppersmith, stone masons. Well, we know they were stone masons because the Arab El Burki had visited Ghana in 1960 AD and said he seen cities of stone. The brick masons, water diviners, carpenters, weavers, sandal makers, dyers, carpet makers, furniture makers, and potters. I said, I know you lying. That's my people. That's your people, black man. They had all of these things before they was oppressed by Arab Muslims. No slight to the Muslims, though. You understand? This ain't a slight to you. I'm just telling my people what it was before we was oppressed. That's it. What up, Roby? The suppressed wonders of I think we read this already. Yeah, I read this already. All right. Sunni Ali. Let's get into Sunni Ali a little bit. This is what I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. This name right here, Sunni Ali, is the name that made me do all of this research. I never knew who Sunni Ali was. And I started reading the book, Who Was the Moors Before the Moors? That's the book Ankh shitted on last week. He was crapped on that book off the rip. Yo, that book is trash. Said, oh, that's how you coming out the gate? Word. Okay, I don't know where this is all coming from. That book being trash is where it's all coming from. Yo, I'm cool with the Master Teacher Kaba Kamin. You know what I'm saying? We cool. But as I was reading his book, I ran across this name, and they called him the Great Sorcerer Warrior King. And that's what caught me. I said, why they call him the Great Sorcerer? I said, was he Muslim? And the funny thing is he was Muslim. So we got 1464. Now we're going to get into 1492. Sunni Ali dies in 1492. This is what the whole paradox of 1492 is about. There was a couple of things that happened in 1492 that I think if they didn't happen the way it happened, I don't know if the Negro, if the West African, I don't know if he would have been isolated and just picked on him like, yo, you are the one we going to enslave and bring it to wherever we were bringing you to. You. Not so much the Moroccans and all. You. Why? Because the precedent was already set, and you're going to see what I mean by that. So Sunni Ali Burr, he was one of those, let's just call him a king for now. They had titles, right? And Sunni was his title. So Sunni would equate to something like the king. So King Ali Burr, Sunni Ali Burr, transformed the Songhai Empire into a vast empire. Thank you for that. For that donation of $3, and that's £3, I think. €3. Thank you. Okay. Let's get back into this. So, using an elite cavalry and sophisticated fleet of war canoes in the Niger, he conquered Timbuktu and Jenne. After a 7-year siege linking the three greatest commercial centers of Western Sudan. So he is known for expanding the Songhai Empire, West Africa. And if you weren't here last week, I'm going to give you the cliff notes. Basically, like I said before, it was the Ghana Empire. Then Mali took over the Ghana Empire. Then Songhai took over the Mali Empire. Then you had two well-known kings, chieftains, whatever you want to call them, within the Songhai Empire that further expanded the empire. The first one is the one I'm telling you about right now. He also, though, he had a commander. His commander's name was well, later on you would know him as Askia Muhammad. That wasn't his born name. Askia is also a title. They had this thing where they just changed, like, they all mean the same thing, but you're supposed to take it like he is now the chief. He's the leader, the king is what we would call it. So Sunni, Askia Muhammad, right? But we'll get to Askia in a second. Over 30 military campaigns extended Songhai influence across 2,000 miles. Muslim chroniclers criticized his blend of Islam with traditional Songhai beliefs, while oral traditions celebrated him as a warrior magician. Now, what they're really saying is, when the Arab scholars write about Sunni Ali Burr, they put disrespect on his dedication to Islam, because they kind of know, you just did it out of formality. You didn't do it because you are a true Muslim. Like, we could see that you out here doing witchcraft, bro. You still out here, partaking in your Aboriginal culture. You're not embracing Islam. What's with you? Now, his commander, who would be known as Askia Muhammad, he was waiting for the day. Askia was down to clown all around the town. He was with the Islamic, you understand? He's with it. And he had a little bit of disdain, from what the scholars say, for Sunni Ali Burr. They're like, he's not a good Muslim, right? You're not. Now, we're going to get to some things later on, but we're not there yet. And by that, what I really mean is, Muslims have certain laws, just like Christians have certain edicts, but we'll get there. Christians would soon put in an edict that Christians cannot make other Christians slaves. And Muslims had a culture where if you was truly Muslim, you was not going to enslave another Muslim. So my question to you, black man of America, is if Christians couldn't enslave Christians and Muslims couldn't enslave Muslims, then ding dong, who do you think they enslave? Ding dong, how'd you get over here? Huh? Now you riding around with no license, driver's license, no license plates, putting everybody in danger, making everybody's insurance go up, talk about you sovereign because of some treaty that went down, and you are not even of the bloodline of Moroccans. You are wilding, Morris. But I know why you wilding, and I'm going to tell you today. So we ain't even worried about all of that. Sunni Ali, that's why he was known as the great sorcerer, warrior king. So when you do read about him, that's what they're going to say. They're going to spit dirt on his name, like he was out here doing hoodoo and voodoo. And maybe he was. And so what? That's his business. Sunni Ali was regarded as a nominal Muslim at best by most scholars. It was immensely obvious that he became Muslim for the same reason many people of Balad al-Sudan were becoming Muslim, which was economic and political reasons. The Muslims controlled trade with Asia and Europe. We have to remember at this time, I'm trying to paint a picture for you. It is called Balad al-Sudan because that land was under the Sahara Desert. Above that is North Africa. Those are the ones, the way it went was they came, trekked across, got the stuff from us. We traded locally in the sub-Saharan. They took it, they had the skill set and the knowledge to make all these long distance runs with the camels and through the desert. They had that knowledge. So if you do hear, oh, that was us, brother, we was a black man. No. Those are Asiatic black men that they told you was the original man because they raped our women. And yeah, they look like us because they come from the mother, the queens, our queens. Duh. You know how sex works? Yeah. But I want you to understand the history. The Muslims controlled trade in Asia and Europe, but they dominated trading activities in towns and cities through resident merchants. The wealth of the nation largely depended on cooperation with them. Sunni Ali, now that's the other thing. Now everyone's making money because this is a legit business. This is a legit business, right? So you do your part, I do mine. I go mine gold, bring some flunkies up. They West Africans, but apparently they West Africans that I don't care about. And I'm going to give them to you. You're going to take these now and you're going to take them wherever. And this became a culture, is what I'm telling you. Not a good one. Not something we should have done, but we've seen worse. So far in this video alone, I've showed you some crazy stuff of us selling each other out. Sunni Ali tried to play both sides of being loyal to his native culture, but the Muslims seen through this ruse, and the true Orthodox Muslims were not happy with him. One of the people not happy with him was his commander, Askia Muhammad. Sunni Ali dies in 1492, and now we get to the meat and potatoes. Because when he dies in 1492, my theory is this: there's no longer that last veil of protection. And he could not have died at a worse time. Why do I say that? Well, Muhammad the 12th, who was the last Sultan of Granada, he was the last Moor to hold down the fort in Spain. He surrenders. So now Isabella and Ferdinand don't have to spend any more money on his shenanigans trying to hold something. You're done, bro. Get up out of here. Beat it. He does beat it. He goes where? Where else would he go? Fez, Morocco. Oh, God. That's neither here nor there. The problem is they had enough money now to do what? To invest in doing what they do. Colonizing. This is what they do. Running amok. Tearing the earth up. This is what they do. Now we can get back to doing what we do. Great. And what is that? Well, first things first, let's give some money to Columbus. He's about to trick off all this money. You understand? I've done it in the past, told people, yo, I got an idea. I've done this in life. I'm not proud of it. This has happened. Went and tricked it off, did something fugazi with it. He thinks he's somewhere. He's not that place. I like the word imbecile. I'm not going to use moron. Let's just use imbecile. But even a blind squirrel sometimes finds a nut. And because they had that money, and they did. So my point is, if they didn't have that, if that money was still tied up, he doesn't leave at that time to even make that expedition. But don't get it twisted. The Portuguese had already found West Africa before 1492. I just want you to know that. The Portuguese had already found it. And when they get to West Africa, they figure out quick what's going down, right? Oh, it's clear to see. The blacks is selling, the Sudan is selling the Arabs slaves. The Arabs is selling the slaves other places. So it's not really the West Africans that are really, really in charge here, depending where I go. Depending where you go, you good. It's like warriors. You understand? You got the wanderers, you got the warriors, you got the orphans. It really depends where you at. You could run into the orphans. Ain't nothing going down. But you run into somebody else, they take your whole head off. All right, let's get to this. The San Haja, Ulama of Timbuktu and Walada, the descendants of the Almoravids. I like to do that in syllables because I don't know if I'm always saying these names right. I know who they are from reading. They were not good people. The descendants of the Almoravids and the Ghanaian allies had long been strengthening their influence in these two centers. Now, let me just tell you something right now about the Almoravids. These were zealots. These were extreme Islamic. Don't say anything. Don't even like troll like I'm doing right now. Like, don't do none of that. You address the prophet, say peace be upon him, and all that, because they're fanatical. They are fanatics, and they done joined up with the with the Ghanaians. As their commercial prosperity and power increased, they became aware of their own strength and were thus tempted to interfere in the politics of the Songhai state. They were also reluctant to submit to the authority of a ruler whose Islam was suspect. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Right? So what I'm painting here is there's already an atmosphere going around that people are flipping on their own culture and they're embracing something, because at this point, you either get down or lay down. Now, when Sunni Ali was still alive, he's with all of that, right? He's running the phones. I'm with all of that smoke, and they know it. But when he dies, his little man's is your little man's now. And that's why I say his death was detrimental, because there are some other, not in the Songhai Empire, in a whole nother empire. There's actually, I forget her name, and I don't want to mispronounce it. I think it's, I don't want to mispronounce it. There's a female. She's like a chief warrior. She's also resisting the Islamic culture. Amani, not Amani. I think she's in the slide. I think she's gonna come up. I think I redid the slide and I threw her in there. Kamani, it may be. It may. I thought it began with an N though, but I think she's like 2 more slides ahead. We're gonna find her name. I had to throw her in here because I was like, oh, she got busy. There were other African nations that was trying to resist the spread of not just Islam, because I don't want it to make it seem like, oh, it's just Islam, but it was the entire culture that wasn't theirs. Like, let's look at it like that instead of like, looking at it as just Islam, right? It wasn't their culture, and they knew that. And they're like, we have to preserve what's ours, and we have taken on too much of everybody else's culture right now. So they became aware of their own strength and were tempted to interfere in the politics of the Songhai state. They were also reluctant to submit to the authority of a ruler whose Islam was suspect. Moreover, their close and growing links with Islamic North Africa and their ever-widening command of Islamic literacy served to stiffen their opposition to the mixed Islam with which they were surrounded. Perhaps these links also helped to sow in their minds the conviction that political power belonged by right to them and not a mere illiterate magician. Damn. Cold-blooded. He said, Sunni Ali got no respect, bro. He gave respect for me to this day. Clearly, these ulama presented a challenge to Sunni Ali's authority, the more so since they had close links with and supported the Tuareg, who were his enemies. So, to this day, you got these same people. This is why I hate to see, and again, I'm only at a 7.5. Don't worry. When I see you in your whole Moorish get up and all that, we're going to go through that in a second. But bigger than before we even get to that, I want you to understand this was not your culture, black man. This is not even your bloodline. Not your unmixed, but you had an unmixed bloodline. And I want you to see how it even got blended. That's why I did this. So it is totally crazy to me for you to run around, talk about you are more this and a more that. First of all, blood, get a driver's license. Let me see your credentials, bro. I don't want to hear none of that sovereign business. I'm snaking you out. I'm ratting you out. You riding around with no credentials. You're not going to hit me and my insurance go up, right? It's not happening. The rise of Islamic law and internal strife. The adoption of Islam in West Africa empires brought a seismic shift. Traditional African laws were supplanted by the Quran, which became the new constitution. This fundamental change ignited widespread internal discord, fueling rebellions among conquered groups and triggering significant migrations away from centralized rule. Number 1, the Almoravid influence. Sorry, I'm saying it like that. I just don't want to tear it up any more than I am. Ghana's alliance with the fanatical Almoravids introduced an aggressive, uncompromising spread of Islam in West Africa. Their hostility towards black populations who resisted conversion contributed to internal tensions. Okay, well, we know who's going to be the first to go. Huh? We know who's going to be the first enslaved when these Portuguese show up want to do a little business. A new identity. The predominantly mulatto Almoravids were instrumental in the conversion push. Their physical appearance and aggressive tactics shaped perceptions of Arabs as colored people among many Africans and African Americans. Significantly, I can't say this name right. We're going to try it anyway. Bahran Mandana, the first Mansa of Mali, embraced Islam in 1050 AD, urging his successors to follow suit. This laid the groundwork for Islam's enduring influence in the region. So, again, you see a lot of people to this day, right? You see pastors telling other pastors, yo, take the money from the government, take this, that, and the third. No one's looking, nothing really changes. It's the same story over and over again. So I don't look at this Baran Mandana any different than anybody else who just takes the money and then you have to answer for the money later on, just like our president did. I don't know why he thought he was going to take money from the widow Adelson and didn't think that they were going to ask for something later on. Of course they're going to ask for something. And this is how right away we got caught up in some travesty where one state, which in my opinion, I don't think they should ever got a state, but that's mine alone. They attack a whole state, another nation who freed them thousands of years ago. Crazy. But let bygones be bygones, right? Hey, what have you done for me lately? Now, I do have a black walnut tincture that I sell, but again, I don't have the link right now. So we're going to move past this commercial for right now. This is not going to be my last time up here. Maybe. I don't know. I kicked up a lot of dust today. So the next time I'm up here, I'll give you the link. I'll drop the link for my black walnut tincture. It's basically I promote it for stomach health. You know, it promotes good stomach health. I can't really say more than that. If you know about black walnut, then you know about it. But we'll refrain from saying anything that it cures or anything like that. Nobody's trying to get in trouble. All right. Now I want to introduce a guy to you. This is very important. His name is Al-Maghili, architect of Islamic law. All right? He is so important to this story. And guess whose mentor he is? You've already guessed it, Askia Muhammad, right? So this is why I'm saying Sunni Ali dies. He's holding down the traditional culture. They say he drowned. I don't know if he was trying to make his trip to Mecca or what. They say he drowned though. Boom. He gets up out of here. Now, the fanatic Askia Muhammad, he refers to this guy I'm showing you on the screen right now, Al-Maghili. Muhammad ibn Abd al-Karim Al-Maghili. That's the last time I'm saying your whole name, bro. That is ridiculous. I can't. It's too much. It's too much. 1440 to 1505 was a highly influential Berber Sunni scholar from Algeria. He emerged as the foremost medieval intellectual in West Africa, leaving a profound impact on its religious and political landscape. So, yeah, Holy Graph. All right. Watch what I'm saying, Holy Graph. I watch where he goes with it, because he did. Let's say this, Holy Graph, because I don't want to give you bad information. He designed Islamic law for the West Africans, for sure. I can say that, right? And it may not been Islamic law totally, right? Because that's too broad. But for where he was at, they was putting down the law on what should be applied to which people and why. And that's why I say I put architect of Islamic law. So I don't want it to be misleading, like he was out here laying down the law for everybody to listen to from Mecca all the way to West Africa. However, he was highly consulted and well known. His name rang bells. He was highly influential Berber Sunni scholar, right? So al-Maghili's legacy is primarily remembered for three key contributions that reshaped the region. So at this point, we can see, West Africa's almost over, bro. Where's our people, right? And this is why it was easy for Noble Drew Ali later on to sell black people a story that looked like, oh, that was us. That's all. And anybody spreading this same rhetoric today, it's not true. And I don't despise you as a person, right? We're not going that far. But what I'm saying, brother, tell these people the truth. And if nobody's going to do it, then I'll do it. Now, here we go. Let's mention the three things that he's remembered for. Religious campaigns. He spearheaded campaigns against non-Muslim communities, particularly Jews, aiming to solidify Islamic dominance and adherence. Islamic reformer. Al-Maghili was a leading voice for Islamic reform, advocating for stricter interpretations and applications of Malaki jurisprudence. Political theorist. His extensive writings included significant contributions to political philosophy, outlining principles for governance rooted in Islamic law. The Mujahideen concept. Al-Maghili famously declared Askia Muhammad to be the Mujahideen, the renewer of Islam, for the region of the Balad al-Sudan for that century. So what I'm telling you is, Askia Muhammad came and did all that bootlicking, right? He couldn't wait for Sunni Ali to get out the way so that these imperialists and oppressors could finish the job. And our ancestors fought to the very end to keep these same people who now the cat is out the bag. We can see everybody's intentions now. You can miss me with that we all the same. I'm not trying to hear none of that rhetoric. My ancestors are counting on me to get the history out and let everybody know they fought to the last dying breath to keep the Aboriginal, indigenous, unmixed African. And we still under attack to this day. Y'all see what's going on. Now, obviously, I have some disdain for Askia Muhammad for obvious reasons. However, he's known as Askia the Great. Why wouldn't he be if the top scholar and philosopher of his time called him the Maju Hadid? Like that. Of course you're going to be. The scholars are going to write fair of you. And they did not write fair of Sunni Ali for obvious reasons. Many scholars write favorably about Askia Muhammad and very little or with disdain when referring to Sunni Ali Burr. But did you notice that all of the writers of that time wrote in Arabic? This is because writing history was a white tradition and not a black West African tradition. The West Africans used a system of storytelling to pass down history, and the person retelling the story was known as a griot. When Askia Muhammad came to power, he, in fact, was ready to sell his soul and people for popular culture. And he did. The first thing he did was ask his mentor, Al-Maghili, how to classify his own people legally. Al-Maghali was a strict North African Muslim philosopher and scholar. His answer provided the religious justification for who could be enslaved, targeting mainly the unconverted or pagans, the people still holding on those indigenous names of the Zuwa dynasty. Yeah. How dare you call yourself a Moor and associate yourself with the people who enslaved your people, your ancestors? Because I'm going to go back to my question. I'm going to show you the edicts. Don't worry about that. I'm not talking on my ass. I'm going to show you the edicts that it was illegal for a Christian to enslave another Christian. There was a couple of edicts. Now we got Al-Maghili giving specific instructions to the Mujahideen. Is that how you say that? Let me not butcher that up. The Mujahideen. Okay. Which happens to be, in this case, Askia Muhammad, because he made the announcement. Askia is the new Mujahideen. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna give you the game plan. Anybody that's not Muslim and they still with that old African business, get them up out of here. Those are my ancestors, sir. Get them up out of here, Saladin. I ain't even hear what you talking about. You got an Asian last name. Facts. Touche, sir. And you on my list too, Saladin. Whatever. But it is useful at this point to sketch that what most historians believe are the broad outlines of Songhai's social structure at Askia Muhammad's time. Songhai society, particularly in the urban context, was patriarchal and communal. Notes C. Kene Modo Sisisco, 1975. Citing examples of the Askias described in the Chronicles. I think he's talking about the Timbuktu Chronicles. Cisco explains that husbands in the ruling class had both wives and concubines, a system that produced hundreds of children. Younger brothers inherited the goods and wives of older brothers. The eldest son inherited family leadership from the father. From the correspondence between Askia Muhammad and the North African scholar Al-Maghili, we learn that other peoples maintain a matrilineal system and that Al-Maghili condemned this form as anti-Islamic. Now, we get a little bit of science in here. If you guys heard about the mitochondrial DNA, mitochondria are often called the powerhouses of the cell, responsible for generating most of the chemical energy needed to power a cell's biochemical reaction. What makes them unique is that they have their own small circular chromosomes separate from the main DNA found in the cell's nucleus. This distinct genetic material is known as mitochondrial DNA. Unlike nuclear DNA, which is inherited from both parents, mitochondrial DNA is inherited exclusively from the mother. This means the child's mtDNA, mitochondrial DNA, is identical to their mother's, which is identical to her mother's, and so on, tracing an unbroken maternal lineage back through the generations. Now, because I knew that information, I threw it in here. But I guess my main questions was, did the Black Africans have a reason for maintaining a matrilineal system? That was broken, obviously, because the Islamic law forbid that. Sovereignty vacuum. The indigenous holdout. Sunni Ali Burrs was the last great ruler to prioritize the preservation of authentic, unmixed West African culture and traditions against external erasure. The vulnerability matrix. His death triggered a century-long decline in indigenous-centered governance, culminating in the devastating Moroccan invasion of 1591. Pathetic. The transatlantic consequence. The destruction of the Songhai state eliminated the only centralized African superpower capable of protecting the sovereignty of its people, leaving fragmented communities vulnerable to the encroaching transatlantic slave trade. All right, we're getting closer now. Now, I already spoke to you about Muhammad the 12th of Granada. If you wasn't listening, he was the last stronghold in Spain, but they got him right up out of there. They let him surrender, and he lived out his days in Fez. After being captured in 1483, they called him. It's a weird name, Bobdil. First of all, you're not calling me that. That's crazy, and I hope I'm pronouncing that wrong. If that's my nickname, bro, that's my street name, Bobdil. You're bugging on my thugging. I'm not. Nah, give me another name, bro. We're not doing that. Yo, Bobdil, come here, son. Nope. Bobdil became a tributary vassal, facing an 8-month siege. He surrendered Granada to King Ferdinand II and Queen Isabella I on January 2nd, 1492. So he surrenders. And this is what ends Muslim rule completely. So we have the end of Muslim rule completely, 1492. We have Sunni Ali's death, 1492. And we have the imbecile that got all the money and took off, and he don't even know where he's going. He's just sailing the ocean blue. Irvin Mack was good. Akil says Bobadil is a disambiguation of his original Arabic name. Okay. Moroccan invasion, 1591. The Moroccan invasion of Songhai. When Morocco invaded Songhai, they didn't just conquer a government, they completely shattered the centralized law and ordered the Western Sahel, this through the entire Balad al-Sudan, land of the blacks, into centuries of fractured, localized warfare. In history, political fragmentation equals vulnerability. It was precisely this chaos and lack of unified superpower that European slave traders exploited along the coast. We'll get back to that in a second. Because again, when they got here, it's not like we had to wait for Columbus to come back with evidence that there was some indigenous people. And by the way, there was indigenous edicts that protected the indigenous people of North America. So again, a lot of black people running around saying this was our land, North America was your land. Excuse me, sir. There were edicts and laws that protected the indigenous people of the new land, of the new world. So I doubt it was you who they were protecting. You have to stop your delusional rhetoric. Verrazano did not describe. Verrazano had books and logs describing the people. I'm pretty sure he would have said, these are the people of the Balad al-Sudan, the kinky hair. In fact, he said he had a totally different description, long flowing hair. But that's neither here nor there. I just want to destroy your cognitive dissonance because you're looking for self-identity. That's fine. Subscribe to my channel. Open your ears when some of the other scholars are speaking. They're not just saying this to piss you off. The contrast with Askia Muhammad. Askia relied heavily on external validation, the caliphate, and the foreign legal frameworks like al-Makhili's Sunni al-Makhili, period. Sunni Ali Burr, by contrast, refused to discard the indigenous spiritual and cultural identity of his people. Also, I would like to mention that so this is nearly a century later, right? We're talking about 99 years later. Sunni Ali dies in 1492. The Moroccan invasion happens in 1591. Now, I'm pretty sure Muhammad XII was down there in Fez instigating business, but he dies way before 1591. But I'm pretty sure to his last and dying breath, he was out there smoking a hookah, instigating shit. You know what I'm saying? Talking to pal, crazy. Oh, yeah, I ain't doing it right. If I had this land, none of these. Shut up. You lost your whole land. What are you talking about? Just smoke your hookah and shut up, old man. But I don't know if his politics helped out. But them boys had some weapons. They had weaponry. Yeah. They did not just have some strict Islamic code now. They had weaponry. They had guns, gunpowder, bullets, bro. So when they did invade, and sidebar, are these Muslims supposed to be invading other Muslims? Are these Muslims supposed to be invading other Muslims like that? It doesn't matter. It's really a rhetorical question. It doesn't matter. Anyway, let's get back to this. Morocco invaders also possessed a decisive technological edge: firearms and gunpowder weapons. Their soldiers used arquebuses, which is like a musket, and cannons, weapons the Songhai had never encountered in battle. Against gunpowder fire, Songhai warriors armed with spears, bows, and swords were powerless. Yeah. Okay, this is the lady's name. That's her name. King. No, that's not her name. That's not her name. I didn't mention her yet. This is another king. King Nzinga Nukuwu of Congo initially converted to Christianity as a geopolitical strategy, seeing the Portuguese as an opportunity to gain advanced naval technology and firearms to consolidate his power against the regional rivals. So at this point, people are doing what makes sense. You understand? It's not so much about disrespecting or the Orishas, but it is, they haven't showed up to protect us against these actual people running around with muskets and all that. So at this point, if the Orishas are not going to do it, I have to do what makes sense down here, right? So if y'all not going to do, maybe this guy, Jesus Christ, I'm hearing about, maybe he's down to clown all around the town, and I'll give him a try. I get it. The cultural miscalculation. In the traditional Congolese worldview, adopting the spiritual practices or charms of a powerful stranger was not seen as abandoning one's ancestors, but rather as adding new weapons to their spiritual and political arsenal. He believed he was controlling the alliance. Listen, bro, I'm not here to judge you. I get it. You got to do something. You can't just sit there and let them pound you out. The illusion of equal partners. Initially, the relationship appeared beneficial. The Portuguese provided builders, priests, and technology, while Congolese elites adopted European titles and customs. King Alfonso I even embraced Christianity deeply, making a Congo Christian state. Uh-oh, this sounds like it's about to go bad anyway. Merchants are daily seizing our subjects. They grab them and take them to be sold. Our country is being completely depopulated. Well, yeah. Like I said, once you set a precedent, so this is the third precedent now that I've mentioned in this slide where someone has said, okay, let us try the most nonviolent way we can to do business with colonizers, and maybe they'll keep us safe. And they have not kept us safe. Right? Then they started extending their power. The Portuguese used to just come and started grabbing up black people and selling them. But because this dude had already done a deal with the king of Portugal, so some would say, yo, we did it to ourselves. And I can't lie, we have not made great decisions during this whole video. It wasn't a lot of great moments. There was one, King David, he was going out. And then what happened? His nephew sold him out, Shan Gandu from Elmira. The relationship quickly soared when the Portuguese demanded for human labor for their sugar plantations and Sao Tome, and the Americas revealed the true predatory nature of their intentions. And the Americas, sorry. So the Portuguese, by now, they found this land in the Americas. They know the earth is not flat and nothing's going to eat them up. And there's women over there. And there's land over there. Monetizing the people. The Portuguese introduced a global capitalistic market that demanded unlimited human bodies, transforming a regulated system of internal captivity into a relentless demand for enslaved people. We was cooked, bro. We was cooked. We didn't have any guns. The magic had worn off. Apparently, the magic is not magicking. Everybody that converted, they seen the signs. They like, nah. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. What? Yeah, get him. King Alfonso I's pleas to stop the slave trade was ignored. Now, don't be confused. King Alfonso I is not King Alfonso of Portugal. So he's the king. So this king Nzinga, he named his son King Alfonso I. He was bootlicking. He was wilding. He was he was doing too much, as they say. You're doing too much, bro. He did way too much. He named him after the he was wilding. He named him after the oppressor, right? Then he dies, thinking, I'm pretty sure he was proud when he died too. Like, yo, my son, I did it for you. You did what for me, you bozo clown? We all about to die. So King Alfonso I of Congo, he writes to King Joe III of Portugal. And he's letting him know, like, yo, bro, I got your name. Now, what I'm telling you is the merchants are daily seizing our people. They grab them and take them to be sold. Our country is being completely depopulated. He writes this to the king. Nothing happens, bro. Huh? And y'all want me to just not do a show on the Moors? The Moors is running around here proud. They don't know their history, bro. And we get to why they don't know their history in a second. This is no disrespect. This is all this stuff is no stuff no Drew Ali didn't tell you. And if he did tell you, then you're bugging. Weaponization of chaos. Too late. The Congolese realized the Portuguese had learned to destabilize the kingdom, arming rival factions to ensure a constant supply of captive, leading to the depopulation warned by King Alfonso I. So what happened was the Portuguese, they started coming in and handing out guns to all type of people that they could see as allies. So basically, if you're not with it, your neighbor's going to be with it. And you're just going to be on the outskirts. I don't care whose name you got. You're just going to be on the outskirts. That's it. This is going down whether you like it or not, bro. The Regimento of 1512, Portugal's blueprint for control. The Regimento of 1512, issued by King Manuel I of Portugal, was a deceptive blueprint for King Alfonso I of Congo. It masked a predatory economic agenda behind a guise of civilization and religious alliance, ultimately turning a sovereign African kingdom into a tributary factory for European capital. The illusion of Europeanization. Presented as a guide for Congo to adopt European legal codes, court etiquette, and build Christian infrastructure, Portugal offered priests, architects, technology, promising to elevate Congo to a modern state. Philanthropy. Yeah. I'm going to provide everything, and then I'm going to control. Yeah. This reminds me of Black Lives Matter. Right? You take money, you don't know where the money's coming from, but it's so much. Who's asking? It don't matter where it came from, right? We rich. Yeah, you find out later it comes from George Soros, but you don't know he ain't asked for something yet. Don't worry, he will. In due time, my boy. The hidden cost, human capital. The aid was not free because Congo lacked a currency valued by Europeans. The payment was demanded in human beings. Look at that. The Regimento explicitly regulated Portugal's monopoly on the slave trade, instructing its ambassador to organize the capture and shipping of enslaved people. Look at that. But guess what? If it wasn't for the Arabs who had basically created this atmosphere and this culture of such, but then you could also come back and say if it wasn't for the first blacks who started trading their women, you see? This document is historical proof of how a sovereign African nation's culture, sovereignty, and bloodlines were eroded through diplomatic amalgamation. It's crazy talk, man. Okay, I told you I was going to give you these, and I'm going to give you these. Both medieval Christian and Islamic legal systems develop protections against enslavement for members of their own faith. One is written in Latin, so I'm going to butcher that. I think it's called Siete Partidas. It's called 7 divisions or 7 parts. A comprehensive legal code compiled between 1256 and 1265 under King Alfonso X, the Wise. Christian law. King Alfonso's 13th century Siete Partidas forbade Christians from enslaving fellow Christians. Severe penalties also applied to Jews and Muslims holding Christian slaves.
reflecting a principle against enslaving baptized believers. That's one. Islamic law, Sharia. Generally, free Muslims were protected from enslavement by other Muslims. New slaves typically originated from non Muslim capture and conflict. Conversion to Islam after enslavement usually did not grant freedom. In both traditions, religion created an in group exemption from chattel slavery while still permitting the institution to continue with outsiders. So, again, black man, I'm giving you all the crumbs. Who do you think became, you got to answer me when I open up this panel, who do you think became the slaves and why? The answers is there. It's not a mystery at this point. The oldest living lineages of humanity is not the Asiatic black man. And in fact, that part is true. The Genographical Project was transformed when a man from South Carolina submitted a DNA sample whose Y chromosome markers matched no known lineages. Excuse me. Deeper sequencing over 240,000 base pairs connected his ancestry to the Mobile people of West Cameroon, pushing the timeline of human ancestry further back than previously understood. This did not mean all humans descended from one ancestor, but rather that multiple older lineages still existed. Among the groups, such as the Twa, Timbuktu, and Khoisan peoples, let's see. Okay, I don't know why I wrote it like that. Okay, here's my DNA. So I've been talking crap this whole time about how I'm the black man and this, that, and the third. I actually got my DNA done, right? This is not just a theory to me. It's my personal DNA story. My results show over 87% West African ancestry, one of the highest concentrations possible, pointing to a direct and largely unbroken line back to West Africa. So I'm not just, obviously there's some colors in there that should not be in there, like Iceland. I don't know. I do know what they were doing. I was going to say I don't know what they were doing, but we all know what they were doing. And by the way, I have 1% indigenous American in me. 1%. You can't see it because it cuts off, but I have 1%. 23 Benin, Togo, 14 Mali, 12% Nigerian. 9%. So please don't you listen, bro. Don't come to me telling me the original man was the Asiatic black man. Shut your face, nigga. You understand? You're not making sense to me. And furthermore, I'm about to out everything. I'm telling everybody everything. Because nobody want to talk about it. Guess who do want to talk about it? Me. Okay. I know it. I started my computer over. My fault. I got some Google slides. So we got to go over there. And I'm almost done. Now I'm at let's just say I'm at a 9. No, we had an 8. We had an 8.5. We'd be done. Let me just pull this up. From the stage, I'll be real quick with it. At least I'll try to be anyway. Let's see. The stage. Slides. I'm in. I'm sorry. I do long lives, bro. Sutan, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. And that's why I tell you I'm but I did say that. Ask everybody. I said that. I said religion helps people, right? So I did not crap on the use of religion. I did not do that. I only tell people the truth, and if they want that, then all right, cool. Let me find what I'm looking for. Da 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 da. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I restarted my computer. Africans living in Europe. Let me try to search for it. Well, I had brought it down for a reason. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think I found it. It's right here. I keep bringing it down. Reggie keeps bringing it back up. All right, let's start here. All right. Now you can bring it back. You can bring it up now, Reggie. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. Noble Drew Ali. And we're almost done here, but I have to point some things out. I definitely have to point some things out for my people. And before I even do this, let me say this. No cap. I think Noble Drew Ali had good intentions. I want to say that. I don't know. But if you ask me, you think if Noble Drew Ali had good intentions, I'm going to be like, yeah, I think he had good intentions. Were they I think it was highly embellished, everything he did to fit the narrative. And I think the narrative was there's a treaty between Morocco and the United States. There's a peace treaty between the Morocco and the United States. And if we, the black people of America who are Moors, align ourselves with these Moroccans, then we can get sovereignty. You understand? They have to address us differently. Looking at it 2020, that had to be his thought process. Because there is a lot that was not correct with his way of going about it. Now, he was born 1886 in North Carolina. He was also known as a Professor Drew. He was also known as the Egyptian adept in North Carolina. By 1913 AD, Noble Drew Ali established an ideology called Al-Islam. It wasn't called the Al-Sudan. It was called the Al-Islam. I get it. That's a religion. And founded the Moorish Science Temple in Newark, New Jersey. I think that's commendable. One of his listeners, and I dare say followers, was in fact Wallace Farad Muhammad, aka Master Farad. Al-Islam was so inspirational that it attracted David Ford L. That was his Moorish Science Temple name, according to Dr. York. Say what you will, he may be locked up for this, that, and the third, but he did some research that I don't mind telling you what he said. It's not like I'm talking about aliens in this program. He had documented some stuff, and Dr. York calls them scrolls. So I went through some of the scrolls, and he actually documented time very well. So he has pamphlets from that time. He has a lot that made me say, okay, you actually know what you was talking about. You're just not talking from the hip. You're not shooting from the hip. So he goes on to say in these scrolls that Master Farad's name, his Moorish science temple name, was David Ford L., better known today as Master Wallace Ford, who would join the Moorish Science Temple of America. I read through the scrolls. They were quite interesting. Dr. York said after Ali's mysterious death of tuberculosis, he said Master Farad told everybody that he was the reincarnation of Sunni Ali. I mean, not Sunni Ali, of Noble Drew Ali. Sorry, Noble Drew Ali. He said he was unfortunately, Noble Drew Ali's driver also said the same thing. He said, I'm the reincarnation of Noble Drew Ali. So you had a bunch of people running around saying they was the reincarnation of Noble Drew Ali. 1930, Farad founded the NOI in Detroit, explicitly presenting himself as Ali reincarnation to bridge the two movements. There's there's something that went on. And if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Summary, cliff notes, something happened. I'm not saying that Master Farad was there that day, but something happened that is connected to some rhetoric about somebody being initiated in something. Somebody died. It was connected to Farad, not through him being there, but just, yo, do you own this establishment? Yeah. Well, it's said that something like this went down here. I don't know nothing about that. Anyway, the FBI, they definitely brought Master Farad in. FBI said he got over 50 names. Whatever. Because this really ain't about Master Farad. Elijah takes over. They tell him to get out of here. Like, get out of Detroit, right? I think I'm not going to say the date because I forget. Oh, I was right. It's right there. 1934. They did tell him to get out of here. And he wasn't supposed to show his face back up. But he does sneak back in Detroit just to give that last farewell to Elijah Muhammad and like, yo, you got the juice now. While living in Detroit, Elijah Poole, better known as Elijah Muhammad, heard the teachings of Noble Drew Ali and joined the Moorish Science Temple of America as well under the name Paul Robert Poole Bey. So, and of course, this is all according to the scrolls of Dr. York. But again, I'm not reading these and like, yo, he's bugging out. He had some very meticulous notes, the notes that I was reading. I'm not going to put out everything he was saying because some of it may look like I'm trying to orchestrate them to look bad. I'm mainly saying this to show the connection that the NOI had with the Moorish Science Temple. After Ali's death in 1929, as a subsequent leadership vacuum in the Moorish Science Temple of America, Elijah followed Wallace Farad Muhammad into newly formed Nation of Islam, 1930. Farad appointed him as the minister, and when Farad disappeared in 1934, I guess I didn't finish, but that's okay. Clarence XIII Smith, aka Father Allah, I brought his name up a couple of times during this video. The teachings of Clarence XIII X Smith, founder of the 5% Nation of the Gods and Earths, peace to the gods and the earths, were deeply rooted in the groundwork laid by Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali's Moorish Science Temple of America introduced a revolutionary idea in the 20th century Black America, that the so-called Negro was not a slave descendant, but a divine Asiatic being. Damn. Father Allah. Yeah. Part of a lost nation with a sacred destiny. Yeah, I would say a sacred destiny. But a lot of what we was taught was, let me put it like this. I think people become so invested that how you going to turn back now? You know what I'm saying? What, and like somebody said in the comments, these religions change people's lives, bro. You know how devious some of these people would have been without the Nation of Islam or the opposite nation of the gods on earth. Like some of these people would have been wicked out on the streets, bro. So I guess at some point it's like, nah, it's better that we just keep on with the story because it's helping more people. But however, I think at this point, my people perish for lack of knowledge. And if the first thing when you're looking to really start a journey of embedment, anywhere you go, they're going to say knowledge of self. Knowledge of self. You're not going to go to no respectable mentor or institution, mystery school. You're not going to go nowhere, no fraternity that's going to tell you other than the first step you need is knowledge of self. Now, if that knowledge is tainted, and I'm not saying it was tainted on purpose, take Father Allah. You think I think he thought no, I think he thought he knew what he knew. Why? Because at that time, this was the information that was given. It gets to a point, though, in 2026 of the year of your Lord, that a Jamel Saladin would come forth and say, look, black man, I know what you was taught. However, unfortunately, I have new information, and what we have to do now is get through the cognitive dissonance that you were not an Asiatic black man. I'm not. I showed you my proof. I'm not an Asiatic black man. I'm a black man. I'm a Nubian. Ethiopian. You dig? All right. Here's the sad part. Now here's things, and I wish I was lying about everything. Now we're at a 10. Now the show's about to end. Finally, huh? Brother Reggie's like, God, this is the last time I vouch for this. sa.neter jammed me up again. 3 hours he's up here yammering about God knows what. Sultan, I'm gonna let everybody up. Well, I'm not letting everybody up, but Reggie will let everybody up. But no questions right now. When they come up, then they could, when whoever Reggie let up, when I say the panel is open, and the panel's about to be open, then we'll address that. Because I came to learn today from them. They could say you have it wrong, but you can't tell me you have it wrong. You don't have any scholarly backup. This is why I'm not letting anybody up right now. Because what tends to happen up here is everybody starts to fight and yell. When I give you the floor, you're going to talk and you can say, Jamel, da-da-da-da-da, and you're going to teach me, brother. You're going to teach me where I was wrong. And you better be right. Because if you're wrong, it's going to be a bonsai kick. Huh? Karate here. Karate no here. Yeah. Karate crane kick you. Don't come up here with BS. Now, let's get to Walter Fleming. This is the part that is crazy. That is crazy. Fleming was born 1838 in Portland, Maine, and was a very active Freemason. All of this, by the way, is in the Britannica Encyclopedia. I'm not about to say that you can't find. Listen, this part right here, you do not need Dr. York scrolls to find that I'm about to tell you. This is public information, which makes it more embarrassing for the man, for y'all to be running around in full Moorish regalia, and y'all don't even know what y'all doing. I told you before, If you're going to love something, if you're going to be a part of something, know what you're about. Don't knock on my door proclaiming to spread the word of Jesus and you don't even know about Jesus. Yeshua ben Yosef. By the way, what is his name when you break down his name? What does that mean? Doesn't that mean Yahweh saves? You tell me. I don't know. I came to learn today. If it does mean Yahweh saves, we already clarified that Yahweh is a farce. Actually, I did. You didn't do that. I did. He's a farce. However, we're not talking about Yahweh or Jesus Christ right now. We talk about Walter M. Fleming. Fleming was born 1838 in Portland, Maine. Co-founder of the ancient Arabic order of nobles of Mystic Shrine in 1872. Fleming was born in Maine, and yet he is the founder of the ancient Arabic order of nobles of the Mystic Shrine in 1872. Okay, this is starting off bad. Fleming was formerly a member of the New York County Medical Society, the American Medical Association. First of all, Fleming is bad. I'm not gonna run down all his credentials, but he was not wasting time. If there was a moment to study, he was on that. He was brilliant like that. He was. For many years until his death, he was a member of the New York Physicians Mutual Aid Association. Excuse me. The Royal Arcanum and the Knights of Honor. He was there. He was everything. But he was brilliant too. He did have a mind that I can appreciate. I will give him that. He hung around with this schmuck, Billy Florence. This guy is in that. Born to two Irish parents in Albany, New York, he was an actor, playwright, and a songwriter. This is crazy. He also co-founded the ancient Arabic order of nobles of the Mystic Shrine. Check this out. I wish I was making this stuff up, but you can go look for yourself. Anyway, I wouldn't come up here and say it if it wasn't true. So while in Marseille, Florence, Billy was invited to a party given by an Arab diplomat. The entertainment was a musical comedy. At its conclusion, the guests became members of a secret society. Billy took the notes, drawings of his invitation, initial viewing, and on 2 other occasions, once in Algiers and once in Cairo. When he returned to New York in 1870, he showed his material to his friend, Walter Fleming. Fleming created the ritual, so they got excited. So let me tell you how it went down, because I don't think I wrote down everything in this here clip. They were both 33-degree Masons. But it said, the work that I read said that Fleming was bored. He wanted something else. Now, as you can see, Fleming did a lot. So he's the type of guy, he's like, I want something new. Like, I done ran through all the associations, the medical association, the legal association, the Knights of Honor. He's running through all the associations. When Billy comes back and he tells him about this, he gets excited. He's like, that's what we need. We need something. I like everything you said with the Arabic theme and all of that. However, he's only going to make this accessible to people who are already 33-degree Masons. You have to be 33-degree at this time when they create it. I don't know what's going on in the culture right now. I don't know. I'm just telling you, all of this is public information for you to find out what's going on, how this happened. So Fleming created the ritual, emblem, and costumes. Florence and Fleming were initiated August 13th, 1870, and they initiated 11 men on June 16th, 1871. Historically, the shrine was open to only white men. In 1893, an African-American counterpart to the Shriners movement was initiated by John G. Jones and 13 other Prince Hall Masons. All of this is public information. So, if you haven't caught on to what I'm telling you, is they created another fraternity called the Shriners. In 1919, there was legal conflicts between the white and the African orders, with a white-only order from Texas filing a lawsuit against a local African-American order for infringement of white Shriners' regalia and traditions. The white order was initially successful in quashing the predominantly African-American temple until the ruling was overturned in appeals in 1929, protecting the right of the African-American Prince Hall Shriners to continue calling themselves Shriners, using its emblems, practicing its rituals, and fundraising nationwide. Ancient Arabic order of the nobles of the mystic shrine. Symbols in the entire. The thrusting of the hand is the signal used in journeying from one stage or the degree in the order to another, or more specifically from the first veil to the second veil, along with the signal of the thrusting of the hand, goes the words Shem, Japheth, and Adoniram. I got this from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry on page 74. You can get the book. So we see Noble Drew Ali dressed in the regalia. I see people dressed like this today. The fez. They greet you with the greeting. They greet you with that same whatever Noble Drew Ali is doing. I don't know if he's supposed to be doing it. Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, being a practical guide to ceremonies and all the degrees of conferred in Masonic lodges, chapters, encampments, explaining the signs, tokens, grips, and giving all the word. First of all, this is out of pocket. I mean, never mind people reading it and buying the book. Richardson is out of pocket for having this book. So whoever's mad at me, don't get mad at me. I should never have been able to get my hands on a book that would tell me all of this stuff. The book that serves as an exposure manual detailing the ritual symbols and secret workings of Freemasonry. It was the first published in 1860. That's out of pocket. That's crazy. And has been reprinted multiple. If it's reprinted, people are buying these, often as reference for both Masons and outsiders. Well, I can understand a Mason or somebody that's part of the ritual buying it, but I don't know. Maybe there should have been a better way. All right, the fez is a headdress worn by the Shriners. It was the Masons who brought this dress to the East. Fez was one of the 4 traditional capitals of Morocco and was a great Islamic center of learning. The fez, also known as the tarbush, was customarily worn by students of a great school in the city of Fez, Morocco. It has come to be known as the mark of learning. I don't know if the people who are wearing the fezes are actually learned. Some people that I see are greatly learned. 19 Keys, he wears a fez. He's learned. There's many people that I see that wear it are learned. And shout out to 19 Keys for doing business with the West Africans. Shout you out. I wanted us to know what you're embracing when you embrace. I'm not done yet, by the way. Now I'm at a 9.5. Now I'm at a 9.25. I already gave you the history of Arabs raping the women and enslaving the people. Whatever. I gave it to you. But to continue on in 2026 with the rhetoric that these are your people and you is I'm not going to say what it is. I'm not going to say what it is. Now, here's the sad part. Let me see something. Here's the sad part. I'm going to summarize all of this stuff up for you, and you can read it yourself later. What I believe to be the sad part is that Walter Fleming and Billy Florence made up a bunch of stuff, history, connecting their fraternity to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But they made it up so that they can have this fraternity. This came out. This part is not like, I'm not embellishing. This all came out later. You can look all of this up. They made it up. It was a lie. Believing that every noble of our order would be interested in knowing its origins and history, I have collected from the best and the most reliable sources as much data on the subject as can be obtained, being indebted to nobles Dr. Walter N. Fleming, 33 degree, and William S. Patterson, 33 degree, for a major portion commencing from the year of Hijra 25 AD to 644 at Mecca in Arabia and its introduction into America. It was all lies that came out later. Noble G.O.L. Root, who wrote the book, The Ancient Arabic Order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine for North America, published 1903 in Illinois. As a Shriner, noble is a title for the members. So what I am saying is this organization is already starting off on shaky ground, right? Because I don't really think you're supposed to mix what's going on with what you, but it is, you are starting something new. This is your own ideology. You call it Al-Islam. So I guess you could do what you want, but your regalia is inspired. Your hand gestures are inspired. Your title is inspired by a fraudulent fraternity that lied to Caucasian men that said they was connected, not them themselves, but the organization is connected somehow to the Prophet Muhammad. Ridiculousness. These slides don't even matter. Now, I wish I was going to stop there, and I really do, right? That's where I wish it could just stop there. It was like, yo, we're basically, what I'm telling you is Noble Drew Ali was running around breaking the laws of his fraternity, obviously not supposed to be doing any of those things outside of the fraternity, but he was out here doing every last thing as if these people wouldn't find out. I guess they found out they didn't care what was going on in the black community. Why? Because the black community was out for grabs. If you sounded like you knew what you was talking about, they needed to hear some of that. And I don't even know if I'm really that upset with him about that. I am to a degree, because you really all of that Asiatic black man business when they was our oppressors. I'm kind of pissed off about that. But then you went too far, Noble Drew Ali. You writing your own Quran is diabolical. But what's more diabolical about you writing your own Quran is plagiarizing from Levi H. Dowling. Oh, here we go. Everything I said, brother, the Moorish diaspora, I'm not saying it against you. So you got to get out your feelings. That's from Jump Street. Don't do that. Because when the people go look this up, I'm giving them the information. I don't have to say anything. They're going to come back next week and be like, everything Saladin said was correct. It's not like I was in a barbershop and I overheard this stuff, brother. So let's not do that. I'm not saying something to crap on Noble Drew Ali. I'm about to let you up, brother. You coming up. What's we gonna answer? You're gonna teach me. But I'm telling you right now, don't shoot from the hip. You're gonna teach me. But I will tell you this, I already checked everything that I'm saying, because I would find it very flagrant of myself to come up here and say any of these things and not have checked myself. So that being said, largely plagiarized from the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ by Levi H. Dowling, a New Age text claiming to chronicle Jesus' lost years in India, Egypt, Persia, with esoteric and mystical teachings. Chapters 2 to 19. And guess what, people? Never mind what he's talking about. A quick talk to your Gemini AI or your ChatGPT is going to tell you I'm telling the truth. And that's not where I got this from. I just want you to know that. But anything I'm saying could be Googled. That's how I'm talking about. That's how simple this is. It could be Googled. When it's that simple, there's a problem. Chapters 2 to 19, chapters 20 to 47. I'm not just saying, I'm naming chapters, beloved. I'm not here naming chapters. So you gotta come better than ad hominem attacks and your emotions. You got to come better, because you're gonna play yourself is what's gonna happen, because other people are in here. Other scholars are in here. Anybody could pull up and say, yo, 10 people, by the 10th person, they say, Saladin, you're wrong. I can't find it nowhere. That's what you got to do. Never mind me saying all these things. Wrong. I do want smoke. I'm gonna let you up soon. I'm just gonna finish teaching though. Adapted from the Unto Thee I Grant, also known as The Economy of Life, a 1750 text attributed to a European author, but presented as Oriental wisdom, possible influenced by Rosicrucian or Freemasonry. The Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple is not a traditional Quran, but a text curated by Noble Drew Ali in 1927, combining excerpts of the Aquarian Gospel and the Unto Thee I Grant with thy own teaching, with his own teachings to promote Moorish identity and Black empowerment. It differs significantly from the Islamic Quran in origin, content, and its purpose. This is Levi H. Dowling. That is the book, in case anybody wants to look it up. He was an American preacher from Belleville, Ohio, who delved into a metaphysical practitioner and author. He was of Welsh and Scottish descent. The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus was a zeitgeist written in 1908 by Levi H. Dowling. This book claims to reveal Jesus' hidden years through the Akashic records, a cosmic archive of all events. It portrays Jesus as a world teacher who studied in Egypt, India, Tibet, blending Christian and Eastern wisdom to show that every soul can awaken his divine nature. And we don't need to go into all of these things here. Yeah, we don't need to go into that. All right, I think I am done here. Brother Reggie, you can let them in as they will. Whoever you want to let up first.
Oh, wow. You did a long stretch of history. Uh, and it gives us, for the channel, with your effort, it gives us lots of things to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So we appreciate it. I'm not going to have too much debating because if you want to debate, that's what sa.neter does. He'll set it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you just, how can I say, when you debate, if it's a solid debate, you get something for your effort. Um, However, the good brother that's here, Brother Saladin, uh, he's looking for the smoke, all contenders. That's why he's doing it. He's interested in sharpening his skills. And we are interested in finding people, a new generation of scholars and thinkers, right, that give information. And then there's other groups of people here that they just consume our information. They come up with really smart shows, and they don't. They act as if they're the first people to say it, and they may have a bigger audience because of what YouTube does. But what we're finding is a lot of the things that we talk about, we find them on other people's shows. They just repackage it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really want to debate our good brother Saladin, uh, you let sa.neter know. Uh, and we go. You could. There's a couple ways you can do it. Uh, we can give you sa.neter's uh, email, but we would like to see your effort before even sa.neter even talks to you. And then sa.neter has the big show, and then he has the debate coliseum and some of the little shows. But Brother Saladin happens to be on the big show. This is the flagship show. So if Brother Saladin is on the show, that means sa.neter has already kind of triaged him, and so we respect what you have to say. So let me just do this. Well, okay, I debated the Moorish Science Temple of America. I don't know if you ever saw that, good brother Saladin. Did you ever see that debate?
I didn't see that one yet. I watched it this week. Yeah.
I debated. sa.neter has to put it back on, or you could go
Okay.
some of the other channels which they have it on. But sa.neter is putting up content, so he may refresh that. So
Okay.
I debated the Moorish Science Temple of America, and it was a sanctioned debate, meaning that many of the sheikhs came to the debate. Matter of fact, the the half the audience was all red hats, fezzes,
Mm. Mm.
and uh, and it was on the other side was our people from our platform, but a lot of people from our community, they failed to show up, and so the audience was largely, I don't know, 300 organized Moors, dues
Mm.
paying Moors, and I stood up. My problem with them, and I'll just go real quick, is that uh, I wasn't there to disrespect uh, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali at all. I was I was there to challenge his followers to prove what he said is true, right? And talk about the origin of the Moors. I debated, and it's been 10 years now since I debated my good brother Sharif Al Bey, Anil Bey, and he's my good brother. I respect him, and we never had a fallout. And he was chosen amongst all of the Moors that were, chatty patty Moors. So there's a lot of Moors that wanted to get up there, but the Moorish Science Temple of America chose who they wanted to choose. So I didn't debate Taj Tariq Bey. I didn't debate Sabir Bey. I didn't debate uh, our good brother Lord Abba. I didn't debate a lot of the other type of Moors that are in various spin-offs and chapters. I debated our good brother Sharif Anil Bey, right? And it was sanctioned, and people flew all from all around the country to see that. I'm talking about their organization because they wanted to put it into my talk about them, even though I wasn't disrespecting the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. My biggest problem with them, and I'll just move to some other points before I let other people on. And so here's the StreamYard link. Let's see. Let's put this up. And so for now, what we want to do is we just want to compare notes. Comparing notes is if you have some information, right, to compare notes, that's fine. Not a whole big lecture, but if you have some notes. Okay, so my notes, let me just get this off. Can I take this off now? I'm going to remove it.
Yeah, please remove it.
Okay, so I really appreciate a lot of things that I heard. I want to just talk about the so-called Nubians real quick. Okay. Prior to the Bach Treaty, there were a couple of things that was going on. One is that the groups after the fall of Egypt for a long time, what we call ancient Egypt, that's Tawi civilization, Shmai Tawi, whatever, Kemet, since that's all a lot of people know, or Tameri that a few people use. The groups in past the 25th dynasty, that's Piaki, Shabaka, Tahaka, Shabitu, all of those groups, what they Tahaka created what you call the double kingdom that encompassed what we call the two lands above, and then he also had the kingdom of the south. Nubia is a fake word. It doesn't give description of all these other groups. So what happened before is that and I'll give you some quick sources so that you can just flash it on the screen so that you share screen. Let's see here. Let's start here. Right here is one of the things that we have to consider. I'll just show it. Is, let's see, blow this up. Is what was happening before. What actually happened before the Arabs, but we could get to the Arabs just to compare notes. Okay, so from this paper right here, we have the Arabs at roughly at 1614 going into the Red Sea, and they are basically at the beginning seeking refuge there, but later they deal with something called the Habasha, right? And that is this connection between the Arabs and the Oxumite Abyssinian group, right? So we have that in the record, right? And ultimately, at the end of the day, they will continue what they call the Aslam Teslam. And the Aslam Teslam is convert to be saved, or pay jizya, right? Or we go to war, right? So the Bach Treaty was created at the time period of 652, roughly about 652. The one thing that I do want to say is that the issue, let's get this up. Okay, so am I sharing? Was I sharing something? I wasn't sharing. Okay, so I wasn't sharing, right? So let me just go back and share that. So you can look this up. This is to everybody. And we could talk about the Arabs' early dealings with African people. So here we go, right here. Great. Where did it? Okay, great. Okay, so we have this whole period of the Arabs and the people of Yemen, right, or the Ethiopian groups, right, in this particular region. So this starts the problem right here, right? So the Arabs are pretty successful over here, right? We have this one, the Bach Treaty, dated to about 632, where they invade Egypt, as it is called. They invade Egypt, and of course there is Byzantines there, but they try to go further south, and they get stopped, and they create this this treaty called the Bach Treaty. Now, the reason, one of the issues with this is that the earlier, right, in I think sixth century, you have a Nubian called King Silko. King Silko is a Nubati. He's in Dongola, and I think this might have some of it. He's at war with this group of people called the Blemmies. And the Blemmies are a group of people who are in the Eastern Desert. These are the remnants of this new settlement that was just uncovered called Abea. And this is in the Eastern. And I don't want to go into that, but we're going to talk about Abea at one point. But this is a big cattle culture. And they're being displaced because the desert is drying up and they have cattle. So they are going to war with the Sudanese groups, the Dongola groups of people. And what happened was the Byzantines decided to send an ambassador to kind of fix that war, right? So these two African groups are warring, and so the Byzantines send support first to kind of negotiate. That doesn't work. So then ultimately the King Silko, he converts to Christianity. Yeah. He creates Christianity. Now when he converts to Christianity from the Nehesh groups, we're going to call it the Southerners, right? Those people in Dongola, right? He's still at war with the Blemmies, right? The groups of the Beja, the Blemmies. He's at war with them from the Eastern Desert. Okay, so then comes the Bach Treaty. So then comes the ultimately what we know is the Arabs coming down after they invaded Egypt, and after the Prophet Muhammad passed away, and then they go into they tried to take Nubia, and they get pushed back. And you heard our good brother Saladin talk about the pupil smiters. Now we have this so-called Bach Treaty, and I just want to just curate it a little bit. The slaves that the Nubian, that the Dongola people were originally wanted to give were the people captured in the wars between themselves and the Blemmies. Not only them, but other groups of people that they was not cooperating with them. So it wasn't directly to their own people, except for there were debtors and there were people breaking the laws. There were prisoners. So the original agreement was to give up those 350 or so slaves or captives or prisoners of war to the Arabs, right? And so what we have here, which you can have, Brother Saladin, if you look this up, take this, an 8th century Arabic letter to the king of Nubia. And here, the Arabs are complaining The Arabs are complaining about the Dongala groups, those groups, not giving up what they were promised. And so what it is right here is actually a scroll written in Shahidic Coptic, right, and Arabic, and it is a primary document, right? And in this primary document, of course, it begins with Islamic stuff. Uh, let me just see the first line so that we can see it. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, from Musa Kab, who is the governor of Egypt, to the king of Makori, peace be upon the friends of God who obey him. And then immediately in this, he begins complaining that the Africans are not giving up the slaves or to the Arabs. So he goes, 11, so fear me, we have fulfilled for you that which we took upon ourselves for you in turning away from your blood, meaning we're not harming you, and your property, and you sing, know your security in our land and your dwelling, whatever you wish is in it, and repairing of your merchants to us. No oppression or harm comes to them from us, talking about their contract. No one of you who is among us is attacked by us. That's part of the contract. Nor is he denied his right. No obstacle is placed between your merchants and whatever they want, right? But he says, he starts complaining. He says, you, however, in which lies between us, behave otherwise, right? Of course, in belief in our Lord and in trust in our prophet. And this is interesting, in belief in our Lord and in trust in our prophet, which, who's the Lord? I like that. And in our prophet, right? You, and this is some of the early days of Islam, so we don't know clearly who that Lord is, and trust in our prophet. But the Lord is interesting. You, however, in that which lies between us, behave otherwise. You do not bring to us that which you are liable according to the Bach, on the basis of which the agreement was made with you, nor do you return those of our slaves who run to you, nor are our merchants safe among you, right? Nor do you hasten to permit and our messengers to return to us, meaning we send messengers and they disappear. You know that the people of all religions and the persuasions, which neither know a Lord nor believe in a resurrection, nor hope for recompense, right? Now, fear punishment. Even these do not attack a merchant or detain a messenger. You sing, make it manifest to the people of your persuasion, belief in him who created the heavens and the earth, what is between them, belief in. Now, this is interesting. Belief in Jesus, the son of Mary, and his book, right? You believe that. And you sing because they had converted to the Byzantines and Christians, and you make manifest. So he complains to him that he's not fulfilling the contract, and he's sinning the one-eyed, the lame, and the crippled. So he says over here, you have sent to us which there is no good, the one-eyed, or the lame, or the weak old man, or the young boy. Then the Arabs are pointing sharp. So look, sing into that about which I have written to you, and hasten, send them, the dispatching to us of the remaining liabilities according to the Bach, for the years of which you owe, and do not sing that in which there is no good. So all I want to do is just compare notes. I just want to say that the people try to give the Nubians a bad name for selling slaves. They're selling prisoners of war. They're not perfect, but they are in war, and they're sending people in debt. So I wanted to make sure that you have this. Okay, because I'm not going to go through all of the things, but I just wanted to point out that so that we can talk. Another document, you can look up CCE 317 PDF, the Bach Treaty, and there's another data 632. We always have to check the sources, but around this particular period, the followers of Uthman, those groups of people were putting into this poll tax, this tax. And that's pretty much all that I want to say on that. So I'll stop sharing my screen.
I appreciate that.
Hope that was helpful to you and just comparing.
No, it was. It was. Yes, thank you.
When people say Nubian, you got to be specific to what group you're talking about. There's several groups. There's the Dinka, the Danur, there's the Blimmies, there is the Nubadis, there's even the people further down. But my sources, we're just comparing notes. On me and Morpheus's conversation, and I don't think that you disagree, our purpose was simply to say, all you got to do is read the first second chapter, right? It don't make no sense. So why should I read anything about Jesus, Moses, Jacob, and Isaac when the first part of the book don't make no sense, and the first part of the book has material that we will find out later. So if it's the beginning, it should be the goddamn beginning. It don't make no sense in the beginning. So some of the things like Elion, Morpheus did say Elion in this presentation. You made a good point about the sons of El, right? Which they copied from the Ugaritic. We went over that. And Yahweh, the problem with Yahweh is that he comes later. He comes when so-called Moses goes to Transjordan, which is like Saudi Arabia, and he finds Yahweh in this mountain. Now, you talked about the mountain of Sinai. What does that mean? It can mean several things, but we think it's the mountain of the moon that we think, but it could mean some other things. So we will hear in your next presentation what that is. So I gave my, our whole point of it is that if you're going to read a book and you read the book from the beginning, the first 3 chapters don't make no damn sense in science, in nothing. So why should I go further and read the rest of the book? And then why should other religions claim that that book as being true when the first 3 chapters, before we go into all this other stuff and get to Jesus, it don't even make sense. So we will continue that conversation, but that's what that is. Now, with that, there was a lot of chatty patties, and so I'm gonna put up the link again. All right. Some people do want to stay in their trapped in religion and want to stay there, and they don't care, as Mr. Morpheus says, about the truth and the facts. They only care about their personal disposition that this religion saved me from drugs, right? Got me out of prison, but they don't care about the facts, and that becomes selfish and problematic. But we have history. So I think that you did a great long stretch of history. Welcome to the team.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So Chatty Patties, you're up. What's Mr. Morpheus is saying? Helen's Greek word pacton and Latin, which translates to the agreement, right? So that's, I think that's the Bach Treaty. He's talking about what the Bach Treaty is, right? What it comes from, the Greek word, agreement. The Greek Coptic root barter, secondary linguistic theory suggests it may stem from a regional Egyptian Coptic term meaning barter or the exchange of goods. Okay, great. So now, okay. So there's my brother Elder Suntan. I'm going to bring him on, but I want those people who were trying to knock my good brother. So if you are in one of the areas of the groups of the of what is called Moors, and you want to come in and you want to share your notes, not argue with the brother, but if you want to share your notes please share your notes. I'm gonna put the link up again. So where's the link? I'm gonna put the link up again. We want to hear your notes, right? Because some of this stuff, when a source, here's the rules. When a source is given, the argument is not against Brother Saladin. The argument is against the source. So it's source against source. You have a better source. That's what I mean by comparing notes, if everybody understands what I'm saying, right? You compare notes because you are not the origin of all of this information. You are either regurgitating, simply just believing it, right? You are, or you're just a convert. And the worst ones are the new converts, Brother Saladin, Brother Elder Suntan, Brother Morpheus, is the ones who just got into something and they don't know nothing, but they wear the hat of what they want to be the newest, bestest soldiers. And we're older, right? We've been around a long time, a period. I was born during the time of Father Allah and Justice, but I know that group pretty well. Somewhere down here, I have this. Let me go pull it out of here. I have.
Peace, brother. Solid day.
I have.
Hey, peace, Elder.
This is the real street sign. See the
That's
street
dope.
sign?
That's
I have the real street sign given to me by members of the Nation of Gods and Herbs for helping them with my political connections and knowledge, getting the Father Allah and Justice a street, right? So why? Because they stopped Harlem from burning down. That's what the Father did. Putting whatever you want to call him, he stopped Harlem from burning down after King's assassination, right?
Right.
Mayor, well, I forgot, Lindsay, right? He came up to Harlem. They walked the streets together. The mayor and a commander of our community. And they stopped all the radical groups who wanted to burn down the place where we live, we eat, we shop, we buy clothing, right? They wanted to burn down like they did in Watts and stuff like that. And the Father Allah and his organization stopped that foolishness, right? To save Harlem for another day. We got betrayed later by Black politicians, Charlie Rango and Inez Dickens and the rest of the people. So now we have skyscrapers coming up in Harlem, having nothing but the streets are already marked Martin Luther King Boulevard, El Hajj Malcolm X Boulevard, Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, right? So even when this new population comes in to feed on us, right? We did what I call the Black City Plan. But anyway, so any of you Moors that are out there, you were lively in the chat. We just want to compare notes. You don't think that any of this had anything to do with Masonry? We didn't control Masonry, right? We didn't control these Oriental organizations, right? We didn't control our people joining these organizations and then coming back to a population that doesn't know any of this stuff, can't even prove or disprove any of this stuff. More symbolism than anything else, right? Master Fard Muhammad, right? God, Allah in the person, right? We have some problems with his human life, right? Without disrespecting you, but like my good brother said, we can look it all up now. But if you have better notes, you want to say he was born in a holy city in Mecca, we have other evidence that he was not, right? So if you could prove that he was born in the holy city of Mecca by a birth certificate, immigrating to the United States, please bring it. Otherwise, we will prove, we will look at the data where he came from Europe, right? With no disrespect to you, but you gotta show him proof. Okay, so where's my brother? So Brother Saladin, they're not coming.
That's cool. Elder, what's going on, man?
Just listening and controlling the chat. And my question to you and to Brother Reggie, what is the truth? And let me finish. It's a rhetorical question and it's two-part. because as we get this information, I understand, and Brother Reggie know very best. Me and him as the elders. I don't know how low Brother Saladin is, but we got to understand if people had enough courage and enough attitude and enough meanness to colonize people and take over the world, how much more information do you think they're going to give, and how much more truth is it going to be to that information that's given? I heard, and Reggie might elaborate on JSTOR, which is, is owned by Europeans. And my point is, all of this information we got, man, is been put out by the oppressors, Europeanized. And we want to take it as a group and attack each other with different information about a subject matter that we really know nothing about because of the information where we got it from. See, that's the source. And Sister Freedom, Brother Reggie, got a good group going. Just the title of their name, Scrambled Minds, because I think our brothers, the Hebrews, the Christians, a lot of us just got scrambled minds because you cannot get them out of the religion before the simple fact that it's been put into them. And I'll put it like this: if they wasn't helped and don't have any testimonies that can prove God to them, I don't think they would be out here trying to prove God to nobody. If they had testimonies, they'll realize that the God that they do praise and the God, the Jesus God, however they want, whatever they want to say, if they had proof, Brother Sadine and Brother Reggie, that it's a true God because of their testimonies, what God did for them, then they wouldn't argue with nobody about God. See, that's my problem that I have with people. You understand? So
let me answer. We're going to get to that, right? Because I want to make sure there's no crutches. I want to make sure there's no crutches in this, right? Because we got to make a decision. So I'm going to let my brother Saladin go, right?
I guess you said a lot there, and
yeah, I did.
Some of that I do take in consideration, and that's why I had mentioned John D. Rockefeller before. There's a book out called Rockefeller's Medicine Men, and what I discovered in this book is how he used his money to influence the educational structure that we use in the United States.
That's right.
And he is part of the same white supremacist network that extended not only his framework of education in the United States, but all across the world as best as possible. This would be the framework, right?
He had to reach.
Right. They had to reach. So you have to take the truth, or when you said, what is the truth? You have to take information with not only a grain of salt, but you have to, this is why you go to several different sources. And when you go to these schools, a good teacher is going to tell you, don't only study the people who agree with your argument. You could gain something by studying the author who argues against you, right? So that's why I'm so confident when I get up here. These people in the chat acting like I just woke up off the street one day because they just not hearing my name. But that's not the case. I'm saying it confidently because I already checked it. So it don't matter what you threaten with in the comment section. I already checked it. I know it to be true. But to truly answer your question, at this point in 2026 of their Lord, the year of their Lord, some truth is subjective and some truth is objective. I do believe that part to be true, right? So
how could you say objective?
Well, I'm gonna answer it real quick so that Brother Shay came in.
Yeah, peace, Shay. Go ahead, brother.
He's one of our young gunners. Okay, so there's a difference between truth and there's how you handle facts. And if you want to know the facts and if you want to know the truth, you at least have to look at the facts. If you don't want to look at the facts, then you're blinded and you're pushing something subjective to you. I heard something and I just need to correct it about the information coming from the white man.
Mm-hmm.
The information that the white man, as you call him, or the Europeans, right, is based on our effort, especially when it comes to history, because they have no great history. They were in the Dark Ages until other groups of people came. They were in the Dark Ages. They had no, they had forgotten their history. They had forgotten the Roman history. It was the Arabs that reminded them of the Greek and Roman history. They had forgotten that. They were like tribes in Spain and Portugal and the rest of Europe, right? So now when they go and find their history, in them finding their history, we know our history, right? And so it's not about the white man again, it's the facts that's there and the primaries. So once you have primaries, right, then the primaries are things written at that time. It doesn't necessarily mean it was true, but it gives you the thought. Then when you don't find primaries, and Mr. Morpheus come on just in time, but I'm gonna let Ashe go first. You want to talk about the Bible? We ask you, show us the original autographs, right? Show us the original documents. No, you don't have that. What you have about Christ and all this stuff is really in the 4th century as they make it up. We ask you for your Moses. We don't see Moses coming into the 4th and 2nd century BCE. But you say to us that there's a Moses in the law. We don't find the Moses in the law. We don't even find people who you call Hebrew people, like the Elephantine people. We don't find them mentioning Moses and the law.
You left out Abraham, Reggie.
We don't find none of that. And so they've been searching for their own history and they can't find it. And so now, since this Bible has been basically, how can I say, drilled into us, the Old and New Testament,
right.
Now we find out about Saint Jerome putting 2 books together. We find that neter, right, becomes nut. Nut becomes the name of God in the place where they're writing the fragments of the Bible, in the whole Coptic Alexandria position, and we see them making a plural into a singular, and neteru becomes nut, and they're writing it in the African language. Why? So if you want to deny that, and you want to say to us, well, what does this all means? It means that when you die, you won't know the facts. You're just a believer, and what you believe in may not come true for you, but worse, you poison our young people since you can't remember your great-grandfathers and your great-grandmothers and your great-great-grandmothers and your great-great-grandfathers, but you can remember Moses, you can remember Abraham, you can remember Isaac, you can remember all of these biblical people, Paul, you can remember people that they even say are not the writers of the gospel. You want to believe all of that, but you don't even want to believe your own fathers and mothers and ancestors. You're out of your mind. So with that said, Ashe.
What piece I say? One second. I'm sorry, brother. Let me just get in there real quick. This is the book I was talking about. And peace, brother Morpheus. How you doing, man?
Right.
This is the book I was talking about, and I just want to say, because nobody's coming up.
Wait. Go ahead, talk. Yeah.
That book right there. It says Rockefeller, Medicine Men.
Yeah.
And you know, I love when I read. I'm not gonna infuriate you, brother. Done with it. I don't want to say what I really want to say, but you said the Rockefellers are the default blame for everything bad in the world. That's not. Why would you say that? If I'm telling you, let me read you something from this page 46. The General Education Board was announced to the press. The object of this association, they explained, is to provide a vehicle through which capitalists of the North who sincerely desire to assist in the great work of the Southern education may act with assurance that their money will be wisely used. Brother, I did not walk off the street. I'm gonna tell y'all again. I've been sitting here for decades doing what I do. So I'm not telling you something where I'm just repeating something I heard in a barbershop. When I tell you they designed the frame of our educational system in the United States, that's what I mean. And going back to what the elder originally said, and then my response, and then Reggie's response, the reason I didn't go back as far as Reggie just went, because the elder mentioned JSTOR. When you go to college, the college is going to give you a username and a password to look up things for peer-to-peer research, scholarly research. JSTOR is one of those softwares, databases that they're going to give you a username and password to. When I mentioned what I mentioned about white supremacy, I know who designed the framework again for the institutions in the United States that I said extended across Europe and everywhere else. So I wasn't just shouting out something to say, oh, the white man this, the white man that. Nah, that's not what that was about. I know what I'm talking about, and I wanted to just reiterate that so you know what I'm talking about. Brother Ashe, what's good, bro?
Wait 1 second. One quick second.
Yeah.
I held this show down for the platform because sa.neter wanted to do this. I think he wants to do this series every Sunday.
Okay.
He called me up. I just got back. In my family or now extended family, right? My ex-wife is a PhD, and my son now is a PhD, right? In neuroscience. I spent the whole weekend away, and I just got back, and I just got in the house, and sa.neter called me. I'm not begging you, but please respect my effort. Look, I'm not asking for a whole lot of money, but look, if I get just $25 of Cash App, that will pay. That will just pay a bill, so I can get something to eat after this show with the effort that and the gratitude from you. So if y'all don't respect that, I'll tell you it's going to be even though it's a long show, I'm giving you an opportunity to come in and talk to Brother Saladin, but we got to respect each other. You go to these other shows, they have no problem giving lots of money for ish and gossip. So thank you so much for the congratulations. But I'm serious. My work here, holding down sa.neter, is worth at least $25. So that's $5 from 5 people. So it's not begging, but you'll want a lot, and you give nothing. And some of you have it. Some of you have that $5. So I would appreciate a donation. So Brother Ashe, you're up.
Thank you, Reggie. Thank you. I mean, that's dope, man. Saladin Sundays. That sounds dope. When I left, I had to attend my son's birthday party. They turned 6. But before I left, he was going in on the names of the God. So my bad, I tapped out, but I'm back. And you was going into the names of a God, and you was saying how it seemed like the tetragrammaton seemed like pop out of nowhere. And when it comes down to like a primary for that, we don't see the God that they associate themselves with, which is Yahoo or Yahweh. We don't see that God in Canaan. We don't see that God in Mesopotamia, like you were saying. But we do know that this God belongs to the Midianites and the Edomites. This is what we do see through antiquity. So what do you make of it when they say things like, the white man is the Edomite, Midianites are the enemies of God? But when we look at the historical facts, we see that this Yahoo is an Edomite Midianite god.
Good question.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Ajay.
Mhm.
I had limited research on the Edomites coming from one source. So I'm not strong in that area to even respond to you. What I did was I looked. When I say I looked, and of course I was trolling and laughing around and joking when I said it, but I really did look for his existence. And by that, let me explain that.
Mhm.
You have Enki and Lil, right?
Yep.
Which may have been Sumerian, possibly Akkadian as well. But then when
Both.
it gets to both, right? But when it gets to Babylon, all of a sudden their son is the high god, Marduk,
Yep.
right? So,
Yep.
so I said, okay, I see what's going on here, and I don't have no problem with it. If you like it, I love it. But where is Yahweh? So to
Right.
answer your question, I'm not strong in the Edomites, and I'm not strong yet because I'm still studying, brother.
Mhm.
But
Well,
but
no doubt.
that led me to go and search because I swore I was gonna find him, and I said, you know what? He's probably in the Canaanite pantheon, and I went over there, and he wasn't over there, and I said, nah, man, this is getting crazy now. You can't have just popped up out of nowhere, or could you have? So
Well, we see the Shasu of Yahoo. They like a lot of Hebrew Israelites to be disingenuous and say the Shasu of Yahweh, but the transliteration will be Yahoo, and we know it's Yahoo because this is the same deity that we see in the names of individuals like Netanyahu, right? Netanyahu, and then this was the same god that they was worshiping at Elephantine alongside Anat, where they was worshiping Yahoo and Anat, and even the combination of both the deities together, Anat Yahoo, you know. So it's just deep when I look at where he really comes from. Yeah, they start making Yahweh coinage a little bit later on in that Canaan area. Once the Persians get control of that area, they start doing Yahweh coinage, but it still looks very Zoroaster influenced. But this was definitely a Midianite, Edomite god. We even got biblical verses where it says he rose from Seir, which is a mountain in the Edomite territory. So that's just what I observed.
and we also we're talking about which time period, right? Because roughly, what are we saying? Either 1300 BCE, and I try to reframe the way I try to remember this is that the Amarna letters, right?
Right.
And then again, I explained the whole Amenhotep IV situation.
But this
where-
gonna be before that. The Shasu is in what dynasty, Reg? What they talk about the Shasu breakdown?
18, the Shashu of Yahweh.
Yes.
I think the first time that we hear of them is roughly around the Middle Kingdom in the south, right around the Nubia, because they would be coming from the Red Sea. So it's the Shashu of Yahweh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Hyksos we know of the first time we hear of them is in the intermediate period, the second.
So that's around like the 4th century BCE, right?
And
no, earlier. What are you talking about? No, Martha. What, the Shashu of Yahweh? Let me give you exact date.
They wrote about him once in the steel. I forgot what
It's in
Nubia. Yeah, it's not Nubia, but it's in the south.
And it was a real simple. It was a real simple.
They were pain in the ass. They were invaders.
It's saying here the which is the Solab inscription.
Solab inscriptions. Yes.
Right, and it's saying around 1400 BCE. That's what I was saying.
Okay. Yeah, that's about the Solab.
No, you said 14. I thought you said 4th.
No, 14.
I thought they said 4 too.
Right. I thought you said 4, so it's 14th century.
Yeah, no, that's when Pharaoh Amenhotep III.
Yeah. So that's late. So they are these Edomite, like Ashe said, Midianite, Kentonite groups of people attacking Egypt, and there are many Shashus, but one of them is the Shashu of Yahweh.
Yep.
Right.
Now there is.
Is that the oldest one? I'm sorry, real quick. Is that the oldest one?
Yep, that's the oldest attestation for that name.
That we are concerned about because it has Yahoo or Yahweh in it.
Right. Okay.
That's the one that we're concerned with.
It just like Ashe said, it doesn't have Yahweh in it. It has Yahoo. It has something similar.
Yeah, like Yahoo or something like that.
Which we can assimilate with that. And I took that as a grain of salt. But I also, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but when it was talking about who these people are, it wasn't like a paragraph. It mentions them in a brief sentence almost, and that's almost it. And then so that's not enough for me to go off and be like, oh, this is definitely the people of Yahweh. It wasn't enough information there in the steel for me to do that.
No, but later, right? We have more information on these groups as they are Transjordan, as these groups begin to kind of invade in Transjordan, right, in that area, right? If you take out the Bible, forget the Bible, but we have more information about not the Shashu, but this Yahoo group, right? And then like when you see things like Asherah and they want to say Yahweh, right? We have more Kintalut. We find more.
Yep.
Right. We find more information on them as they evolve, right?
Now, what I was going to say, Ashe, is this: when the Canaanites reach out to Amenhotep,
wait, I got a day here. Right, I'm just saying. Come on, here's the link. Come on, you got talk, right? You got talk. Here you go. Here's the link. Come on. There you go. Sorry.
The Canaanites at this time, when they reached out in the Armana letters, they still. So my thing was, all right. I'm looking at your pantheon, and right around there should have been more mention there should have been more of evidence in the existence of the nation of Israel, right, as a people. But
they're not that yet. So, like you're saying, and these are the people that's on my panel. No, it's reimagined later. They're not even, they're Canaanites and they're Transjordans. They don't become what we think they become until they have to come out of Babylon because of the Persians. They're not those people. They ain't those people of God. Ain't no Egyptian, ain't no Egyptian community, right? Worship no El and Yahweh in Egypt. El and Yahweh were never Yahoo, whatever you want to call it. Moses, and we can find Baal, right? But we can't find El and Yahweh in Egypt at that particular time. So,
okay, thank you for mentioning that. And then when I read their aggression towards Baal, I'm like, yo, y'all got a lot of aggression for Baal that has been around, and I haven't seen y'all. So what's all of this aggression against Baal for? And then I said, okay, you trying to replace Baal, and that's why you don't like Baal. That's what I said in my head, but I don't know that to be true.
Yeah, he's replacing the sons get their portion of land.
Thank you.
And the sons are doing what we find later in the Bible, stealing each other's inheritance. So Yahweh is ultimately going to steal Baal's inheritance, and there's another one. I forgot the other one, but Yahweh is stealing inheritance. And then he's going to ultimately, watch this, he's ultimately going to steal his father's inheritance, Yahweh. I mean, Yahweh's going to steal, he's going to steal else, right? They're all little storm gods with little populations worshiping them. And then we see this in the Bible with characters stealing their father's inheritance, but that's in fact what these groups did.
Exactly. So what we looking at is we looking at these.
And if you don't like what we're saying, right? Because we are united in this, right? What we're saying is, you don't like what we're saying, here is the link. Come on, smoke session.
Exactly, because when we looking at it, and we looking at how they coming up, all of them are doing that. They are doing the Baal cycle trick, where your little town deity, like Reg was saying, where your little small population deity, because you like him, he's the one who climbs the ladder for your group. You know, Baal, he's the famous one. He's the one who gets named after the Baal cycle. But all of these deities are doing this cycle. So they do it with him, with this Yahweh dude, where now he takes the Baal and Baal the opposition, and every other god is the opposition on to him, because that's a common Semitic epithet to take on when it comes to the gods. My city deity is the best one. They game banging with it. That's how they do it. And when you look at it, you can see that like sa.neter, which is like Phoenician Canaanite, and you'll see like the way that they reduct the pantheons and bring them together, and they show you how they just all related. They just all do it's kind of the same thing in Kemet though, because you will look at some stories where Haru doing his thing, and then they get a retelling where Anbu is doing what Haru do. You know what I mean? It's just that's how they play with it. They play with it like that.
But in history, it shows the breadcrumbs and the lies and the tales. Okay, go ahead. I'm just keeping the show together because I don't see these. I'm trying to make these people upset so that they can come in and have us praise the Lord or do salaki or whatever they do. Right.
Well, it's a lot of they probably skeptic because it's not like I came up here and talked crap. You understand what I'm saying? I actually use languages. I showed them, and I didn't really show them, but I told them go back and translate it, the original text, or what they call the original. Is no original, right? But the original.
They're not gonna do that on this channel, so that's why we got you up here. They're not doing that. The only way that you can get them up here is really you start talking about their God, right? then they may defend it. They're not interested in history. They're not interested in history, brother Saladin.
Oh yeah, well we already did that, but I did that on purpose just so that they could come up. But I always call Yahweh a farce because, but I proved it in my Bible. I didn't just call him a farce. You can't say you omnipresent. Yeah, omnipresent, omniscient, and then you don't know what's going on. You never know what's going on. You always out the loop. You don't know what's going down. People building towers in your city. You don't even know. So. But at the same time, here's the most egregious part to all of this.
Yeah, let's get to the egregious part.
Let's see.
The fact that it's 2026 and you don't know what the language really said, and it's right there in front of your face, and it says Elohim, which is plural, and then it talks about the B'nai Elohim, which is the sons of God, and it talks about how Elion divided up the land. I mean, you Hebrews should be teaching me this. What I'm teaching you this for?
How about you know it and they
because they not because I'll tell you what, in this real spiel, I don't want to talk to no Hebrew Israelite who don't want to explain to me how he from Mesopotamia, like his granddaddy Abraham. Explain to me how you as a black guy came to the Americas via transatlantic slave trade. How is y'all related to Mesopotamia and Abraham? See, they try to cling on to Canaan to try to get close to Kemet, try to get close to Africa, and then got to play the game where it's traveling on the border. No, let's go to where the story started off at. Let's go to Mesopotamia. Show me how y'all related to these Turkish folk. Northern Mesopotamia at that. Show that.
His pops was from Iraq, man. I say that all the time, right? So I used to ask on my show, what make you a Hebrew? Nobody can answer me for years. I said, what make you a Hebrew? Abraham's pops was from Iraq, bro.
I wish you would have been over here then, Salam, because I got some guys. I'm just not going to throw out no name. Y'all ready for this? They said they can track their lineage back to antiquity.
Okay, we was waiting for Mr. Morpheus, but I will let Brother Saladin continue, and then I bring on Mr. Morpheus.
No, brother Morpheus, please take the stage, brother. I'm sorry.
Yo, all right, peace, everybody. Peace. My brother Saladin, man, this presentation was powerful, bro.
Thank you, man.
I loved it. I'm like, you laid it down. You came with the sources, you showed the facts, and yo, man, it was. I don't know how anybody can deny it or get around it. You just,
They didn't wait, man. They wouldn't wait, Morpheus.
Yeah. He did. You did it. You do. Wow. I was sitting back learning. I'm like, wow. I'm like, you did your thing, bro. Real talk.
They wouldn't wait, man, because
He
stopped talking. We bored. They were saying all kind of stuff. And they gone. They gone now.
Yeah. Let me say something real quick, right? I noticed a few things, right, that I want to speak on real quick. Like, for instance, in the biblical text, right? And I noticed from the Meshe Stele, Reg, we talked about the Meshe Stele.
Yes,
right?
Moab Stele.
Yeah, in the Moab, right? The Meshe Stele, where they speak about that war that went down in Shemash, right?
Yeah, Kima.
Right. Beat Yahweh ass, right? Am I right or wrong? Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's what the Stele say. However, the biblical narrative, they spent it the opposite way and said that it was a retreat, right? And a theological lesson that Yahweh orchestrated, right? So you see what happened? So if you just read the biblical text, you think it's Yahweh. Yahweh, want to teach us a lesson because but when you read the actual stele, it's like, nah, bro, what are you talking about? Right?
Yeah, but Yahweh's still teaching your asses a lesson, right? You ain't win nothing. Like in history, y'all the greatest losers, but you got the story that make you think people think that you're the winner. Yahweh and El, right? Well, El in the Ugaritic, those groups are, but you followers, converts, you're losers.
Saladin, you brought something else up that was powerful, right? When you look at the Marduk, right? You brought a Marduk. So between the 18th and 12th century, right? So Marduk eventually becomes a supreme high god, but he was a minor god, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
But you see the same thing that happens with Yahweh, who was a national, a storm god. He eventually becomes the supreme god.
They gave Yahweh Jacob's semen. That's what they gave him. That's what the books say. They say they gave him his seed. What do we know the seed to be?
The zero, the semen.
There you go. So I say, oh, that's disrespectful. Everybody else got land, and Yahweh took it as disrespect. Oh, word? And this is why he goes completely berserk in Deuteronomy. I mean, he goes off the Richter scales, and I don't say too much because this ain't my channel, but if you look at what he's actually saying in Deuteronomy and compared to now, they're doing the same thing.
We say more.
Huh?
We say more. We say the Yerek oath where they grab Abraham's balls, right? That's the Yerek oath. So they really into that that holding somebody's balls, right?
Yeah, they Yahweh was telling them, listen there, I want you to go in there, kill everybody, take the land, take their women, and he told them in one part, I think it's Deuteronomy 6 or 7, he said, I want you to split up into 3 cities, right? Just in case somebody kills somebody by accident, you have them run over there. What he was saying was completely nuts.
This is nuts.
And my thing is this: if you tell me that Yahshua means what does it say? The definition of Yahshua is
it's just a common name.
It's Joshua.
No. I know what it is, but the way they pronounce it, and then I look, and if you look up the meaning, Yahweh's name is assigned to it, right? Now you have 2 different books. You have the Torah, the Old Testament, and
Morpheus. Go ahead.
Mute your mic for me, brother. And then you have.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he muted it. Come on.
There you go. And then you have the New Testament. They say in the New Testament, Jesus is supposed to be God, who I'm assuming y'all talking about Yahweh. These are two different personalities. Jesus is out here humble, he's cool, he's hanging out with the hoes at the well and all that. He's really chill. You understand? You can invite him to a little wedding and all that. He's gonna pop up some magic tricks and all that. Yeah. Yahweh ain't nothing like that. Look, Peter cut somebody's ear off. Jesus like, yo, you bugging, bro. He puts the ear back on. You think Yahweh doing that? These are two different personalities, which tells me these are two different writers, two or more different writers. So I just give y'all that to consider.
It's that hyper patriarchal ideology they adopted while in Mesopotamia when they adopted that shift from Tiamat on to Marduk. You gotta look at it. The way that they even look at the characters they venerate. They venerated Marduk. They gave him chiefdom. The dude who cut his mama up, he get chiefdom. You can't pass that in most African spirituality. Yeah, this is our God. What is he famous for? Killing his mom, and he created the world out of what? This is their identity. This is how they roll, and this is how they rock it. I highlighted this real quick. I want to put this on the stage. Jesus came from the order of Melchizedek. More foolish flim flam. Zedek, and you're literally saying my king is Zedek. Zedek is a son of Asherah and El, the twin of Shahar. Y'all get that absorbed into the pantheon and y'all running with it, talking about the order of Melchizedek. Then when you go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, Melchizedek is an angel. You go to 2nd Enoch, Melchizedek is immaculate birthed by Noah's brother, Ner, and his wife. And then when you go to your text, this dude is a whole priest, not of El Shaddai, not of Yahweh, but of El. And for some reason, your boy Abraham get to following him, and y'all never ask the question why.
So Iraqi is following the Canaanite, right? And the Canaanite God is Shadek. That's God Energy pointed that out. Shout out to God Energy. So your Melchizedek is named after a god, a Canaanite called Chezedek, right? So you got an Iraqi, watch this, an Iraqi following Iraqi Canaanite story, and you say that you come from, you call yourself Israel, and you come from the lineage. You come from the lineage of two groups of people, right? And none of this has anything to do with Jerusalem. None of this has nothing to do with Jesus, and Morpheus can tell you more about that, right?
Okay, that's your question, brother. Right. Now I can understand ancient people thousands of years ago, right, that believed these, superstitions and mythological stories, right? Okay. But why do you think people today believe these stories? Why do you think it is?
Well, this
was love their comic books.
This is sentimental. You got to understand that. So that I heard, it might have been the elder, but somebody in the chat tonight said you have to remember, brother, religion may have saved some people. And believe it or not, as much as I joke, I do consider this. I am an empathetic person, so I just clown to a limit because I know. Now, if we looking at religion, when we went through our period here in America, even though they say some of us just changed the name of the saints or whatever, but some of us, our mothers made sure you take this religion that they telling us to take, right? Why she do that? Because she wanted to save her daughter, save her son. I don't care if you say why.
It's safe to say it's inherited.
It's inherited, and it's inherited. And next week when I speak on metaphysics, that's information. You understand? Energy cannot be destroyed or created. It can only be transferred. So we underestimate the things that we cannot see. A lot of people are focused on science, but science is evidence, right? It's used as a system of evidence. to understand natural nature and physical matter, relying on what? Experimentation, observation, and the formation of theories that is being tested. So nowhere in there do you hear that they consider the sixth sense, which science now has. They're on board. Science is now on board with the sixth sense, saying that some things are intuitive, right? So we have to find ma'at. We have to find balance within things, because you could become such a zealot on one side. No, the key to this journey is finding a balance of your information. And one thing that we don't do, because people don't like to get into the things that they cannot prove physically, but we got to talk about that too, because then that's when they start calling things mystical, this, that, and the third. You can't see heat, but that bitch gonna burn you, I tell you that, and then you're gonna believe.
You got a bunch of excuses for not coming on, right? They don't want to disturb your show, Brother Saladin, but you came on here for you to get taught. You said that. I want to learn, right? So we're asking these chatty patties to come on and compare notes so that you can learn. That's what you want to do. You're a good student, right? You want to learn, right? That's what you say.
That's a fact. I want to learn. That's what I told you.
So teach us. So my dude, I got Albay in the chatty. I got some what's this other brother name? Some other brother in here saying that they don't want to disturb the show. You're not disturbing the show. Teach. You can talk to just him. Everybody else is shut up.
Brother Saladin,
yes,
right?
Sir.
What you think about this, right? Well, we're looking at, because you brought up matter, right? Right? And we're looking at different states, correct? And when you say, oh, it's solid, liquid, gas, and plasma, or states of matter, right? I think there's a fifth state. I think that fifth state is information.
Well, that is definitely
great. Luke, show your okay, here go Luke. Thank you.
And in science right now, that's a very strong theoretic theology. Excuse me, that they're studying this.
They saying come out and go back in, Morpheus. Go out and then come back in. Your mic is messing up. And as he's doing that there, yeah, that is, he brought up something very interesting. But you know, when I speak about it next week, man, we definitely got to speak about information. I don't think we understand our anatomy though. Yeah, I truly don't. I know we don't understand it, right? We barely understand our history. So how are we gonna understand that our the capabilities?
Grown men don't understand their anatomy. These grown ass men who are walking around with their shirts off, pumping their chest. You gonna tell that to Ashe? Look at Ashe laughing. Look at Ashe, huh? That you in kid's body. Huh? You're a grown man in kid's body wearing a baby t-shirt. Huh. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'll finish that thought later. Brother Luke, how you feeling, brother?
I'm good. Give me 1 second.
All right. Brother Luke is not ready. So what I was going to say, and you're going to hear me repeat this same thing next week. Science has made some tremendous successful experiments, right? One experiment that they did was by Dr. Church at Harvard University, where he downloaded a digital information to the human DNA and then re-downloaded it back to the original source, right? And capitalists, other companies, other people have been working, they're working feverishly on using the body as information storage. Now, I won't go too much into that, but I'm only bringing it up now because Mr. Morphus asked about information. But there's a lot of information that we do need to talk about. But I will be talking about that next week. What's up, Mr. Luke?
All is good, man. Good night to the panel. Good night to everybody. I think one of the biggest issues, though, is we got to get history right, and understanding European history, as well as understanding, shall we say, the historical origins of Christianity is extremely important. What I would say is that the Europeans have done an excellent job on writing themselves into history. And so they have many different techniques of writing, styles of writing. And so this is why it is so difficult to pin them down, or to pin down certain things that you may look for in history. Okay, so my good friend Mr. Immortal asked me to hit the link. So this is me, Brother Reggie, under the name Luke. All right.
Okay.
Good. All right. And so not here to filibust. I like your spirit. I think it is Saladin. All right. So Saladin. Sorry, my bad. All right. And so hold on one sec. Let me just turn the volume up. Right. And so I've been saying, and I stand on it. There's a number of things that are dead. The so-called ancient Hebrew language is a dead language. This is one of my claims. The so-called ancient Greek language is a dead language. This is my claim. And the so-called Hebrew language is a dead language. This is my claim. And so all of the languages that come out of these fake languages that we now use to interpret biblical literature are not the ancient language that we have in our head. The quote-unquote ancient scripts that they allegedly have left behind are non-phonetical, and so they cannot be used.
We can read them, but
Go
we
ahead.
can read them. The dead language is spoken, but there's written scripts. We could read the scripts because we can find a vocabulary for it, right? So and so we could test it in science. So we know when we're reading something, when a language is deciphered or a script is the script is deciphered, we could we can understand what it is scientifically, because we have vocabulary words. People speaking, speaking a language, even a Kemetic language, right? Or acting like they're saying some word and it's holy, right? No, we can read the script, understand the vocabulary. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say one thing, Brother Luke. Hold on 1 second, and then you can respond to both of us at the same time. So there's a rubric called the Rosetta Stone, and that's just one rubric to help translate older, what you call dead languages. So my response to that is, just because a language is dead has nothing to do with the ability to go back and translate that dead language. It's dead because no one uses it anymore. That's irrelevant. It's on whether it can be deciphered or not. Those are two different things. But go back to you.
Wonderful. So you remember how I was telling you that the European uses many different styles and techniques and how they wrote themselves into history? Well, I'm glad you brought up the Rosetta Stone. And I can go through Hebrew, Greek, as well as Hebrew, Greek, and Medu-Neter, right? But let's go to the Rosetta Stone. What you have to do is you have to identify the storyline that they give you in order to breathe life into these dead languages. So let's look at the Rosetta Stone. What is the storyline of the Rosetta Stone? They say that the Rosetta Stone, they use the Greek at the bottom of the Rosetta Stone in order to interpret or in order to decipher what was on the Rosetta Stone. Are we on the same page? Correct?
Not yes, they use the Greek. All right, there is a rule in translation. If you have a written script, right? If you you can either have a written script or you could have a language. The Rosetta Stone has Greek, which is a written script and a language. Then you compare it to the Demotic and the Meta-Neter. But
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get.
there's another script that gives us vocabulary, which is the Coptic, right? It gives us phonetic placement for symbols in the Meta-Neter. The Meta-Neter is what they were trying to translate in a Demotic. So you have to know the rules for deciphering. There is a formula. Go ahead.
I understand the formula, but what I'm gonna do, if you would allow me, is that I want to hold them to their storyline. Okay, and we'll get to Demotic, because what they have to do is they have to first be able to speak and or read or interpret.
No, they don't have to. They don't have
Hold
to.
on, let me finish. Let me finish my thought, and then you can reply if you don't mind.
You got to give me now. You got to give me a source. I don't want to hear nothing else. Don't tell me. No, look. Don't tell me.
You told me I could come and talk to Saladin, right?
I know. I'm asking you now to compare notes. So give us
again. I have a number of large claims, and so, Brother Reggie, I would like to rule it out. I'm not going to take extremely.
Show me a source.
The source is we're talking about the Rosetta Stone that Saladin brought up, and we're talking about the storyline of the Rosetta Stone. And it is said that the Greek at the bottom of the Rosetta Stone, this is factual, you can pull it up, anyone can pull it up on the platform, but I think everyone on the platform is familiar with the storyline of the Rosetta Stone. And so I'm just speaking to the storyline, if you would permit me. Check.
Yes, Mr. Luke. Go.
Hey, Luke.
Would you allow me to get into my thought?
Get busy. Get busy.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So what I'm saying to you is that the Greek at the bottom of the Rosetta Stone is non-phonetical. Why? Because if you take a look at the letters of the Greek alphabet, like you said, now we're getting into script. What is the phonetic value of the letter A in the Greek alphabet? Anyone on the panel? What is the phonetic value?
The phonetic value of the Greek A?
Talking about the alpha?
There we go. It's because it's not a phonetical sound. It's a word.
It's a sound.
And if we go to B,
all symbols symbols in a language make sounds. Sounds make words. Words make sentences. I need a source. I don't want you.
Hold on, because I'm about to clear it up. I'm about to make a claim that'll clear it up. Hold on, because you've once heard even Apostle made reference to this at one time, and I would hardly ever agree with Apostle, but I'd say this to you, that the Greek that you were putting a phonetic value to is not the Greek that you're referring to when you're trying to decipher the Rosetta Stone. The Greek that you're putting a phonetic value to is Yiddish.
Okay, so now you keep saying things without a source. I asked
what the phonetic value of the Greek letter is, and you can't answer me because you know it's not a phonetical value, it's a word. Houston, we have a problem, Brother Reggie.
You have.
Do you know how simple that is? If you can give me the phonetic value for the letter A in ancient Greek.
Stay there. Because I asked you a simple, you have your keyboard or your phone, I asked you for something very simple. You want to talk me to death, right? No. And I asked you to show me something.
I think, no, just hear me out. I think all of my claims, just going to the simple stories that they would give us, I think all of my claims based on the panel, everybody being well versed in the subject matter, I think what I am shedding light on or pointing to isn't nothing deep that you need a source for, because we can go to the storyline. The thing about it is we all know that the Greek, when you point to the Greek letters that we allegedly use, we don't realize where we are duped. Why? Because now we go and we take a Latin alphabet and superimpose a phonetic value to that Greek language.
Okay.
So Mr. Luke, if I could
stay
just,
right there.
if
You
I could
stay
just,
right there. Stay,
I'm not going anywhere, champ. And
Okay,
I can do this.
No. Go ahead, Jamal Saladin. Go ahead. It's your show, but I'm gonna deal with this.
Okay, no problem at all. But this is what I wanted to say, and this is why. This is one of the things I guess I don't like. When somebody takes a piece of something and I see, here's the thing, Luke. I answered you specifically in a specific way. Just in case you ran off on a tangent, let's go back to what my answer was. I said one. First I mentioned a rubric, and I said one of the rubrics was the Rosetta Stone. Now, I did that purposely. You understand? You happen to be strong in the Rosetta Stone rubric. Boom, you go off on a tangent. Now the show become about on Rosetta Stone in the translation. That wasn't the only translation, and that wasn't even my point. My point was that we can decipher. They have tools to decipher dead languages, and that's what. Now you see, what I will commend you is you found a flaw in the Rosetta Stone, but just the way you're not going to present any evidence, then I will say, because I'm not in the mode of debating. If I was debating you right now, I would come with my sources and everything, and I would show you that that wasn't the only tool that they use to decipher these languages. Rollinson wasn't the only person that was studying cryptology at that time. So, although you're right, I think we veered off course. You got me, brother?
He's not.
Okay, so now you're talking about tools. Let's go to the tools.
Hold on
1 second. I just want to respond to Saladin.
Wait, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. I'm going to let you respond to him, but you're going to give us the courtesy, right? You're going to give us the courtesy to pull up a source on the decipherment method. If you don't do that, then I'm going to have to move on. I'm not going to have anybody just come up here and say stuff, right? We want to learn. I can't learn from your mouth, right? I need to see it with a source.
Yo, can I ask a simple question, right? Hey, brother Luke, is it your position that the expert linguists people are wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. What I'm saying is that they have a formula. They have a way that they write themselves into history.
No, that's not answering my question.
I'm trying to. Okay, you want me to answer it direct?
You want me to answer it? Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Right. See, because the way you word your question, I pay attention to detail. The way you word your question kind of put me out, but I'll answer it direct. Yes, they're wrong.
Okay, stop. Are you a linguist? Good. Are you a linguist?
No.
So I'm trying to figure out, make this make sense to me, right?
Okay.
Right. The people who are experts in language, the linguists, right? Mm-hmm. You who are not a linguist, mm-hmm. right, from your own admission, know more than the people who are experts in language. Is that what you're telling me? I'm just trying to understand.
See, and I know that's what you was leaning on, right? So watch this. Hold on. You said something.
Luke, it's a logical question. It's not. I'm dead serious, right? It's a logical question, right? It really is. Just like saying, listen.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Luke, please.
I'm trying to answer your question. You asked me a question.
Yes, but let me finish. Luke, let me finish.
I thought you were.
What you're doing right now, right, is analogous, right? Let's say we're talking about the heart, right? And we say, hey, this is what the cardiologists who know everything about the heart, went to school, they're educated in the systems, right, of cardiology, because we're talking about the heart. And then now a person comes up right, who is not educated in cardiology is going to give me knowledge and information about the heart and what you're doing. Right, though I hear your argument, but I'm saying make that make sense to me, right? Because you're saying you're not a linguist, but yet the people who are linguists and experts, they got it wrong.
So I just need you to listen to your brother. The people that are experts, before they gave you their expertise on them being a linguist, they gave you a storyline as to how they arrived at the decipherment of the Rosetta Stone. You following me, Mr. Morpheus?
I'm following you crystal clear.
Wonderful. That's beautiful. And so if you tell me Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water, you can't come back in the story later on and tell me it wasn't Jack and Jill, it was Jack and John.
Okay.
And then you can't come back further on in the story and tell me it wasn't a pail of water, they ran up for some wine.
Okay. All right.
So what I'm saying to you is the people who are specialists or who are linguists, before they can get into them using their so-called expertise, they gave you a storyline. It's the same thing that you guys do when you hold the Hebrews and the Christians to the storyline of the Bible.
So you said it's a conspiracy,
and then
right?
they tried to you were talking about exegesis, right? Right. And so when you try to hold people down to what it is that is fact, you got to hold them to their story.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm gonna mute your mic. Wait, so I'm gonna mute your mic. I am gonna turn it back to Jamal's brother Saladin. Okay, I'm gonna give you sources, right? The one thing that I hate, and I think Saladin hates, right, is we get argumentative. The way we fix being argumentative is show some sources. We're in school, right? I'm not going to listen to somebody who I'm not so sure of their education. So what we're going to do is typical decipherment method. Identify the sign inventory, list of all distinct signs in the script and their variants, right? That means the languages that you know, the languages that you don't know, the script, right? Analyze sign patterns, which signs can stand together, which positions they occur in, and how frequent that they are. Classify the writing system, right? Logographic, syllabic, alphabetic, or a mix, or you don't know. Propose values, right? This is science for signs, using anchors like names, dates, or bilingual parallel text when available. You test the reading. There are three main decipherment scenarios. An unknown script, which I said, with a known language. In this case, the meta-neter and the demotic or unknown scripts. Against a known language, the sound system and words are known, but the sound shapes are new, right? Or a known script, like Greek, an unknown language, like the meta-neter. The signs are familiar, for example, in alphabet, but they encode a new language, right? An unknown script, an unknown language, that is almost impossible. So he is trying to tell us what the story is of what they wrote in the Greeks, right? And then that storyline that he is saying, follow the storyline, and I'm saying that's only part of it. You have to do an inventory of things that you know, sounds that you know, scripts that you know, and not. Once you have that, but if you have an unknown script and a known language, like the meta-neter, like the Greek, right? Right? And you have shapes, signs that are different, you make this inventory. Or you have a known script, like in this particular case, again, the Greek, perfect. You have an unknown language, again, the meta-nature, right? In this case, the signs are not familiar, right? We can detect it's a new language. So do you match it? Unknown script and unknown language. I don't want to go through it. So what we have is the Greek, known language, known script. The Demotic, unknown language, unknown script. What we have is the meta-nature, unknown language, unknown script. We have those things. But what we find in both the Heretic and the Demotic, and we find in the meta-nature, right, is in the Greek we find this word Ptolemy. Then what we do, we find it inside a shenu or a cartouche. Then we say, okay, we look in the meta-nature, right? We look in the meta-nature, and what we do find is they're talking about, in the Greek, they're talking about a king. So then we look in the shenus. Okay, are they talking about the same thing, right? So then we do science with it. That's what linguists do. Now we get the story of the Greek story, and the Greek story, we compare it with what we are trying to assemble. But in the case of the meta-nature, there is another language that is known, which is Coptic. So we have a known language, Greek, and we have a known name as Coptic, and Coptic is has been detected as the last form of the meta-nature. So then we get from the Coptic help with understanding signs like Ra, right? From the vocabulary array from the category of the Coptic. Now, this is the decipherment method that scientists use, linguists use. I am just asking you, if you know Greek, fine. You can give us a story. We can find the story. The king's names, we could detect that, right? We have detected that. Then it's duplicating or looking for repetitive sounds from the words that from the things that we have detected. What they did was they was able to do an inventory of kings' names because they're in shenus. So then we get sounds, and then we get then we compare it with Coptic, and it gives us a how can I say, a transliteration that we could use to detect the language. If it wasn't for the meta-nature being deciphered, the old Hebrew words would not have been deciphered because they use the same thing. Now I'm asking you, you're laughing, but you know what? When people laugh and they don't show sources, right?
No, listen, I can show sources, Reggie. It's just that tonight I didn't come prepared, but Immortal had asked me to hit the link, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought we would just have a discussion because I had put in the chat that I didn't want to deter the conversation from where Saladin
When
had
you
it.
come back, Luke?
Right? Yes, but can I say something?
No. When you come back, let's do it when you come back. I'm always on.
Okay, brother Reggie, though, just a little bit of leeway, right? Just a bit of a wiggle room responding to what you were saying. You notice when they was talking about how they put together the language itself by not having certain scripts or having a spoken language, so on and so forth. The one thing I want you to do for me on this panel, right, is explain to me where they get the sounds for the Greek language, one, and two, do you understand that the Coptic language uses a modernized Greek alphabet? I'll say that again. The Coptic language uses a modernized Greek alphabet to be written.
Okay.
So all of these things is hinging upon a phonetical Greek language. Even the Demotic, the Coptic, all of these things are tied to it. And what I'm saying to you, my brother, is that when you look at the Greek alphabet, if you're not getting any sounds from the Greek alphabet and they are words, this is explaining to you why you have this problem. What the Europeans have been doing is using this Greek.
I need a source.
I'll come back on with all my.
So I need a source, and please come back on.
Before he comes back on, Reg, I want to be clear on what he asked. Is he saying that the Coptic script uses a modified version of ancient Greek alphabet or modern?
I don't even know if he knows what the Coptic script does. So the Coptic script is Greek plus letters that are meta-nature letters that have sounds, right? So the Coptic helps us a lot because it is in the time period, it's older language. So it has Greek, right, with demotic sounds. And so from the Coptic, once you know Coptic, then you get an inventory, and then you reapply those sounds back to the meta-nature.
No, but did he say? But did he say that the Coptic script uses modern Greek? Is that what he said?
I listened to that, but I'm just saying I don't think he knows enough about. Let me ask him about.
But I'm trying to ask him. Is that what he said? Because I stepped away.
He's back on. What are you saying about?
Hey, Luke, are you saying?
Yes.
Luke, are you saying the Coptic script?
Yes, sir.
Uses modern Greek alphabet?
Yes, sir. And you can pull it up. You can Google it. You can fact check me. Anything I say, you can fact check me.
Reg, show my screen.
And that is to be written now. And they added a few letters to it. This is right off the top. I'm just saying.
Luke, stop. Let's stop right there. Let's go right there where you just said, right? What does it say? You said I could Google it, right?
Yeah. I can't quite see it because I'm on my phone.
Let me read it for you. It says, no, the Coptic script does not use the modern Greek alphabet. Instead, it uses a modified version of the ancient Greek alphabet from around the 3rd century, along with an initial capital-rounded writing style. But to answer the question, it says...
Hold on. Go back to the last part. Okay. I want you to read it and read it carefully.
Listen.
I want you to read it and read it carefully.
No, I know. I want you to listen.
Okay.
No. Again, no. The Coptic script does not use the modern Greek alphabet. Before we go further, no. The Coptic script does not use the modern Greek alphabet. Instead, it uses a modified version of the ancient Greek alphabet from around the 3rd century BCE. Right? Stop.
Okay. No. Now you stop because hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to say.
Luke, let me finish. Stop. Don't do that, bro. You asked me. You said you can Google it, right? I put it up and asked the question, and it's saying no. We're all looking at it right now. It says no. Oh, maybe I'm bugging. Reg, does this say no?
You want to say no 1,000 ways, Mr. Morpheus? Okay. I just want to respond to you. I just want to respond to that
because point. You know what? Let him respond.
I just want to respond to that
because
point.
They answered his question, but he didn't say any of this stuff.
Just give me a second to respond. He pulled it up, and I just want to respond to the bottom part. Hey. Thank you. You got to be fair, Reggie. Right? What I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you, Mr. Morpheus. The European, when you pull up information, they do a marvelous job of double talking. I'm almost done. It's going to take less than 10 seconds. They do a marvelous job at double talking. So when they go back and they take you to the ancient Greek, this is how you know you get duped. You got duped because they can't show you where they can find a phonetic value to the ancient Greek script. So the only Greek script that has a phonetical value is the new Greek. This is the point. Because you can't give me a phonetic value for the letter A in the ancient Greek alphabet because it's a word and not of some phonetic value. You see the point?
Watch this. Okay. So what you said. Wait, no, I'm not. Wait. No. Wait, hold up.
Okay.
Okay. So I asked you, you come back and you give us a paper, a study, right, to prove your point. I don't
No
need to
problem.
go back and forth. I don't need to go back and forth with this. So
But
what
okay.
I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put everybody back on the screen. But my
Okay.
brother
But can I say
Saladin,
one thing before I go?
yeah,
Because I'm gonna go. Right? I'm gonna hello?
we're listening.
Yes. I want to make another claim because this will all clear it up. Another claim that I'm gonna make, and when I come back, I'll prove all of these things. Is that and Dr. John Henry Clark said the same thing. Most of the grandmaster teachers say the same thing. There is no such thing as an ancient Greek civilization, an ancient Rome. There's no such thing as ancient Greece, ancient Rome, point blank period. The term Greek refers to the Eastern Church, and the term and yes, the term Greek refers
Now
to.
I'm gonna stop you right now. I'm gonna stop you again because now you're a liar, right? Because Dr. John Henry Clark was my teacher in life, and his work was not on the Medu Neter, right? Dr. Yosef ben Jochanan's work was in fact on Egypt, but we have linguists. So, but on history, Dr. John Henry Clark never said there was no ancient, he never said that there was never no ancient Rome, never said no ancient Greek. I sat in the classes. So I'm 61 years old, right? I knew Dr. Clark since I was 20. He was 70, right? I was his pallbearer. I was his student, a confidant of his in his life with Dr. Ben. So this Walter Williams stuff that you're trying to talk about, you have no written work on it. So you now I'm gonna put my face on, and I got to give it back to my brother, right? I got to put my face on, right? So where am I? Where am I? Right? Here.
I'm gonna jump off, Reg. Right. Saladin, thank you, my brother. I'm gonna jump off. Only thing I just wanted to show is what he said, right? And he asked me to Google it. Am I bugging, or did he say, "Yo, brother, Google it"? Google it, correct? Now we pulled it up, and his own source just cut him, and now he don't like the. It's a conspiracy now. Now we going into conspiracy mode, right? So the source that you asked me to pull up disagrees with what you're saying, right? So I'm trying to figure out what you upset with me for. I'm like, you said pull it up. That's what it says.
Okay, so he's crashing out, and all we asked him to do, I'm gonna put my good brother up because he's been on for a long time, and this brother Luke is gonna come back on at some point, but he lied to you all because I don't know what his age is, but he lied to you about Dr. Clark saying there was no ancient Rome, ain't no ancient Greek, right? You might as well say he said that there was no ancient Ghana, no ancient Mali, ain't no ancient Songhai, right? No ancient Egypt, right? So you can say whatever you want to say, and I can listen. I only got 3 cash apps, but you can only say what you want to say, but until my brother Jamal Saladin, whose whole thing was show the evidence, you're gonna remain in the back chat. You're gonna remain there. Yeah, you're gonna get mad and upset. But I didn't even ask you your education. And education is important to me, right? I just came from my son's PhD hooding ceremony, right? Right? Education is important to me, my family, my ex-wife as an ex-wife. I'm not taking people. Me and brother Saladin, we've been in the dirty streets. So is Morpheus, and so have a lot of you, right? We left that, and you know what? We ain't going back there. That's brother right. Saladin, I'm gonna ask everybody else to leave because I've been here. Wait, watch this. If you want me to continue, I'm gonna put in my cash app. Oh no, I got one more Cash App. I got one more Cash App. It didn't come up to who it was, so I will extend, but I will give it up to Brother Saladin to go wherever you want to go.
Listen, I came to do what we did. You understand? Again, I started the show off with I wanted to learn from you guys. I made a bunch of statements out here, so anybody could have came up after I was done. I mean, we've probably been done about an hour. Anybody could have came up and said, Saladin, you said this. I didn't agree with this, and this is why. And then you could have showed your sources. So, what the sport of scholarship, I think we need to bring that back. You understand? And it's fun. It gives you something to do, right? But I already told you from Jump Street, if you just do this, you're not gonna last, right? Because you're just not gonna last. Now, I am not that big-headed that I can't learn. So, Luke, I look forward to you coming back to the show whenever and say, Saladin, okay, I'm ready. I got my sources ready. I'm ready. Cool. And I look forward to anybody. But the day went exactly how I thought it was going to go, right? With people beefing in the comments, saying this, that, and the third, you a liar, da, 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 da. And then when it's time to show and prove, meow, meow, nobody show up to show and prove. You come up to talk. I didn't teach me, please. I'm a open vessel. I'm an open vessel. Teach me. That's all I love to do is learn. So you ain't said nothing but a word, right? Other than that we offer this, right? Because we're not gonna make Brother Reggie stick around for $5 more. You understand? He had a very long day. Congratulations to him, his son, his family. Shout out to the whole HOK. And until we meet again. That's it, Brother Reggie. We offer this, man. Go get some sleep, bro.
Thank you so much. This is what we do. We do show and prove. We not here to talk. And Brother Saladin is here to stay. He is on sa.neter's special team, and the only thing that he wants is to see documentation. And Morpheus simply pulled up what he said, and he said no, no, ancient Coptic is not based on modern Greek. And then he wants to continue. And so I've heard it before with Dr. Walter Williams. I'm one of the only few people in the conscious community, in the House of Consciousness, that ever talked to Dr. Walter Williams because he preferred to talk to me. And the only difference was that I had to respect him because his time on this planet was fading. However, these people with these made up stuff, if you ain't got no college, you ain't got no papers, right? You just talking. The only thing we respect is sources.
Yeah, Saladin, please come back, bro. Please come back. Because I love everything you did, man, with just you showing sources and you going on it, bro. Please come back, bro.
So next week the cat's out the bag. Sa.neter already has the flyer. Next week we will be going into Revelation and the Mark of the Beast. So that's what we will be discussing next week. We will get scientific with it. We will get biblical with it. And we will have fun with it. You understand what I'm saying? And again, I encourage you guys. If you think I'm wrong, that's great. You understand? That's not even where my head is at. My head is at, I was really hoping you come and you say you're wrong because it is. So you can't find no scholars to say somebody is wrong, but you feel away. Then come on, man. Let's make the same way they made a sport out of battle rap. This is it, brothers and sisters. This is it, right? But let's not turn it into low-hanging fruit where people come over here and they sound good, because we've seen these cats already. These cats sounded good. I watched a debate against Nature Boy and Brother Jabari. Brother Jabari ate his food, but at the same time,
Nature Boy, he sounds slick with it. You understand? This is the type of ghetto rhetoric I like to hear when I'm outside at a dice game. I love it. I love some of the stuff that go on in the ghetto. It make me laugh. You understand? It's just exciting to be around. And that's what Nature Boy, he remind me of just ghetto rhetoric, straight GTA 6, GTA 5, just talking in the background. Like, yo, what'd he say? That's crazy. But at the end of the day, can you show and prove? So let's make a sport. You know what I'm saying? I'm some of the younger blood that's coming over here. I really want y'all to get into this. I talk slick tonight because I wanted you to come up and prove me. I talk crazy tonight. You understand? And nobody came up. That's crazy. You can't. And I know why you didn't come up, because obviously I know what I'm talking about. Right? I didn't say you could Google something and then you went and found something different. I told you to Google it. I told you to Google it as they was in the comment section talking crazy. Yo, this is false. You don't know what you talk about. I said, Google it, bro. It's hurting your feelings that what you a part of is what my brother Unc say, pseudo. It hurt your feelings that this was all fabricated. Everything you went out and got the whole regalia, turban and all, and it was all fabricated by two Caucasians perpetrating a fraud. And you said it was false. And then when the mic dropped, you said, debate me. I seen the comments. You said, yo, you don't want to smoke though. And he dropped the link and it was meow. All right.
So I'm just before you go,
my bro, my dude.
Just before you go, I'm gonna because I have to nip this in the butt, because I hate when people lie on my teachers. I hate that, as if they knew them, right? As if I didn't know Dr. John Henry Clark when he could see, right? Until he couldn't see until the end of his life, right? And I could prove it, right? So let me share my screen. 1 second. Let me remove this. Add this. So we have to start with A, his claim. So let's start with his claim. Okay. So here, let's go down to what Dr. Clark said, right? Because, okay, you're right to ask for a double check. So, all right. What Dr. Clark actually said. There's a widely circulated paraphrase that goes, there was no Rome, Egypt was a great power. And there was a power which appears in social media posts and memes, sometimes linked to Dr. Clark or to his works he wrote forwards for. However, these posts do not provide a full verified sentence from him saying there is no Rome, no Greek civilization in their languages, right? And usually rely on secondary phrases, not a primary audio or textual source. In his own words and his documented quotes, Clark clearly treats Greece and Rome as real historical civilizations, but argues they emerged later than were deeply influenced by African and older Mediterranean cultures. For example, he is quoted for saying Egypt gave birth to what later would become known as Western civilization long before the greatness of Greece and Rome, which presupposes the reality of Greece and Rome whilst subordinating them chronologically and culturally to Egypt. How to interpret the no Rome type statements. When you see that there was no Rome at that time, according to the archaeology attached to his name, it usually refers to specific early periods, for example, when Egypt or earlier African Levantine powers dominated the Mediterranean. Not a claim that Rome never existed at all. In other words, he is denying that Rome existed in a given era. Some people chronologically projected back into not denying the historical Roman civilization across all time. Likewise, I have not found any reliable primary source where Clark denies the existence of Greek civilization or the Greek and Latin languages themselves. Instead, he emphasizes is that what we call European civilization is built on African and Afro-Asian foundations. His core thesis is about origins, priority, and appropriation, not about erasing the historical reality of Greece and Rome or their tongues. right? So his claim that Morpheus detected was the fact that that Coptic relies on ancient Greek, not modern Greek, right? Which the second error that he made is to say that there is no Greek and Latin languages, right? So that's the second claim. The problem is that people can read ancient Greek, ancient Latin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have much of European history, right? But this type of person says that the history that we have compiled is fraudulent. But we have billions of dollars of universities across multiple countries, right, that verify the fact that there were ancient Greeks, ancient Greek language, ancient Latin language, and that the decipherment of what we call ancient Egyptian language is a thing. And we have other languages that were deciphered because of the decipherment method. I hate when people say to me, as if I'm their age, right, that my teachers said something that they did not say and make it a claim and then sit up there and laugh, right? I hate that. Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen. You're dealing with the wrong person. I'm not a young person. I'm not your age, yo.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy, man.
I'm not your age of disinformation. But at the same time, what do they really do? These same people, they bring us back to the greatness of European civilization. While they deny European civilization, they bring us back. So Africans could do nothing. I'm finished. Anybody have some last words before we go?
I just want to say, man, that it's it's a conspiracy. He pointed out $1 billion conspiracy. I'm like,
no, a $10 conspiracy on his part against multiple $1 billion. So I want to thank Christine Naja for her love and her respect. She donated twice. Adrian, thank you. Dactology, thank you. And guess what? For this whole show, right? For me continuing this whole show, I only got 4 support. And then you want me to argue? You want me to argue? Waste my time after I came. My son has a PhD, right? In neuroscience. You want me to help work with you to deny his accomplishment and his mother's accomplishment and my professor's accomplishments because you got something slick to say? So what do we do? So with that said, I'm going to put it on my brother on the big screen. They want you to go, Brother Saladin. They want you to go. They don't want you.
Listen, man. I got a jazz album out called Funk and Love. If you could just type in Jamel Saladin, Funk and Love, and it's 25 joints on there, and it's only $9, right? So everybody that's listening, if you could go out and get that, I appreciate that. Other than that, we gotta go. We gotta go to bed. All right.
Yeah, so that's sa.neter. That's not Brother Reggie. So let me put on the music, Sa. Let me put on the music. One of our best hits.
How you like my new instrumental, Reggie?
I love it.
How you like my new instrumental, bro?
Oh, I can't wait to hear the rest of the lyrics on it, man.
Ain't no lyrics on it yet. I just created the intro.
Oh, brother Saladin's still there, right?
What's up, Saladin? I was going in and out. I was checking y'all out.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I got good timing.
Yeah, I got great timing. Thank you, bro.
I want to say thank you to you, Brother Reggie, for this.
Oh yeah, sure.
Appreciate you, man, for this, man.
I just came back, man. I just walked into the door and you called me, and only because you called me, bro. I haven't eaten. I haven't done nothing, man. Right? And the people are cheap. I don't know what's on that. I think he's doing something. So,
no. I said, yeah. I agree with you. We already know that.
I can't. Sa, if you leave me on a show like that, you're gonna have to tell the people they got to give me something, especially when Saladin comes on, because he's gonna be on for 3.5 hours, right?
Oh man.
Elder Suntan's in the back, but he's gonna be on for 3.5 hours. You can't. Sa, I'm gonna have to say no to you the next time, right? If the people don't donate, all right? Yeah, he's doing something. Elder Suntan, peace. Okay, so with that said, we gonna end the stream. All right. Saladin, you still got to come to the museum with me in 2 or 3 weeks.
That's a fact. I've been trying to get your information, bro.
Hold up, Reggie. Don't end the stream yet. I got something for you. I got a call out for you, and all call outs are mandatory, Reggie.
Yeah.
All call outs are mandatory, Reggie. So you ready to hear this?
Wait, hold up. Wait, let me put myself on the big screen. I don't follow that, right? I don't follow
this
that.
This the HOK, Reggie.
I don't care what it is.
All right, here you go. Get off the big screen. Put everybody on the screen.
Okay, everybody's on the. You do that.
This was yesterday.
Yeah.
On 116th Street and 8th Avenue.
Yeah.
For the luncheon. Here it is. All right, but Reggie, shout out to my man, Dr. Reggie.
Well,
you my brother.
Honestly, the last time I saw Reggie, he was acting very poorly in front of an elder. And that very elder had to tell him that what he was doing was wrong. He brought a person who is an expert in our language, the ancient Kemetic language, to come to your channel. And that person, Reggie didn't know that I was his student. Because Reggie assumes he knows about Jabari Osaze, but he does not. And so that person asked me personally to come on. And when I came on, Reggie behaved badly. So badly that it embarrassed the elder. The elder told me that he struggled to sleep that night. That's what he did to an elder. And so the last time I saw Reggie, he behaved badly.
So if Reggie come up with a good topic, would you take the challenge? Because the people want to see it. If we had a
good topic?
Yeah, the people want to see
it. Look at me. I'm going to look at the camera. Yeah. If we had a good topic, I would beat the brakes off of Reggie.
Hold up, I'm zooming in.
If Reggie came with a good topic that was suitable for a debate, I would beat the brakes off of Reggie Mabry. That's what I would do.
That's not gonna give me sauce. He lied.
Come on, Reggie,
he lied. That ain't gonna get me. He gonna say I acted very badly. Which elder?
He's trying to bring you out. He's trying to get you to come out of hiding, Reggie.
No, he lied. He lied. That's a Kemetic lie. What elder? Let the elder come on and say that. And he couldn't sleep at night.
Yeah, you know that, Reggie, but come on, man. Everybody want to see you and Jabari get in the ring.
But he lied.
The pay gonna be great, Reggie.
No, I don't. I know. First of all,
yo, we gonna listen. Me and you can have Brother La as your lawyer, because Brother La want this bad as well. The people want this, brother. They want to see two scholars go at it for real. Two scholars, brother. They don't want no more corny debates. They want real scholarship, Reggie.
Yeah. I provide good scholarship.
I know. That's why I said good scholarship.
But first of all, he lied. I mean, that's going to bring me out. I mean, that would upset me because he lied, because it was my show with Baba Bonacci, right? It was my show with Baba Banachi, and you brought him on, sa.neter. You called him. So to the people, the Kemetic priest lied. And let me just see who else. I'm trying to figure out who else was on. There was somebody else on the call, but he didn't tell the truth. So maybe it might happen. Maybe it'll be in person, right? Maybe
right,
in person.
Right. That'll be powerful, Reggie.
But I tell you this. I don't like liars.
Hey, brother, lie. Don't lie, brother. Do not lie, brother. See, that's why I be mad with you sometime, brother. Lie. He said, Reggie, sa.neter got Jabari for a sit down in Harlem at Tarver to put you on Front Street. No, I did not. This was at the last. That's the only thing he said about Reggie in this whole video. And this is a 2-hour video, brother. This was at the end of the video where I said, yo, Reggie, I asked Jabari, would he debate you? And when I asked him that, that's when he went into that old diagram about the elder. I didn't know he was going to say none of that. I just wanted a yes or no. And then he said he will beat the brakes off you. So you can't take that, Reggie, as a scholar, as a teacher. You in Harlem, we stand up, brother.
No,
so,
we actually
people back,
we
Come on, man.
We actually
I
do.
You, I got love for you, brother. But you got
but we actually do. And for people who say I'm not a great debater, my debates are with my sources. I am a great researcher. The rhetoric and how can I say the ad hominems and the all of that stuff, maybe that makes debates. But if you want to learn something, this dude is the same dude that ran around talking about the Tom who is the Europeans. This is the same dude that runs around and says that the ancient Egyptians, what did he say? The netters are real, but they're not literal. They don't exist, right? This the same dude that says that, right? And then but watch this. But how come netter, when it became nut and nute for the Coptic Church, how come they were real and literal?
So Reggie, you believe that the netters are real and literal?
Correct.
So there's the topic.
And they exist,
topic, bro. That's
and they exist because why you say something like that to me? sa.neter, your name sa.neter comes from sa.neter P.
Right.
sa.neter P was a netter. I mean, he was a child of a netter. He was the son of a netter. Like
Reggie, that's the topic right there, bro.
But you know what? Some things are so stupid and so childish. And so like he don't know what y'all think he know. Right? Like, I mean, it's so stupid.
So it's your job to expose him in this debate, brother. Let's go. Exposed. Let's hear what Brother Lai got to say. Your right-hand man. Brother Lai, what up? Brother Lai, what up? All right, Brother Lai up here just to grandstand.
Well, whatever. The netters were real, right? In the belief system.
The netters were literal, you saying?
The netters were literal because we have living people with the name netter, right? They were real and they were literal, right? So if you want a stupid debate and you want him to come up there and do some fugazi stuff, that's fine, as long as the money is in my hand.
There you go. No problem. Let's get it going, Reggie.
No, I'm not playing. If the money is not in my hand.
If I gotta get you like this, the only way I can bring you out, we gotta get it. We gotta get this money up, people.
Yeah, if the money's not in my hand, because I hate to, you know, I mean, the people want unity, but if you're gonna lie, I hate that, right? You have some stature in the community, but I have boots on the ground and I have a lot of experience. And for him to lie on an elder and say that he couldn't sleep at night, if I call up Baba Banachi any other day, right? He would tell you, how can I say, it's stupid. If I call up Dr. Richetti, she wouldn't even respond to it. Like, why don't he get somebody to speak for him to say, before we even begin the debate, that what he says has any plausibility whatsoever?
All right, Brother Lai, you back?
You see this, Brother Saladin, you're going to be my replacement around here. You see what goes on? You see what?
Hey, brother, hold up, Dr. Reggie. You know, you, man. Brother Lai, what's up, man? Why you lying, man?
No, I'm not lying at all. What I was stating
so
was...
you're a Muslim. You're a Muslim and you
saying
what you wrote. That's an actual fact, brother? Is that a fact you saying?
What I'm saying, sa.neter, is this. If given the opportunity to speak so I get clarification, that's why I jumped on.
This up. This is what you said. All right, go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. And I put it out there so Reggie can see it as well. Whether you went to Harlem Tavern to sit down and have lunch, whatever the case may be, you was able to sit down with Jabari, and you didn't tell Jabari to come out of his mouth. Jabari said it out of his own mouth. He want to smoke.
Thank you. But no, you said that I got Jabari to do this to Reggie, like you make it look like.
That's why I'm coming on. That's why I'm coming on to give clarification.
Oh, okay.
And
all right. Go ahead,
that's
brother.
it. Just calm down, sa.neter. Calm down,
brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, how you know Harlem so much, man? God damn, Brother Lai.
You don't want to know how he knows Harlem.
You know Harlem so well, bro. You know exactly where we was at. You know the name of the damn place.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You don't want to know how Brother Lai knows Harlem.
Well, Brother Lai, I got to Zodiac Wednesday. That's gonna be my spot because that's a good spot. All we do is just eat lunch, and then I can sit there all day and just interview. We on the outside. So that's going to be my spot for a minute. So we're going to be there Wednesday, Brother Lai. If you want to come through, we'll be there Wednesday at 2:00 in the afternoon. And me to Zodiac. And then I got, I don't know if you know Hawk, the Brother Hawk. You know Hawk, Brother Reggie?
No.
He's the militant brother that you see on the news now. You know, any black brother get hit or get shot, that's the voice that you hear. Revolutionary brother.
He's from the Black Panther Party? Or?
Yes. No. He from Black Lives Matter back then. Remember? Big tall brother.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
You know him when you see him because he be on the news all the time.
Right. But in
Brother Reggie.
Yes, sir.
The wisdom just said, yeah, he's from up here. He's up from the Bronx.
Yeah, see?
She knows who he is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's him. But Reggie, you got to take this debate. Come on, Brother Lai want this. He want this debate, brother.
Yeah,
Brother Lai got all the confidence in the world.
More debate, right? I did 3 months of promotion. We had the debate, right?
And you killed them.
Well, it doesn't. And I did that for you. And then I debated the same dude that was on here, flashing a little, straw, right? Straw. When we say in the block, straws is for suckers, right? Straw, suck. Straw is for suckers. Women use straws, right? So that's how I'm giving it out, right? So you don't post. How can I say if I get a glass of beer, I'm drinking it. I'm gonna drink it straight. If it got liquor, right from a glass, what you gonna do? You gonna sip it with a straw?
No, that was lemonade. That was lemonade he had, brother.
Well, that's even worse, right? So you're gonna sip lemonade with a straw. But if I give you some hen dog, right? Some hen dog or some gin and tonic or tequila, right?
Brother Reggie, what I'm going to say to you is this, so you can get clear and right to the point, man.
Yeah.
Brother took on what you said. sa.neter brought it to his attention. He want to smoke. He want that intellectual squabble. He want it. Don't run from it, run to it.
But just because he want it, right? I got to want it. I'm angry. But when I'm angry, right, I do two things, right? Like I dismiss you or I just dog walk you. So what he did was he made me angry because he always goes, oh, these elder said this and that about me, right? Just talk to the information. Don't use a second party, right? I bought on the elder. Then he lied and said he'd been trying to get the elder on for 3 years. Baba Bonacci, you could call him tomorrow and set up a show. Sa.neter.
Brother Jamal, you want to see this debate?
I definitely want to see it. 100%, 1,000%. I want to see
the scholars want to see this, brother.
1,000.
Scholars want to see scholarly work, bro.
By the way,
you relax.
By the way, Brother Saladin, great show tonight, brother. Great show.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brother La.
Your Knicks is what? 10. They won 10 straight games. Nobody's ever done that.
We 3-0 going up against Cleveland. We close it out tomorrow.
That's why you're so excited, because
we close it out tomorrow, man. Yeah. We close it out tomorrow, Brother Reggie. And if we win the chip, it's gonna be the first time y'all see me cry on the internet, man.
No, wait. What we want you to do is we want you to put the cross up, bro, because that's
Yeah, I got to put white Jesus in front of me again, man.
Well, you can have him with an ankh because his story is in the Coptic, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? Jesus Christ was a netter, right?
Yeah, I got to put Jesus with the ankh on.
Yeah, you got to put him on. Yeah, there you go, right there. Look at that. Huh? Look at
Brother Reggie.
Yeah.
For this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
If this debate is able to happen, this will be the most profound debate that I've seen thus far.
I agree.
Yeah, well, listen, you know what the most profound thing, right? My son.
Because one is coming from a historical standpoint, and the other one is coming from a master of studying information.
Okay. You know what's profound?
This could be an upset, Reggie. You could upset him.
I like, that's not my test. You know what my test is? That my son is a doctoral candidate that was graduated, right? And he just has to defend his writing and doctorate, right? My son is a PhD.
Congratulations for you.
My ex-wife is a PhD. That is important to me.
Hey, Reggie, congratulations to you, brother, and the great work you have done with your son.
Yeah. So one thing is on the record, I can help make a PhD, right?
There you go.
People are gonna have to ask, can they do that? Right? I can from coming out of the womb to where he is right now, right? I helped make him, and I helped make several other young brothers. La will tell you, got a brother in my building. He got an MBA from Harvard. When you see him, La, when he come through, when you're around, right? How does he respect me, bro?
No, he treats you as a second father.
Right, and he got an MBA from Harvard. So when people go around, y'all go make them, go make these kids, right? Go make them, and then I'll think about it, right? But sometimes, it ain't worth my time.
Well, this is gonna be worth your time.
But Brother Reggie, I'm gonna ask this.
Yeah.
Is there something I can do on my end to make it happen more so, brother?
Yeah, come out your pocket, brother.
No, because
cheat, brother La.
It don't matter.
Come out your pocket, brother, and give me some zakat.
I won't take it because
give me some zakat, brother La.
I won't take it, right? This is one of my son's schools, right? This is one of my son's schools. This is this undergraduate and masters right here, right?
Brother Islam, Muslim, brother La, give me some zakat, brother. Mm-hmm. And I guarantee you, I will say shukran, brother La. Shukran.
Yeah, brother Saladin, man, you already moved up to the ranks. You got a spot. Do you see what I got? You see what people like myself got to go through, bro? And then with this other dude coming on with no sources and want to yabba dabba do.
Hold on. Let me ask my brother Saladin. Saladin, are you a Muslim, my brother?
Am I a Muslim? I have no religion, bro. I have no religion.
Isn't that name Saladin a Muslim name?
So this is how I got that name.
Yeah.
Saladin, I was impressed by the way he was able to bring the caliphates together, like the beefy caliphate. So and just the different tribes. And I was like, man, that was impressive to me. So you know that I came through YouTube during the dirty section. Right. So I came, like I started 050, the movement with China Brennan Harlem Legend. We started that together. And then I left them because they was too negative, in my opinion, had beef with Hassan, all of that, right? But my whole thing the whole time was to bring us together. That is where the name came from.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the name came.
Hey, listen, you brought up say the names again. You was with who? China Brim. Yeah. You heard what's going on with China Brim?
I mean, the last thing I heard is he tried to apologize to Jim Jones, and Jim Jones banged the phone on him. What's going on?
No, sir. No, brother. It came out, and he admitted it, and he apologized that he was 22 years old when he was 22, and he impregnated a 16-year-old girl. He went to the high school. It's out. The videos is out. You can see Hassan trying to defend him. You can see a lot of people. I'm like, oh shit! I was watching this morning. I'm like,
are you watching that this morning? Yeah.
So this is all new. This is new.
I don't know why they was kind of on his heels, and he tried to deflect. And I seen Hassan for a few weeks now, trying to like do some damage control on the situation.
Right.
But I don't know. I felt it was going to come out down to this, and if nothing else, China Brim is good at apologizing. That's one thing I will give him above everybody else, and he has apologized, and they're gonna forget all about this, and they're gonna continue.
You know it.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the silver bullet. But when you try to deny something, I wasn't the CEO, I wasn't this, I wasn't that. They're gonna find out, bro. They're gonna find out, and then you're gonna look crazy. So
yeah,
he learned how to deal with it.
All right. So hey, man, thank you for coming on, man. Dr. Reggie, thank you, brother for taking this on, my brother. And Reggie,
there's the last words.
What you doing Wednesday, Reggie?
No, listen, I only got
Captain Cesario.
I ain't doing. I'll watch it.
You'll come hang out with me?
No.
Even if I'm buying you lunch?
No. Hanging out with ISUPK, man. That's a tight move, bro. That's a tight move.
I thought the captain was your man, though, man.
We friends, but when I go into their world, we not friends. Right? We're not friends. No, you can't save me. Nobody can save me from them. I go to cookouts. Captain tell me, for this time and this time, you safe. Anytime after that, the mother wolves can get at you. It's not my responsibility.
Oh man, Reggie.
I don't got it like you. It came up to be Kemet on trial, and it wasn't ISUPK. It was them other wolves. Right?
Reggie, so, is that the birth of so-called Christ behind you?
Who? sa.neter?
No, behind you.
I was looking at a video. No, this has to do with them telling the story of Egypt, the Europeans.
Okay.
You see the they got him as the pharaoh. The pharaoh, they got him as the lion script. This is European stuff, right?
Okay.
Look, and so he got the Nepti on. They just whitewashing ancient Kemet. I think this is Moses right here. This is Moses right here. This is his father. This is the scribe, and this bozo, I don't know who he is. And this is the priest. This to him, y'all. This to him, Tepi.
So that's going to be the title I'm gonna write down so far. see if Jabari want that title as far as the Kemetic being literal.
Yeah, whatever he say, but it ain't gonna happen to us in person, and it's gonna.
Yeah. So we're gonna get this thing set up. Just let me know you willing to do it, long as the money right and is in your hands, like you said. I trust you. I'll pay you before the show. You ain't going nowhere.
You good money. But he lied. That's the first thing. He lied, and you know what? He knew this was gonna go on to the people. And he told an untruth, right? So now it's back to the dirty, what do you call it? The dirty side,
section.
The dirty sections, Saladin. And Saladin is one of my actual greatest military heroes.
All right, I'll get the flyer ready tomorrow, Reggie.
No, will you talk?
I gotta promote this, man. I gotta get that money up, bro. I gotta pay you, right?
You listen. You can always pay me. You know what you're gonna pay me. You can always do that. But
what up, son?
Relax.
Yo, what up, son? Sam?
You got it. You got it.
Get your Nick game together, right? Don't be drawing up no flyer.
Yo, Reggie, hold your fists up. Hold your fists up.
Mine?
Take your glasses off. Hold your fists up.
No, you trying to get a
give the black power sign.
Yeah, hold your fists up, man. Take your glasses off.
No.
It's reflecting.
I don't care what it's doing.
He's trying to get the black power picture, man. Come on, Reggie.
Check this out. This is what I'm giving it up as.
Hey, son.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a sweep.
Man, I hope so. Tomorrow.
You got my text, didn't you?
Yeah, I hope so tomorrow, man.
Man, they're gonna sweep them scrubs, man. I told you. I know that ain't brother.
What up,
like I can't be on the next side, man. Brother, like you ain't slick. Like I can't be on the nigga. I'm a Nick now. That damn Cleveland. Y'all sweeping, sir.
I hear you, Elder. Good evening, man.
Peace.
What's up, Lyle? You calling me?
The reason why I was calling you is this debate going to be a live debate, or is this something that's going to be streamed on the internet?
I would rather it be live.
Okay.
Yeah, I would rather. We got a spot right there in Brooklyn. Reggie know where it's at. It's a nice bookstore. It holds at least about a good 75 people. First come, first serve. Right there in Brooklyn.
No, I think probably sa.neter will probably have the tickets for like $100 or something.
Nah. Tickets
the Wiz was just asking. She was like, "How much is the tickets going to be?" I said, "It'll probably be about 100."
Nah, never that. Not 100. We gotta get the
whatever it is. I'll be there.
You acting like it's gonna happen. Like he got me to agree.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's ultimately up to you as well as Jabari.
Calm down, Reggie. It's gonna happen, man.
I just enjoy dragging him for his lies. You can
call out the mandatory, Reggie. You HOK, brother.
Hey man, listen, Si, I hope give you one of your greatest debates, give you a start. It's mandatory for everybody else. For me, that's another story.
If you never do this debate, you'll never be able to live this down, brother.
Then I'll go off of YouTube. I don't got no problem with that. I'm not addicted to YouTube.
Wow.
I think I help your channel. You know, I help triage the shows, right? I help give you topics. I got my brother Morpheus. I got my brother Morpheus back, right? That's big. Anyway, I'm gonna say good night, man. I think
Peace and black power to everybody. We out of here. Thank you, brother Saladin.
Peace, brother.
Peace, brother. We out.
Peace. All right.
All right.